This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate second and final part of what if Naruto and Hinata hide their true power behind a mask. If you enjoy this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
The chakra boost Naruto had given himself wore off just as Kuroyurasu's body hit the ground, causing his ribs to destabilize again. He pulled a scroll from his pouch, but he coughed up a little more blood. He opened it and poured chakra into it, causing a larger scroll to emerge. Then, Naruto sealed Kuroyurasu's body inside of it. Then he began to sway back toward the entrance dome. He arrived at the dome and took a seat on the floor. He would have gone to seal the remaining bodies, but he was aware that he might not survive if he moved too much. He therefore sat there in agony, hoping Hinata would soon be done. He was concerned even though he knew she was just as strong as he was, if not stronger. She would play with the Kumo Nin too much, he was also concerned. A bright lavender flash flashed before him, and a worried, looking Hinata emerged. She exclaimed, "Naruto-kun, what happened to you?" Naruto could tell Hinata was upset when he didn't address him by his nickname. He must appear worse than he initially believed. With a dry laugh, he said, "I got punched. Once." He then started to describe his altercation with Kuroyurasa, in which she knelt down, summoned her special fox flames, and began to mend his ribs. After he finished his narrative, Hinata said, "That was extremely reckless of you, Naruto." He flinched when she dropped the "kun" in front of his name. "You know that I told you that while you could temporarily heal wounds by going into that orange flash state of yours, it also makes the wounds worse when the state wears off. You had shards of your ribs in your lungs. If I had not gotten here when I did, you would have died within 5 minutes, even less if you moved around more. That's why I specifically told you to never heal yourself like that unless I am directly nearby." Naruto stopped and said, "I know, I'm really sorry, Hina-chan. But it was the only way that I could have beaten him without possibly causing damage to the dome." As Hinata bit her lip, she struggled to balance her feelings of relief that Naruto was okay with her anger at what he had done. She then murmured, "I'm not angry at you, Naruto-kun. I was just worried. But you're fine now, so it's all in the past. But can you try not to come back with a wound that even Tsunade wouldn't have been able to heal next time?" Naruto immediately felt much better when he heard her refer to him as Naruto-kun once more. He had been lying down while Hinata was healing him, but he leaned up and kissed Hinata on the lips, saying, "I'm a little confused because I thought the flash was supposed to be yellow, but I'm sorry again, Hina-chan. I wasn't careful enough and I got hit because of it. Unfortunately, that one hit had a scary amount of power in it. Anyways, I see that you have finally perfected the Hiraition and apparently marked me with the seal for it." Hinata chuckled as she said, "I have not mastered the Hiraition. And I don't think that I ever will completely master it. You are right though, the Hiraishin's flash will always be yellow. That was a technique that I have been working on in secret, and I finally mastered it in my fight with Akarui. It's called Sorim, warping, distorting eye. It is weaker than the Hiraishin in some ways and surpasses it in others. It is a space-time ninjutsu that allows me to instantly warp anywhere in my field of vision without any seals, which because of my Byakugan, is anywhere within a 5-kilometer radius around me. However, I can't use it repeatedly without a serious sensation of vertigo, so the Hiraishin has me beat there. It takes approximately 30 seconds for me to use the technique again without drawbacks. Also, it's a bad idea for me to warp right next to the enemy, as it distorts the air quite obviously, which would notify the enemy of where I am going to come out." "That's amazing, Hina-chan. Do you think you could teach it to me?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening. As he laughed at his enthusiasm for learning a new technique, Hinata remarked, "I'm sure I could teach it to you, but it would not be anywhere near as effective as my use, since you don't have the Byakugan." With a broad smile, Naruto kissed Hinata once more before asking, "So how did your battle with Akarui go?" Hinata laughed as she said, "It went quite well, and he got what was coming to him. Although I learned something very interesting about my kidnapping attempt. So here is how it went." Flashback. Without jutsu, Akarui and Hinata were closely examining one another as they strolled along. Hinata first noticed how he looked. Wearing the standard sleeveless Kumo uniform, Akarui was a dark-skinned man of about 5 feet 11 inches, with shaggy white hair that reached down to the back of his neck and covered his right eye. He appeared to be wearing an eye patch that went and covered his right eye, and he had tattoos of the kanji for Gale on his left shoulder, the kanji for Thunder on his right shoulder, and the kanji for Hurricane on both palms. He carried himself with a cool, collected confidence. "You know, Missy, it's not very smart of you to go up against me," Akarui said. "I'm a Kumo Nin, and you shouldn't be walking so brightly to your doom as an unsealed Hyuga. I'll steal your eyes after I defeat you." allowing me to return to the village and put an end to those idiots on the civilian council's Byakugan fixation. 10 years ago, they attempted to remove the Hyuga heir directly from the Hyuga compound, defying the Raikage's orders. Since it had not originated with the Raikage, I believe that mission was doomed to fail from the start. I'll have you know that I was the Hyuga heiress that they tried to take 10 years ago, Hinata said in a low voice, flinching as the words brought back painful memories. However, it's interesting that you mentioned that the civilian council issued those directives. Interfering civilians appear to be a commonality among our villages. Additionally, I'll let you know that I won't lose to you. Not on my Hyuga pride. I will never be proud to be a member of that awful clan. However, I am proud to be a Namikaze and to be the future wife of the Hokage. Wow, I must say that your heart shines brightly, Akarui said, whistling. However, that doesn't alter the fact that you will lose. With a low voice, Hinata said, we'll see about that. After reaching their destination, they stood apart for a while before Hinata removed Shinin and began spinning it around by its chain. Whistling once more, Akarui exclaimed, a kusarigama, huh? That's a fascinating. Shinin suddenly flew at him, and he managed to dodge just in time, but Hinata pulled back on its chain and sent it flying back. Akarui attempted to dodge again, but was nicked in the shoulder, making his arm go limp instantly and disrupting his chakra. Hinata grinned, but was a little uneasy that Akarui was still grinning. Missy, that is a really intriguing weapon you have there. It's ideal for a former Hyuga. However, I'll share a small personal secret with you. In the cloud, I go by another moniker. I am referred to as Kumo's auntie. Hyuga. I now advise you to turn on your Byakugan and keep a close eye on things. Akarui flexed his previously numb arm and said, can you see why that Kumo brightly calls me that? Hinata activated her Byakugan and watched in disbelief as he sent a massive shock of lightning chakra through his entire body. You send a flash of lightning chakra throughout your body, which would unnumb any part of your body and reopen any closed tenketsu, Hinata said grimly. Shinin doesn't seem like the best weapon to use against you. Missy, aren't you the smart one? Akarui clapped. Since I can reopen my tenketsu and they only need Jiyuken to win. A pure Hyuga would never be able to compete with me. But you've clearly strayed from the rigid Hyuga ways, so perhaps we can have a good argument. Let me now demonstrate my reputation as the Thundering Gale of Kumo. Then he made a series of hand signals and said, combination storm release and thunder release. Hurricane release. Grand storm, while holding out both palms. A massive tornado of lasers and lights shot out of his hands and swiftly struck Hinata. After being compelled to let go of Shinin, she hastily unlocked Neji Tenkan and extended them to welcome the approaching twister. Akarui was grinning and thinking, if she thinks that those two daggers will stop my grand storm, then she is not as bright as I thought she was, unless, shit, was precisely what Akarui should have thought as the twister struck Neji Tenkan. The blades gradually turned dark blue, then yellow, then green, and finally clear again as the storm was absorbed into them. Hinata grinned and said to Akarui's, it seems that you have at least heard of the blades that I use. Although I am quite impressed with you, you created your own Kekkei Genkai by taking the two elements used for your storm release and combining them backwards. You then combined your two Kekkei Genkai into a third. That takes real skill and is something that is unheard of except in the blades that my boyfriend uses. But you picked the wrong opponent to use that against. Let's see how you like a taste of your own power. Neji Tenkan, which she held out, turned green and released the exact same technique that Akarui had just employed. In response, Akarui unleashed his own grand storm. When the two storms collided, there was a tremendous explosion. When the storms passed, Akarui turned to see Hinata standing inside an ice mirror. With a sudden feeling of dread, he rushed up to his face and ripped off his eye patch. He spun around and saw Hinata leaping out of an ice mirror. Neji Tenkan ducked just in time and scampered back to the opposite side of the room as she struck out at him. When Hinata saw what was behind his eye patch during that brief exchange, she stood there in shock. How? She asked, gathering herself quickly again. As he held up his hair to display an activated Byakugan, Akarui chuckled and exclaimed, oh, this? He went on to say, I beat an unsealed Hyuga a long time ago. Interestingly enough, he already had one eye taken from him. That was the very reason that I was banished by the Civilian Council of Kumo. I refused to give up the eye for research and implanted it within myself. Now the real fight begins. Akarui practically twisted in front of Hinata as his body erupted with lightning chakra. She leaned back just in time to avoid his quick left hook to her face. However, that was Akarui's desire. Then, using lightning chakra to charge it, he held his right hand straight and thrust it directly at Hinata's exposed stomach. Hinata's thoughts were racing as she considered, I have to do something to dodge this. If I don't, while I would be able to heal it, he would just kill me while I do so. There's not enough time to flood myself with yokai, and Hireishin is out since I have not mastered the full long-distance travel and there are no seals for it nearby. I only have one choice, and it's not a complete technique. But with no other option, I guess I have to try, Sorim. A bright flash of lavender appeared just an inch from Hinata's stomach, where Akarui's hand was. He was knocked off balance when Akarui's hand continued to strike nothing. He swiftly used his Byakugan to search and discovered Hinata standing on the other side of the dome. He walked over and replied, "Well, that was unexpected. I thought I had you. But no matter, I have just proven that my speed surpasses yours, so it's only a matter of time." As she sheathed Nijitankan, Hinata remarked grimly, "Your speed surpassed me then. I wasn't ready, but now I am. I'll show you a technique that not even my father could possibly hope to reproduce." Hinata was standing there in a lavender chakra shroud after a sudden outpouring of lavender chakra subsided. Then, adopting a posture akin to the typical Jiyukan one, she exclaimed, "Yuho! Suinkatsunkan!" Her hands were both covered in chakra shrouds that resembled fox heads. Akarui laughed as he said, "A Jiyukan stance? Even if it looks a little different than the normal one, I thought that you learned that Jiyukan has no effect on me." Then he gave a right hook and twisted in front of Hinata. He attempted to clothesline her with his outstretched arm as she danced around the punch. All she did was duck beneath his arm. Akarui was growing agitated and accelerated his attacks. Hinata, however, just sidestepped every one of his blows. As he continued to attempt to strike Hinata, Akarui became irritated with her for completely mishandling his speed and asked, "Why can't I hit you? And why are you not even trying to hit back?" Hinata was smirking while Akarui was attempting to strike her. She replied, "It's quite simple. I am faster than you in the state I am in, and I am nowhere near my fastest. This chakra cloak is the weakest that I can make it. As for why I am not hitting you, I want a good workout before I end the battle. I got what I'm more than what I hoped for in your Keke Genkes, but earlier I was taking the battle too lightly and you put me in a tight spot because of it. But I have to thank you, as you allowed me to complete a technique. Now that I am a little serious, I thought that I should have a little fun." Akarui yelled, "You were holding back the entire time. How dare you make a mockery of me? I'll show you." In severe annoyance at what she had said, Hinata interrupted Akarui by deciding to strike back. She used one of her Suinkatsunkan to lightly tap Akarui's shoulder, causing him to collapse and scream in agony. He attempted to send his lightning chakra through his body, but it didn't work. Using his Byakugan to examine his shoulder closely, he was appalled by what he saw. He noticed that the chakra flow from his body to his arm had been totally cut off, obliterating all of the tenketsu in his shoulder. Since his arm's chakra was disconnected from the source, it was rapidly disappearing. The fact that Hinata's lavender yokai was still inside of him, slowly seeping to the nearby tenketsu, frightened him even more. When the yokai got to one of his tenketsu, he shut it down. He screamed as the yokai located another tenketsu to stop it because the pain he was experiencing was nearly intolerable. Hinata laughed as she said, "My yokai will slowly travel through your body, shutting down every one of your tenketsu until it reaches the tenketsu in your heart. When it shuts down that one, you will die. While I could let that happen, and I estimate it would take 30 minutes, I won't. I have to check on my Rudo.kun to make sure that he is not too seriously hurt. So I will end your life quickly." Akarui was instantly killed when Hinata tapped his forehead, literally melting his brain. After that, she extracted a scroll and sealed his body within. After picking up Shinin, she used her Byakugan vision to scan the entryway and discovered Naruto leaning against Kadokan. She looked at the condition of his ribs. She thought, "Sorim," and, horrified, concentrated on the space directly in front of him, vanishing in a lavender flash. Jutsu Kai flashback. Hinata concluded, and that's how my battle with Akarui went. "I'm really proud of you, Hina-chan," said Naruto, who was shuddering inwardly. "I am never, ever, going to piss Hina-chan off. I saw what the Suinkatsunekan did to that man on the bridge when she wasn't in a chakra shroud, but hearing what it does when she is in the shroud is horrifying. That and the fact that she can warp anywhere in her vision with Sorim means that she could easily catch me even if I ran at full speed in orange flash mode. While we wait for Zabuza-san and Haku-chan, why don't we seal away some of these bodies?" Hinata asked, kissing Naruto passionately without knowing what he was thinking. "Great idea, Hina-chan," said Naruto. "It looks like Han had enough sense to not boil their faces, so that they are still recognizable, meaning that their bounties will be easy to claim." They then got to work. When Haku entered, Naruto and Hinata had just completed encasing every body with bounties in scrolls. When Hinata turned on her Byakugan to look for injuries, she discovered that she had a dislocated right shoulder and several cracked ribs. Her right arm also had several tiny holes in it. Even though Naruto had only been struck once, her condition was generally far better than his. A few cracks is much better than completely shattered with a few pieces piercing a lung. She wasn't shivering either, but she was completely soaked to the bone. She appeared totally worn out as well. Haku-chan, come over here and I'll start healing you, said Hinata. Haku approached Hinata and said, thank you, Hinata-chan, I appreciate it. After Hinata started working on her lavender foxfire, she quickly recovered. In addition, it caused Haku's clothes to dry. So how did your fight with that Kiri nin go? Said Naruto. Well, it certainly was interesting, to say the least. She really deserved that title of the human floodgate. Never would I have expected for water to be able to be effectively used against my ice. Here's how it went. Flashback without jutsu silently. Haku and Puchame made their way to their destination through the tunnel. Puchame had fair skin, a small frame, and light blue hair that reached her shoulders. She wore a light blue dress that flaunted some C-cup cleavage, much like Mei Terumi's. She wore black gloves down to her elbows and black knee-high boots. She wore 2 light blue earrings and had purple eyes. Haku, right? Why do you want to be known as the Frozen Wasteland? Puchame said. 2 reasons, Haku retorted. First of all, I am the last Hyden user still alive. You may witness it during our altercation, but I won't reveal the second. They arrived at their dome after that, and they stood apart for a while before Puchame took the initiative and said, Sweden, Asuku Sentaki. Pressure washer for water release. Haku gave a Hyden Shoman Cabe in response to Puchame's highly compressed stream of water. Frontal wall, creating a meter-thick wall of ice in front of her. The jet of water met the ice, and to Haku's surprise, the ice started to crack. Puchame was still releasing the jutsu from her mouth, so the wall started to crack even more. Haku then said, Hyden Jihatsu-ku, instant freeze, and the wall repaired itself, as well as the ice started creeping up Puchame's stream towards her. Seeing her jutsu being frozen, Puchame cut off the stream. She then took advantage of Haku not being able to see her from behind the wall and said, Sweden, Mizuhari, water needles, spitting out 5 highly concentrated water needles at the figure behind the wall. The needles penetrated the wall directly, passed through Haku's right arm, and then proceeded to pierce the dome, which began to leak a little water. Realizing that the wall was not helping, Haku melted it back into water, which splattered to the ground. Looks like first blood goes to me, said Puchame with a sly smile. I'm curious if you'll be able to use that arm. I can still use it, Haku said with a somber smile. Then Haku said, Hyden Makio Hyosho. You only made small cuts to my muscles and missed all of my tendons, demonic ice mirrors, creating a set of mirrors all around Puchame, before stepping into them. She reflected herself upon all of the mirrors and said, let's see how you handle this. Her hand signals were reflected in the mirrors, and she exclaimed, Hyoden, Kakomi Kori Hari. Before hundreds of ice needles blasted out of each mirror, the phrase, encircling ice needles, was used. Before she could transform into a human pincushion, Puchame hurried through hand signals as fast as she could and yelled, Sweden, Kozui Nami. Haku jumped out of the mirror she was in to prevent herself from being shattered, but the water's force persisted and it swept her into the side of the dome with such force that it cracked not only the dome but also a few of her ribs. A tremendous amount of water surged off her entire body, pushing away the needles, and when it met the mirrors, it shattered them. Although Haku moaned in agony, she noticed that Puchame was also panting. It appears that Kozui Nami was a very chakra-intensive technique. Despite her discomfort, Haku got up and approached Puchame, letting loose some senbon to capitalize on her opponent's fatigue. Puchame barely avoided the senbon, but Haku sent a second wave of senbon that struck important points in her legs, rendering them immobile. Haku kept moving in Puchame's direction, but Puchame had a better idea. Haku took a defensive position and began making her own hand signs as Puchame flew through them, but it was too late. Puchame yelled, Sweden, Seiki, floodgate, and her greatest jutsu was released from her mouth. The volume of water that poured out of her mouth was absurd. Haku braced herself and changed the hand signs she was making when she felt her right arm dislocate under the full force of Puchame's jutsu. She had just finished her hand signs when she said, Hyoden Jihatsu-ku, which made the water instantly freeze up. However, the sheer volume of water was too much for Haku to freeze, and it pushed through while little was frozen, so the water continued to take Haku towards the side of the dome, where she crashed into it, causing massive cracks in the glass to appear, but the flood wouldn't stop. Haku began to panic a little as she heard the glass groan against the pressure. "I'll die if I don't use that jutsu." As she began to go over hand-in-hand signals, Haku thought. Haku completed her strongest jutsu just as the glass of the dome broke, shattering the rest of it, and she cried out, "Hyoton! Redo Arechi!" The glass of the dome fell to the ground, but no water entered. A thickening dome of ice replaced the glass dome, and a thick layer of ice covered the floor. Puchami's jutsu rapidly turned to ice, and the ice moved along the floodgate and froze Puchami's insides, transforming her into a human popsicle. Then, with a great sigh of relief, Haku skated over to Puchami's frozen body, broke her off from the frozen floodgate, sealed her body in a scroll, and began to walk back to the entrance, not expecting her jutsu to actually replace the dome, as she had hoped she could pull it off before the dome shattered. Jutsu Kai flashback. Haku concluded, and that's how it went. While Naruto was thinking, "Here is another girl that I really don't want to piss off," Hinata remarked, "You did great, Haku-chan. Even though she is not as frightening as Hina-chan, after hearing how her Rito Oreki jutsu stopped that floodgate jutsu, I believe it could withstand my foxfire. I can't think of anything else that could stop my foxfire, so that in itself is a really frightening thought." "Well, it looks like I am the last to get here, who would have thought?" said a very bloody Zabuza, introducing himself to the world, before he fell to the floor. His body was covered in innumerable cuts, some deep, some shallow, and Hinata hurried to him right away and began to heal him while a very concerned Haku watched. As she was tending to him, Hinata examined him with her Byakugan and declared, "He has no broken bones or internal injuries of any kind. He appears to have gone through a blender." Zabuza woke up after a few tense minutes, moaned, and said to Hinata, "Thanks, Missy. I was surprised by how good that guy was. I'm sure you're all wondering why I appear to have been in a blender. This is how it transpired." Flashback. Without jutsu, Jack wore a dark blue long-sleeved shirt with very wide sleeves, black ninja pants with a shuriken pouch tied to his right leg, and black ninja shoes. The most unusual aspect of his attire was the large scroll he carried on his back, which he held vertical like a backpack via two straps that he had connected to the scroll. Jack was about the same height as Zabuza and had light green eyes, but that was about it. "I assume that scroll is where you keep all of your weapons?" Zabuza said sternly. "Yes," Jack replied with a laugh. "In any case, the majority of them. But when we fight, you'll see. What if we limited our conflict to using only weapons? No jutsus?" "Very well," Zabuza said with a laugh, "that should be enjoyable. We will demonstrate our superiority as weapons masters." They walked silently to the end. Once they reached their dome, Zabuza said, "I'll let you take out your first weapon. Make a good choice." They stood apart. With a laugh, Jack extended an arm back and unfolded a portion of the scroll. He held a wakizashi in his hand and poof. Expecting Jack to dodge, Zabuza charged, thinking, "A wakizashi, that means that he will most likely try to outspeed me." He slashed at Jack with Karikiribocho, but was surprised when Jack blocked with his wakizashi. Jack was able to hold his own despite sliding a little across the ground. He then startled Zabuza by taking one of his hands off of his wakizashi and allowing another to slide from inside his shirt into his other hand. Jack slashed at Zabuza with the other blade while Zabuza's blade was focused on the first wakizashi. Zabuza attempted to dodge, but the tip of the blade struck him in the chest, resulting in a slight slash. Zabuza pulled back and said, "I went in fully expecting you to try and outspeed me. That little maneuver with the wakizashi in your shirt was unexpected." "I aim to please," Jack said with a smile before slashing with his arms, sending a dozen kunai flying at Zabuza. Jack swiftly closed the distance with his wakizashi after Zabuza blocked with the flat edge of Karikiribocho. Zabuza started to get sliced up as they danced in a flurry of slashes, but Jack's blade speed was far superior to Zabuza's. At last, Zabuza spotted a gap and swung a powerful blade, which Jack deflected with both blades. However, Jack saw cracks forming in both wakizashis as a result of the slash's excessive force. He leapt back quickly as both blades broke. After dropping the shattered blades to the floor, Jack produced a double-edged kusarigama, gave it a brief spin, and then threw it at Zabuza. After avoiding the approaching kusarigama and anticipating that Jack would draw it back, Jack used his free arm to slash again, bringing in more kunai. After blocking Karikiribocho once more, Zabuza turned to see Jack rushing at him brandishing a katana, kusarigama entirely forgotten. When they clashed, the weapons matchup was more evenly distributed, and both fighters took some hits. As in the previous encounter, The battle ended with Zabuza's superior blade shattering Jack's. Jack took another step back and used his scroll to call forth a Naginata this time. Jack deftly prevented Zabuza from approaching within the Naginata's range as he charged once more. This did not last long, though, as Zabuza chose to accept a hit in return for Jack receiving one. Zabuza timed it so that Jack's chest was impaled in a non-essential location by his Naginata. Then, using Kurikiribocho, he cut down, resulting in a massive cut down Jack's chest. Then, snatching the handle of the Naginata still in his hand, Zabuza leapt back and wrenched it from Jack's grasp. Then he grunted and pulled the blade from his chest. He threw it to the floor and charged Jack again. Zabuza was on Jack before he could even draw another katana. Jack was slowed down by the massive wound from earlier, so Zabuza had the upper hand when they clashed again. In this exchange, Jack was pushed back into a corner and took a lot more cuts than Zabuza. Jack acted frantically as he felt the glass dome against his back and saw Zabuza's blade descending to cut him in two. He intentionally fell to the ground, and Zabuza's blade was deflected by piercing the thick glass dome but not completely through. Jack jumped back up and gave Zabuza a massive slash to the back after realizing that his plan had worked. Zabuza simply yanked Kurikiribocho out of the glass dome after grunting at the blow. He looked over at Jack, who was removing the scroll from his back. Jack then held the scroll in front of Zabuza after partially unrolling it. Then he directed a great deal of chakra into the scroll. In response, the scroll swiftly launched a massive number of weapons in Zabuza's direction. There was not even time for Zabuza to block or dodge. The volley of different weapons struck him in full force. Even though Zabuza appeared to be a human pincushion, Jack was shocked to see him still standing when the bombardment stopped. "Is that all you got?" Zabuza asked, laughing, as he began to remove the weapons from his body. "Let me demonstrate why I am referred to as the Demon of the Hidden Mist." Jack barely managed to draw a blade in time to block Zabuza's impending slash, but it didn't matter because Kurikiribocho cleaved right through the blade, leaving a massive mark across Jack's chest. Unarmed, Jack was powerless to stop the match's final slash, which was a massive horizontal slash that sliced through Jack's body like butter and cut him in half. Zabuza flared his chakra and was covered in his demon shroud. Zabuza mumbled, "I guess my mastery won," after sealing Jack's two halves in a scroll, satisfied with his battle, and then he turned to return to the center. "Jutsu Kai flashback, and then I came back here," Zabuza concluded. "I'm really glad that you were on our side," Naruto said with a laugh. "It seems like you're simply too obstinate to pass away. Anyway, let's get that slimy shrimp if you're ready." Zabuza declared, "I'm ready as I'll ever be. Let's get the bastard," after giving his neck a few satisfying pops. When they arrived at the solid iron dome where they had seen the shrimp scurry, they discovered a solid iron door obstructing their path. Naruto, who was utterly unfazed, pulled out Soshikiba and lit them with sear, then used sear to carve through the iron like butter and make a door for them. Gato was standing there in disbelief when they all intervened, and the shrimp stammered, How? Did you beat my guards? They were affluent. And you're not hurt? This isn't possible." "Yes, we defeated them, but we did not get away unscathed," Naruto remarked with a laugh. "Zabuza and I are still alive only because Hina-chan is one of the world's greatest healers. However, Gato, your time is now over. You will be held accountable for the damage you caused to the wave." The shrimp began pleading, "No," as Naruto approached Gato slowly while Soshikiba's sear remained engaged. "No, don't kill me, please. You'll get money from me. I'll make you richer than you could ever imagine. I'll..." Naruto looked down at Gato's headless body and said, "Money doesn't make the man." Naruto then used one of his fangs to permanently silence Gato. "In addition, I already have more money than I could ever imagine. Now that that's over with, how about we take a look around for what Gato was keeping?" he asked the group as he sealed Gato's body in a scroll. Looking around the iron dome, they discovered a vault that appeared to be very secure to most people, anyway, and sear cut through it as if it were nothing. Inside, they discovered a wealth of money and a list that contained proof of all the shady transactions Gato had engaged in. They sealed the wealth inside a scroll and went back out to the entrance dome, where they followed the path once more and came to the location of the former shack. When they emerged, they discovered Kakashi running in their direction. Naruto halted him and questioned, "Kakashi-san, why are you here?" Kakashi, panting, replied, "I came here as backup. I came because I couldn't sit there while you took so long. I came for nothing, though, because it looks like you're done. What happened?" Naruto told their story as they walked back to Tazuna's house. The story that Naruto told him left Kakashi completely stunned, as did the fact that they had a casual conversation with Han about the steam armor and that they were all still alive, especially Naruto. Then they faced 4 people whose names were familiar to Kakashi. Akarui was known for being the second strongest in Kumo after the Raikage, and Kakashi had always wondered why he had defected. Jack Trades was known mainly for his unrivaled mercenary work. And finally, Puchame was known for creating the jutsu that gave her moniker, Sweden. Seiki was one of the most powerful water jutsus in terms of sheer force, and was a jutsu that all Sweden users aimed to master. Following Naruto's story, Kakashi remained utterly silent the entire way to Tezuna's house. It was approximately 6 in the morning when they arrived, and Tezuna was awake because he had become accustomed to rising early to work on his bridge. He greeted them as they entered and was taken aback that none of them were hurt, so he asked, "Did you actually do it?" With a smile, Naruto took out a scroll, opened it, and unwrapped both of Gato's body parts before asking, "Does this answer your question?" Seeing Gato without his head attached to his body made Tezuna very happy, so he said, "Well, I guess that's it then. The wave is totally free now. I'm eager to share the news with the village. All of you are heroes." With a smile, Naruto remarked, "Heroes? I enjoy it." Then there is the minor matter of the funds that Gato had in his safe. "I have a scroll that contains everything. My calculations indicate that it averages roughly 50 million ryo. All of it is yours. Simply distribute it among the Wave's members. Additionally, if you have the time, I recommend that you visit Gato's underwater hideout. It could be transformed into a fantastic underwater resort with the correct modifications. Thanks to Haku Chan, there is even an ice dome that can be utilized for ice skating. Additionally, we need to cash a lot of bodies with respectable bounties, so once we do, we'll send you the money after the Leaf Village takes a tiny cut. We'll cover the costs when we receive our share of the bounty, so don't worry about paying for the mission right now." A moment passed before the old man's eyes began to well up with tears, and he said, "There is nothing that I can do to ever repay the kindness that you have shown me," after Naruto handed Tezuna the scroll containing Gato's riches, which he accepted with a trembling hand. "You really are heroes. However, I beg you all to stay with us and celebrate our newfound freedom before you all return to your village. I'm sure we can all stay a few more days," Tezuna-san, Hinata said with a laugh. "It wouldn't hurt to unwind a little, would it, Kakashi-san?" Hinata's expression told Kakashi everything, that if he did not stay long enough to allow the village to express its gratitude, then bad things would happen to him. Kakashi said, all right," with trepidation. "We have 3 more days to stay, but not anymore." When Hinata looked away, Kakashi became noticeably calmer and asked, "How is she so damn scary? I'd really rather not know what would have happened if I had decided to go. Ruto-kun and I are heading into the forest so that we can catch up with our rest," Hinata said, turning to Tezuna. "Later, we'll attend the celebration." Naruto and Hinata departed to return to the clearing where they had spent the night after Tezuna nodded in agreement. With Hinata and Naruto, as soon as they reached the flowery clearing, Hinata landed directly on top of Naruto, who immediately fell to the ground. After a brief kiss, Hinata remarked, "For a mission that started screwed up, I think we managed to turn it around." "Yes, it worked out fine," Naruto said with a laugh. "However, meeting Han helped me realize that there are still people out there for whom we have no chance and that we still have a long way to go. Then we'll just have to keep training," Hinata said after giving him another kiss. "Our first actual encounters with enemy ninja took place in the domes, and they exposed some of our vulnerabilities. We play around too much at the start of our arguments, which is the biggest thing I see in both of us, but especially in myself. Feeling out our opponents before going all out is a good idea, but we shouldn't play around with them, especially if they are skilled. We wouldn't be here if I hadn't mastered Sorim in that moment because you would have died from that hit you took if I hadn't healed you. I almost died because I wasn't using anything close to my full speed. We learn from our mistakes because of this. Before I fought Kuroyurasu, I really ought to have remembered his entry in the bingo book. I should really make use of what I have because I memorized the damn thing for a reason. We still have a lot to learn, even though we are strong," Naruto said. Before letting out a loud yawn, Hinata said, "And learn we shall. I guess that night took more out of me than I thought." Naruto yawned as well, saying, "Me too. Let's take a nap." They then snuggled close to one another before falling asleep. 7 hours later, even though Hinata was quite comfortable in this position, she wanted to go celebrate with the village, so she kissed Naruto's nose to wake him up. Hinata woke up completely wrapped up by Naruto, who had her in an embrace with his legs intertwined with hers and his tails wrapped around her small body. According to Naruto, "Mornin' Hina. Hime. Ruto-kun, it's not even close to morning, Hinata chuckled. However, why Hina? I'm not a princess anymore. You're my princess, so don't go thinking otherwise, Naruto said, giving her a tight hug. In addition, you are officially the Namikaze clan's newest princess. If you say so, said Hinata, giggling. As they untangled their bodies, they began to experience specific physical reactions to one another's bodies. Hinata pressed her whole body against Naruto and gave him a passionate kiss, but Naruto stopped her by grabbing her wrists. Her hands began to snake down to Naruto's pants. Not just yet, I swear, soon, but not right now. Hinata said, you better keep that promise, as she gave him a lustful yet irritated look. I won't wait any longer, since you changed me, my body has been waiting for that, but I've been patient. My patience is wearing thin. Kurama. Sensei taught me some techniques that have helped me avoid going into heat, but they haven't stopped my desire. Additionally, the methods only work so many times before they lose their effectiveness, so I can't wait much longer to go into heat. I can only promise one thing if I go into heat. You have your penis inside my vagina. Naruto, you're running out of time. Either start it yourself, or I'll take you whether you like it or not. Hinata then leapt off in the direction of the village. As he stood there, Naruto thought, oh no, I made a mistake. She's reached her limit, and I've been waiting years to have sex with her. She's upset with me now. Perhaps I ought to have done it at that very moment. I'm aware that I want to, but I simply lack the bravery to carry it out. How come I can't just do it? The longer I wait, the more I'm torturing us and damaging our relationship. That's it, I won't back down or make any exceptions when we return home. Naruto hopped after Hinata, his determination firmly fixed on his new objective. With Hinata. When Hinata stopped on a tree branch while she was jumping through the trees to Tazuna's, she turned to face the tree trunk and smashed it, breaking it in two. Needless to say, the tree didn't stand a chance and she began to think angrily, why the hell won't he just do it? For Kami's sake, I've been waiting for 8 years. Just to get it over with, I'm seriously considering quitting the countermeasures I use to keep my heat from building up. I know he still wants it, but not nearly as much as I do. He doesn't seem to be aware that he releases pheromones that only I can detect when I arouse him. I'm absolutely enraged by them. Every time I smell them, I get really wet. I am aware that that specific scent only makes him more aroused and produces more of those dreadful pheromones. One day, this positive feedback loop will kill me. He's essential to me. I'll rape him if necessary because I can't stand this any longer. She had been destroying the forest around her while she was thinking these things, and when she finally snapped out of her reverie, she saw what she had done and exclaimed, whoops. Perhaps I was a little too irate. I feel much better now, at least. Her mind was suddenly filled with Naruto's voice, saying, Hina-chan, I'm sorry. However, I will fulfill my commitment, and by the end of the week, we will have completed the task. Please wait a little while longer until we return home. Through her thoughts, Hinata replied, I'm not angry anymore, Ruto-kun, and I'm glad to hear that you are committed. We can go down to the village after I wait for you at Tazuna's place. As promised, Hinata waited for Naruto at Tazuna's. Since no one else was there, she amused herself by asking, what would Hinata do in light of recent events? When Naruto arrived, she kissed him to show that she was no longer upset, and they went down to the village. When they arrived, there was a great deal of noise. It seemed that Tazuna had told the village about their roles in Gato's death, and they were hurried by almost everyone. The strongest villagers threw them into the air, and the children stared at them with awe. Inari led the children, exclaiming with pride, that's my Ni-san and Ne-chan. They're heroes. When the villagers finally let Naruto and Hinata go, they began to explore the village and were shocked to discover food markets selling food and a variety of shops selling goods. Apparently, some of the villagers had ventured inside the domes and discovered a variety of items. As they happened upon a drinking contest between Kakashi and Zabuza, in which Zabuza was winning, they discovered Haku by a frozen pond, skating around with people of all ages. Kiba was observed amusing the children by having Orochimaru perform tricks, and to their delight, they discovered Sasuke being pursued by a swarm of fangirls. Sakura leading the way. Sasuke wondered, why are they everywhere? They remain in the village even when I'm not. I may even despise them more than I despise my brother. The celebration lasted for 3 days in a row, and Naruto and Hinata relished every moment of it. They only really left to return to their clearing when they were exhausted, but they returned to their activities after a good rest. The whole village was present to bid farewell, and it was Inari who spoke first. By the end of the 3rd day of the celebration, it was finally time to wrap up and go home, and teams 15 and 7, along with Zabuza and Haku, were now standing at the edge of the bridge, on the side that bordered the land of fire. Ne-chan and Ni-san, Are you really required to leave? The boy inquired. Sorry, Inari-chan, but we have to return to the Hokage, Hinata said with a giggle. We've spent more time on this mission than we probably ought to have. However, I assure you that Ruto-kun and I will return at some point. Inari only replied, Don't call me, Chan. But his eyes were watering. It was obvious that he would miss them. Tazuna let out a sigh. So I guess this is it then. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we all hope to see you again, soon preferably. We are forever in Konoha's debt, and we will hire only Leaf Ninja for jobs from now on. If you keep that promise, then we will be happy. I'm sure that there are plenty of missions that you could send to us to help you guys rebuild. Konoha certainly won't say no, Kakashi responded. But we really do have to go. I can tell that the Hokage is going to chew me out for staying so long. After a brief mental exchange that made Hinata laugh, Naruto said to Kakashi, Well, in that case, let's go. Before he swept the laughing Hinata up in a bridal style and vanished in a burst of yellow. Kakashi took a breath and replied, Well, he certainly has a flair for the dramatic, and now we really don't need to worry about getting to the Hokage immediately. However, knowing Naruto, he would think that it would be funny to wait until after we get back to report to the Hokage, so we should still go. As the group turned and began to leave, the village waved goodbye. We completely forgot to name the bridge, Tazuna exclaimed as she suddenly recalled something from their previous visit. How about the Great Kitsune Bridge? Inari asked as she suddenly appeared and leapt onto Tazuna's shoulders. After giving it some thought, Tazuna remarked, The Great Kitsune Bridge, I like it. That is what we will name it, in honor of the young foxes that saved our land. With Hinata and Naruto, in relation to those young foxes, they had just entered their bedroom through Hireishin and were on their way to the gate. Are we really going to not report to the Hokage? Asked Hinata. Naruto laughed and replied, Nah, we'll tell him everything. I just did this so that Kakashi would waste energy hustling home. It's an important part of pranking to be able to pull off pranks just by planting a seed of doubt into someone's mind. When they reached the gate, Naruto had been a little ahead of Hinata. Naruto could have avoided some embarrassment if he had been more aware of the paw mark on the gate. However, he chose to ignore it and proceeded straight through the gate, fully anticipating passing through it. But he crashed into the gate and collapsed backward, stunned. He noticed a big, glowing paw mark appear on the gate as he looked up at it. It settled to reveal a white wolf with red markings and a large yellow glaive that pulsed with electricity on its back, and then there was a sudden bright flash of light. After growling at Naruto, the wolf regained its glow. This time, it settled to show a stunning woman of about 20 years old with fair skin, pure white hair with black highlights, and a low dot-cut white kimono with black shoulders and hems. She wore no shoes and was marked all over in red. Anyone would be reminded of a sunrise by the yellow, orange hue of her eyes. She had wolf ears and a white wolf tail. The same glaive was on her back as before, but she was wearing a shield that emitted a startling quantity of multicolored flames that were floating just off her right arm. She was also wearing a necklace of blue beads that resembled magatama and were gently floating in a circle around her neck. I am a goddess. Give me respect or pay the price, was clearly rubbed off by her aura. She walked a short distance in Naruto's direction before slapping him in a way that only a furious goddess could. It goes without saying that Naruto was flung back about 50 feet. After that, she disappeared in a burst of light and then resurfaced in front of Naruto, who had been defeated. With Sorim, Hinata swooped between them in a lavender flash and extended her arms in front of Naruto in a protective manner. I'm completely disappointed in you, Minato-kun. You reject my offer to become a god and my mate, and for what? This fox bitch. I should have never fallen in love with you. I should punish you, but instead I'll force you to watch as I rip apart this bitch that you left me for, the goddess said, looking past Hinata in a voice that was both incredibly beautiful and frightening at the same time. She started to move in Hinata's direction when Naruto yelled, Wait. My name is not Minato. My name is Naruto. I'm his son, and Hinata is my mate. If you hurt her, I promise that I will end your life, goddess or not, Naruto said as the goddess and Hinata both froze. The goddess paused, examining Naruto's eyes. Many things filled the eyes. There were undoubtedly feelings of fear, despair, and rage, but the goddess noticed that every time he looked at the girl he named Hinata, he was overcome with unwavering, unrelenting love. She settled down enough to say, You are not Minato. The amount of conviction in your promise is the same of that as the promise he gave me when he promised to help save Nippon, but your eyes, while they look the same, hold much more than Minato's. You have experienced the worst of what you humans have to offer. I'm sorry for hitting you. Do you know where your father is? I have not heard from him in a long time. When Hinata exhaled in relief, Naruto remarked, "My dad is dead. He's been dead for 13 years, since the day I was born." Before saying, "I am truly sorry to hear that. Minato-kun was a great man. If that is the case, then I will leave," the goddess briefly displayed signs of distress. After calling out, "Wait!" once more to attract the goddess' attention, Naruto stated, "He's dead, but he is not truly gone." He then gave a brief account of his life before concluding, "If you want, I can summon him here." Hope filled the goddess's sunrise colored eyes as she said, "I would appreciate it if you did so." After reviewing the hand signs, Naruto used the summoning jutsu. When the smoke cleared, he saw not only his father but also his mother and Kurama, even though he had only planned to call his father. Minato was not the self-assured person he usually was. At the moment, however, he was cowering behind Kushina, who had a challenging gaze fixed on the goddess. Despite his amused expression, Kurama continued to look at the goddess with a look in his red eyes that suggested he was thinking about something. "If you think you are going to steal my husband away from me, think again, wolf bitch," Kushina said. The goddess fixed her intense gaze on Kushina. It seemed to the onlookers that if someone did something wrong, the world would end. Suddenly, she began to giggle and said, "Wow! I've never met someone who holds that much conviction in their heart. I'm not going to stand up to you for the right to go after Minato-kun. You are the second most intriguing mortal that I have ever met. Minato-kun is the third, and the first is your son. He is quite clearly a perfect mix of you two. I won't go after Minato-kun anymore, as you have proved yourself worthy to be his wife in my eyes. My name is Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, and master of the celestial brush. But you can call me Ami." "I like you," Kushina said, laughing. "My name is Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, mother of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and wife of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. I was known as the hot-blooded habanero when I was younger, but more recently I was dubbed the red-haired demon." Everyone watching was thinking the same thing. It's frightening how much those two resemble each other. They are rivals for love and mortal enemies one minute, and then the best of friends the next. "The red-haired demon, Ami said, laughing once more. "Good title. Who handed it to you?" In response, Kurama said, "That would be me. After she demonstrated her worth in my opinion, I gave it to her." After giving Kurama a quick glance and blushing slightly, Ami said, "And who might you be? It's clear that you are not mortal." "I am known as the almighty Kyuubi no Kitsune," Kurama smiled. "The strongest tailed demon of them all, Kurama is my name." "Well, Kurama-kun, you don't look that vicious to me," Ami said with a giggle. "You really do look like a very attractive fox-man, if I may say so myself." Then, in Naruto's opinion, Kurama did something that would never be forgiven. The goddess' compliment made him flush. Ami looked at Naruto and replied, "So you said earlier that Kurama-kun was sealed inside of you by Minato-kun? Well, in that case, I've made up my mind. I hope that 3 extra minds inside of you wasn't too much, because you're about to have a fourth. Wait, what? You're going to live inside of me?" Naruto sputtered out, stunned by what she had said. Ami laughed and replied, "Yup, I want to get to know Kurama-kun a bit better, to see if he's a worthy man for me. And what better way to do that than to live with him? Don't worry, I'll pay rent by enhancing your senses to the level of a god, and maybe, if you're lucky, I'll teach you how to use the celestial brush. I won't let you be inside of me if it means that I will become stronger than my Hina-chan. I refuse to let her be any weaker than me," Naruto said after concentrating and shaking his head. Ami laughed and replied, "That is a level of devotion that I thought I would never see in mortals. But you are not exactly mortal, are you? You are a Hanyu, and Hinata-chan is your mate. Apparently, Kurama-kun never told you about one of the side effects of the mate mark you gave her. That being, that if any outside source gives you power, then that power will be reflected upon your mate, giving her what you received. So you don't have to worry your cute little head about that." After taking in the information, Naruto remarked, "Very well, you can stay, but only if Hina-chan gets what I get." Kurama followed by stating, "While I am not opposed to this, I have to ask you one question, Ami. You are a goddess, correct? Do you not have a council in your own dimension that you rule over?" Ami sighed and said, "Why did you have to remind me of the annoying council? They are always bickering, and I can't stand them. They may all be gods, but they can't get over their differences. But I guess that I do have to do something about them. What to do? What to do? Oh, I know. Waka." Waka materialized in a burst of light as Ami clapped her hands together. If you want to know his appearance, check out the Okami wiki, it's far too difficult to describe. The prophet said, "Ah, ma chérie, what have you called me to this dimension for? Waka, for an undetermined amount of time, you are to take my place in the council of the gods. I trust you to make good decisions, and keep the rest of the council in line. Also tell Isun that I will be away for a while. He is an honorary member of the council, and you should treat his opinions with respect, even if he is a perverted excuse for a sprite. Actually, ignore any of his decisions regarding women, or else the world will never be the same again," replied Ami. Waka replied, "Very well, Mon Ami, it will be done." Waka then looked at Naruto and Hinata and said, "I predict that you two will have a wonderful time in the upcoming exams. There will be a snake named after a demon and a large raccoon, as well as fun to be had with clouds and stones. Until next time, au revoir." After posing and exclaiming, "Let's rock, baby," he vanished in a burst of light. She then cleared her throat and said, "That man has always been a bit of a mystery to me. My dear friend Isun always called him a half-baked prophet. However, no matter how strange his predictions are, they always come true. Just be glad that he didn't dance with you this time. That was one of the most embarrassing things in my life. Anyways, Minato.kun, Kushina, Chan, and Kurama.kun, you should all go back inside Naruto before I go in. I don't want any unexpected side effects." After the three nodded and poofed away, Naruto exclaimed, "Side effects? Like what?" Ami laughed and replied, "Oh, you know, side effects like your body exploding from having the stress of a goddess inside of it, that sort of thing. Now, let's get started." Disregarding Naruto's objections, Ami radiated a burst of light before colliding with Naruto's body. Both Naruto and Hinata vanished into blissful unconsciousness as the light dimmed. Hinata was groggily waking up on top of Naruto when he woke up from his unexpected nap. As soon as he looked at her and rubbed his eyes, he sensed something was wrong. Everything seemed so much clearer when Hinata was in view. He could see every crease in her rumpled tank top and how smooth her skin was. Then her scent hit him as he breathed in through his nose. Never before had it been so obvious. It smelled of him, lavender, and cinnamon buns. Additionally, he detected a pleasant smell emanating from her abdomen that was beginning to really irritate him. The smell was making his desire to take her return very strongly, and lying in the middle of the yard was definitely not the place for that. He immediately stopped breathing through his nose. Hinata was reacting similarly. Even though she had always had perfect vision because it was a Byakugan trait, her perfect vision somehow improved when she first became a Hanyu. Now, though, it was completely different. She was able to see every blade of grass up to 20 feet away, and she started to notice things that she had not been able to before. Then she breathed in through her nose and smelled Naruto. She adored the way he smelled, and she loved the smell of sweat, ramen, and herself. It was so much more intense now, though. Additionally, she detected what she was certain were his pheromones, which caused a stream of fluid to emerge from her pussy. She was getting really horny from it, and she was about to begin tearing Naruto's clothes off when they heard a voice. "Stop right there, Hinata. You can have your fun time with Naruto Chan later. You have things to do first." "Ami, I presume. Why stop me? He promised that we would do it when we got back, so why not now? His scents are driving me crazy," Hinata growled and mentally responded. The newly recognized voice chuckled and said, "Because you need to learn how to control your new senses first, or else you two will constantly be horny around each other due to the pheromones that you both release for each other. And before you think otherwise, I'm talking to you, Hinata, that is a bad thing." Hinata then replied, "Fine, but you have to promise that when we do have sex, you will take all of Naruto's tenants and leave until we are done. He is mine and mine alone, and I won't share that moment with anyone." Hinata reluctantly agreed, and to her surprise, her head felt clearer. Ami giggled again and said, "Fine, fine, now let's get to work. Hinata, first you need to stop breathing through your nose. The pheromones that Naruto Chan is putting off are affecting your judgment." As if she could genuinely focus on something besides Naruto, Ami went on, "Now, as you two have noticed, your senses have been enhanced to the level of a god, but so have your taste, touch, and hearing. You were both too focused on smell to notice the others, but now that you have god level senses, you have complete control over them. You can dim your sight to become blind, or you can focus it to become telescopic, or anything in between for all 5 senses. It is my job to teach you how to do this because you don't want to be running around with full powered senses all the time. I would say that a little bit more than what changing into a Hanyu gave you is a good medium. So let's get started. If we can dull our senses, then doesn't that mean if we dull our sense of touch enough we won't feel pain? Naruto asked Emi in his mind just before the touch exercise, one of several exercises they started to help train their control. Naruto-chan, I'm impressed that you noticed that before we completed the exercise. Yes, it does imply that you won't experience pain, but that's a bad thing because pain has a purpose. You can dull your sense of touch enough that the pain isn't unbearable, but you should never totally dull it. Let's go on now, Emi replied. They completed their sense control training in the next 30 minutes. Emi mentioned something that truly caught her off guard during the training. You both are extremely lucky. At the same time, she received a "huh?" from Naruto and Hinata. Neither of them had ever thought of themselves as fortunate because, aside from having each other, their childhoods were terrible. Well, both of you are now unconsciously channeling celestial energy, Emi said, rolling her eyes. When I merged in, the likelihood of that occurring was a mere 1%. You two are therefore very fortunate. For us, what does that mean? Hinata inquired. I will be teaching you both how to use the celestial brush, that's what it means. Additionally, it indicates that you two are the first demigod Hanias ever to exist. I don't understand, though, why the celestial energy isn't actively opposing your demonic energy. Additionally, Hinata's Byakugan was upgraded. She explained to everyone, I can see 10 kilometers instead of 5 now, after activating her Byakugan because Hinata was unsure of what she meant by upgrade. The fact that everything is now in color and that I no longer have a blind spot is even more incredible than that. Naturally, Naruto was thrilled to be learning a new skill, and he exclaimed in his mind, Great, what time do we begin? With a groan, Emi said, Later. You two need to go see the Hokage right now and explain your mission to him. Additionally, you might as well tell him about me. After glancing down a little, Naruto said, I never told you about our mission, after noticing something fishy about Ami's statement. How were you aware of that? With a laugh, Emi said, I looked through your memories. It never occurred to me that you slept with that stuffed animal of. Hey, that information is private. Well, I now consider it public. Anyway, you're going to the Hokage now, Emi finished up. So Naruto and Hinata started walking toward the Hokage tower, Naruto complaining about stupid goddesses and their stupid lack of a sense of privacy. The Tower of Hokage. They should have returned by now, even if the mission had been upgraded to an A rank, but Hiruzen was sitting in his chair, worrying about Kakashi's team right now, but more about the team he had sent after them, since he had always considered Naruto a grandson and was beginning to consider Hinata a granddaughter. When two swirls of blue flames appeared in front of him and eventually subsided to reveal Naruto and Hinata, he was taken aback. Old man, did you miss us? Naruto inquired. Even though he was secretly very happy to see the two Hanyu, he put on his serious Hokage mask and asked, Where have you two been? You ought to have been finished a long time ago. With a smile, Naruto said, Oh, relax, old man. We are aware of your absence. We simply took a slight detour. This is what transpired. After an hour, and that's what happened, old man. Let me get this straight, Hiruzen said, referring to his previous severe headache that was now splitting. You first protect Kakashi from one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Yup. Then you introduce yourselves and cut a deal with him. Yup. Then you beat him in a one-on-one fight without getting injured. Yup. Then after he heals, he goes with you to the land of waves. Yup. Then you help the bridge builder finish his bridge in a quarter of the time that it was originally going to take. Yup. And then you form a strike force to kill Gato, a billionaire with a fair amount of political protection. Yup. And on your way there, you meet Han of the Steam Armor. Yup. And you not only survive the encounter, but make him decide that he will become a Hanyu if you can beat him later on. Yup. Then you infiltrate Gato's base, only to find 4 henchmen left alive, due to the aforementioned Han. Yup. Then you each battle one of the henchmen apiece, each of them being very well known and very powerful missing nin. Yup. And each of you beats your opponent. Yup. And then you face off and kill Gato. Yup. Then you take everything from his vault. Yup. Although here is a scroll we found in the vault containing info on all of his underhanded deals. And finally you give all of the money in the vault to the bridge builder so that he can rebuild his nation and spend 3 days partying, before you use the Hiration to return home. Yup. You two are going to be the early death of me, you know that? Hiruzen moaned and slammed his head against his desk. I'm glad you missed us, old man. Is there anything else that you two have to tell me that could contribute to my earlier demise? Hiruzen asked, lifting his head from his desk. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto exclaimed, Oh yeah, the 4th tenant I have now is a sun goddess. What? Hiruzen yelled. When the intense burst of light subsided, a slightly altered Ami was revealed, and she immediately remarked, "He's talking about me." When Hinata saw the clear difference between Ami and herself, she said, "Ami-chan, why do you have a foxtail with your wolf tail?" Ami winked at Hinata and said, "Let's just say that I persuaded Kurama-kun to make me his mate." As it turned out, Ami now had an orange foxtail with white tips that flailed alongside her wolf tail. I'll show you the mark right here. In order to avoid Hinata's wrath, Naruto saw what she was going to do and quickly covered his eyes with his hand. He arrived just in time to see Ami grab her kimono and open it, revealing her E.cup-sized breasts, showcasing her tattoo and the fact that she apparently didn't wear bras. In a sweet voice, Hinata glared at Ami and said, "Ami-chan, are you certain you're not attempting to woo my partner? Both of you are fortunate that he was sensible enough to shield his eyes. My breasts are the only ones he will see?" "No, Naruto is yours and yours alone," Ami said, laughing as she covered herself once more. "However, that doesn't mean I can't make fun of him. In addition, I wanted to see how far the old man would go because I knew he was a pervert." The word, fly, didn't adequately characterize Hiruzen's actions. Rocket was superior. His nose shot blood like a geyser when he saw the goddess' bare chest, and he shot straight through the Hokage tower's roof. He continued to fly for 50 feet before the geyser stopped and he crashed to the ground. He was unconsciously giggling like a schoolgirl with blood streaming from his nose, as the people who found him witnessed. "I saw a goddess chest. Try and beat that Jiraiya," was Hiruzen's thought even as he was unconscious. In the land of tea, somewhere, a shock went through an elderly pervert with white hair. He stated, "I sense a disturbance in the perv. My title of the ultimate pervert may have just been upthrown by someone from Konoha. I must return there immediately." Returning with Ami, Hinata, and Naruto, Naruto said, "Can I uncover my eyes now?" "Reward," was said in a very seductive tone by Hinata, who kissed him and said, "Sure thing Ruto-kun. Ami is decent again. I'm impressed with your reflex and I will be sure to reward you later." "Well, now what do we do? We can't get any more missions today since the Hokage is out of commission," Naruto said, opening his eyes. "Why don't we head home and get dinner? It's around 8 o'clock right now, and we haven't eaten a nice home-cooked meal in a while. We can decide what to do after dinner later," Hinata said after pausing for a moment to reflect. Naruto answered, "All right, would you rather walk home or take the easy route?" Hinata responded, "Let's just walk, it'll be nice." In a burst of light, Ami said, "Well, I sense that Kurama-kun is about to wake up. Apparently I didn't wear him down enough. That or he has more stamina than I give him credit for. Anyways, I'll see you two later." After exchanging glances, Naruto and Hinata decided not to inquire about Ami and Kurama's private lives. Then they walked back home, leaving through the window. Something lunged out of an alleyway halfway through the walk and collided with Hinata. Her tails kept her upright by bracing against the ground, preventing her from being knocked over. Naruto was immediately on guard, but he calmed down when he realized it was a 10-year-old girl in distress who had collided with her. She had waterfalls, not the anime kind, coming out of her eyes, which led him to believe that she was upset. The young lady spoke up, saying, "Chan, why did you have to leave us? I miss you so much. Your name has become taboo to even say back in the compound. I haven't seen you since you graduated." Hinata comforted the child by saying, "Calm down Imoudo. I left because I had to if I wanted to stay with my love. But you are the heiress now and we both haven't been sealed, so I accomplished what I wanted to. I miss you too, and I think about you every day." After calming down a little, Anko passed by. She said, "Who's the blubbering brat?" as soon as she saw what was happening. "Who are you calling a brat?" the girl said angrily, undergoing a complete emotional and physical 180. "This is my Imoudo, Hanabi. Hanabi, be nice to Anko," Hinata said, grabbing her shoulder. "Hanabi, Anko smiled and said, "Well, I think that I will call you Crackers." "You'll call me what?" the furious girl cried. "Hey boss, how did your big A-rank mission go?" a voice called out abruptly. Konohamaru, who was running toward Naruto with his friends Moegi and Udon, was the source of the voice. They dogpiled on Naruto as soon as they were up to him and started asking him a ton of questions. Ever since he demonstrated to Konohamaru that there were no shortcuts to becoming Hokage by showcasing some of his more powerful abilities that, in Konohamaru's opinion, would instantly turn Naruto into a Jonin, Konohamaru had viewed Naruto as both his rival and his role model. Naruto continued by claiming that he is a genin because he refuses to take a shortcut and will instead follow the path that everyone else must take. Naturally, Konohamaru shared this information with his closest friends, who now viewed him as an inspiration. Hinata saw that her sister was gone as the children held down arriving Hanyu and barraged him with inquiries. "Did you see my Imouto leave?" she asked Anko. Anko grinned devilishly and said, "Crackers disappeared as soon as the brat who called out to Naruto came along. Look over by the alley over behind us, but do it discreetly." When Hinata activated her upgraded Byakugan, she noticed Hanabi making a fantastic tomato impression while peeking her head around the alley's corner and staring directly at Konohamaru. "I think that my mask rubbed off on my sister a bit too much. She's acting like what I did with you when I was under my mask with Konohamaru. We should play matchmaker with them," Hinata said, laughing, through her mind link to Naruto. "We can do that after I get these kids off me. Do you mind helping?" was Naruto's mind link response. "What, can the man who stood up to Han of the steam armor not hold back a few little kids?" Maybe? If you kids get off my Ruto.kun right now, I promise that he'll teach you all a powerful jutsu when he next has a chance," Hinata said with a sigh before laughing. They responded right away. In an instant, the children had left Naruto and were rapidly focusing on Hinata. With a groan, Naruto stood up and gave Hinata a "Did you have to use that excuse? Look." Konohamaru replied, "So what kind of jutsu will you teach us? How about that one that makes that swirly ball in your hand that you showed us before?" Naruto was rubbing his head and saying, "I don't think that I should be teaching Academy kids the Rasengan. It's a bit too advanced for you guys, even though you three are the strongest in your grade right now because of me." "What do you mean that they are the strongest in our class? I'm at the top of the class and Konohamaru Kun's the dead last," Hanabi exclaimed as she bounded out of her hiding place, avoiding Konohamaru's gaze. Naruto raised his eyebrows and replied, "I guess you guys took what I said about deception seriously, especially you, Konohamaru. You're the Hyuga heiress now because of Hina-chan, so I assume that you've been given all of the attention you could ever want in your Jiyuken style. Figures that you would be at the top of the class, as your bastard of a father would accept nothing less. However, all three of these kids would destroy you in a one-on-one if they tried. Juken won't cut it if that's all you rely on. I have taught these three to be extremely creative, and I have told them to come up with counters to every person in their class. Konohamaru targeted you first when he started coming up with counters, and he's had it down for a while. He proved it when I had him spar against your sister. He got destroyed when she switched from Juken to Yuho though. Hell, I can't even fully counter her Yuho." "What do you mean that they came up with counters? Jiyuken is perfect, and what's this Yuho you're talking about?" replied Hanabi. Hinata spoke up and stated, "Imouto, if you're going to be strong, you have to get out of your head that Jiyuken is perfect. Same with the Byakugan. All three of these kids know of the Byakugan's blind spot, and would effectively use that to their advantage. You need to break away from the stagnant teachings of the Hyuga. While they are good up to a point, they don't allow any further improvement after a certain point. Yuho is my own personal style that I came up with, and it is much stronger than Jiyuken. Have you been taught the full Hokage Rokujan show yet?" Hanabi nodded as, "I want you to try to hit me with it right now. I'll prove that my Yuho is better than Jiyuken, just from one of its elements." Before launching himself at Hinata, Hanabi assumed the stance. When the blows came, Hinata danced around them after dropping into her Yuho stance. Hinata moved back, bending her body subtly to avoid all 64 strikes. Hinata had placed her palm on top of Hanabi's head when she ducked the final blow. Incredulous, Hanabi simply questioned, "How?" Hinata chuckled as she said, "The key element to my Yuho is my natural flexibility. By bending my body slightly, I can dodge with minimal effort and put myself into a position to counterattack, as I did with your last strike. Jiyuken has always been a very rigid style, and that is the key reason why it doesn't suit me. It allows no flexibility to be incorporated into it, so I modified it to my own tastes, creating Yuho. I could teach you the basics of Yuho, but first you would have to work on your flexibility." Hinata fell into the splits and kept saying, "Can you do this?" Hinata got to her feet as Hanabi simply shook her head. "No." Hinata continued, "Whenever you are training alone, I want you to practice your flexibility for 15 minutes at a time. When we meet again, I'll test you on your flexibility. When I deem it good enough, I'll start training you in Yuho. But you have to keep it a secret from the other Hyugas." Hinata leaned in close to Hanabi and whispered, "And when we meet again, we can have a little girl talk about the boys we like." Hanabi nodded, and Hinata said, "Good. Now you should probably run along and head home. Hiyashi never liked it when I was out late, and I assume it's the same with you." Hanabi transformed into a tomato once more before exploding like a firecracker and fleeing to the Hyuga compound. As Hinata turned to face the other people, she noticed Konohamaru watching Hanabi flee with a "What's up with her?" expression on his face. "So boss, Back to the matter at hand. What are you going to teach us? Konohamaru asked Naruto as he stopped watching Hanabi. Well, I still think that the Rasengan is too strong for you kids, so. Naruto moaned inwardly, thinking, I was hoping that they forgot about that. I'll get Hinata back for this. Hinata interrupted, grinning evilly, but Ruto-kun, we both mastered it when we were 6. The children began chanting, Rasengan, 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 right away, along with the unexpected Anko. Inwardly groaned as he thought, Hinata, you deserve what I'm going to do to you. I know just the thing, he. Finally he said, alright, I'll teach you all the Rasengan. Now please stop chanting. I'll meet you guys 2 days from now at training ground 15. But be prepared, it's an A-rank jutsu that's very hard to master. Now scram, Hina. Chan and I still have to eat dinner, and it's getting really late. With the exception of the snake mistress, who was smiling at Naruto and Hinata, the children fled, leaving them alone. Naruto gasped before Anko responded, well sensei, it seems that you have a new pupil. I want in. If you don't, I'll tell the old man that you're teaching academy students the Rasengan. Also, I want to help Crackers get whipped into shape, so I want Hinata's permission to train her in your guys' stead. I've been getting bored recently, and helping Crackers break away from the stuck-up Hyuganess is the perfect thing to ease my boredom. I'll even help with her flexibility so that you can teach her that Yuho style quicker. What do you say? Hinata laughed as she said, I think that you'll be perfect for my Imoudo, so you have my permission. Just don't injure her too badly, and try to avoid the Hyugas. I'm sure that my Ruto-kun will teach you the Rasengan as well, right Ruto-kun? Once more, Naruto swallowed and stammered, S's, shorty, thing. Hinata has my little brother completely wrapped around her finger, both by love and fear. She is my type of person. Anko grinned broadly and exclaimed, great, I'll see you in 2 days, before vanishing into the night. Naruto and Hinata walked back to their house, finally alone. They arrived without any problems and started preparing dinner right away. They ate a lot because they were both very hungry by that time. Unaware that tomorrow would mark a significant turning point in their relationship, they immediately went to bed after doing the dishes together. Hinata was having trouble. The worst part was probably when she woke up from a very graphic dream. In other words, she was on the verge of having an orgasm when she woke up. She was now extremely horny and drenched. She chose not to attack Naruto at this moment after turning to face him as he slept soundly. She still required a release, though, so she rose and began to walk to the shower. The sides of her vagina rubbed together in a very pleasant way as she walked. After turning on the shower and allowing it to warm up, she undressed and entered the shower to begin her work. With a groan of pleasure, Hinata took hold of her left breast with her right arm and began gently kneading it. Another moan followed as she began to spin her nipple with her fingertips. She began slowly inserting and expelling a finger after slithering her left arm down to her pussy. She put another finger to her pussy and began pushing in and out more quickly while moaning. She knew she was getting close because she could feel the pressure beginning to build between her hips and her breathing was becoming erratic and fast. She used her thumb to tweak her clit just before she felt like she was about to blow up, causing a huge orgasm that sent her fluids streaming down her legs and being washed away by the shower's water. She shut off the water and dried herself off, sighing contentedly as she reveled in her afterglow. She left the bathroom nude after realizing that she had neglected to gather clothes before taking a shower. When she smelled Naruto's scent and saw him sleeping, her old issue returned with a vengeance. She was getting really horny again, and fluid was dripping down between her legs. Her mind suddenly exploded. She then leapt over him. A lavender-haired body landed on top of Naruto and gave him a full body kiss, rudely waking him up. Just enough of her body was visible for him to realize that she was completely nude. Then, he sniffed her arousal and took a breath. Yesterday, he thought the smell was strong, but today's smell was far stronger than yesterday's. With a shout of, "What are you doing?" Naruto shoved Hinata away from him. He caught a glimpse of her eyes at that moment. In contrast to their typical appearance, she had a very savage appearance. With an extremely seductive and savage voice, Hinata snarled, "I'm taking you, whether you like it or not." Naruto was able to escape before she jumped him once more. "What if Yugito hears?" he asked. The part of Hinata's mind that wasn't focused on fucking Naruto came up with a plan, but she still gave a feral growl of frustration. After approaching her dresser, Hinata took a prepared scroll from it. After that, she returned to Naruto, took his hand, and twisted them into their safe haven with Sorim. In a burst of lavender, they emerged into the cavern, and Hinata unrolled the scroll, poured her chakra into it, and tossed it to the floor. A king-sized bed was visible after the smoke cloud dissipated upon landing. After leading Naruto to the bed by holding his hand, Hinata leapt on it and spread her legs. She pushed it into her shiny pussy, wrapped a tail around Naruto's head, and yelled, "Lick." But, lick. Naruto took an experimental lap at the fluids covering Hinata's insides, seeing no choice but to comply with her orders. He thought it tasted sweet and delicious. Additionally, he discovered that she whimpered a little and shivered with pleasure when he licked her. He then began to mop up all of the fluids that were dripping off her legs. He took another experimental lap at the source of the juices after he was done. This caused Hinata to groan aloud. Naruto started pushing his tongue in and out of Hinata's pussy because he liked the sound his mate made, which led to louder moans. Naruto increased his speed gradually until he heard Hinata mutter, "Naruto-kun, lick my clit." He looked up at Hinata and noticed that, although still having a feral appearance, her eyes seemed less so. He reasoned that the only way to return her to normal would be to give her pleasure. So he took his tongue out of her pussy and slowly made a long lap around it, beginning at the bottom and ending at her clit. Hinata experienced a massive orgasm when his tongue touched her clit, combining all of Naruto's earlier efforts into a single, powerful finish. While Naruto joyfully sucked up the fluids that emerged, Hinata let out a sigh of pleasure as the orgasm spread throughout her entire body. Hinata was able to use her frontal brain to think clearly after her orgasm, which cleared her mind of enough wild ideas. She told Naruto the following. "Ruto-kun, you're going to have to take off your boxers so that I can give you pleasure in the same way that you did to me." "Wah," was all Naruto said because he was still trying to get all of Hinata's juice. With a laugh, Hinata got to her feet and said, "Since you weren't paying attention, we'll have to do this the hard way." She then ripped his boxers in half after slithering 2 tails to either side of them. "Hey, I liked," Naruto exclaimed as he got to his feet before his mind had a chance to process the sensation of what Hinata was doing. Hinata was sucking his dick like a lollipop while her mouth was wrapped around it. She bobbed up and down on his dick, running her tongue over its head. She was unable to put his entire dick in her mouth, though. At about 10 inches overall, it was too large. As a compromise, she sucked on the top of his dick while moving her tiny hand up and down the base. As his lover ate his dick, Naruto was lost in a wasteland of pleasure. Before long, he could feel the pressure in his dick starting to increase. Only a Hina-chan, I'm about to come, could escape his lips before he exploded inside Hinata's mouth. The majority of his heavy load was swallowed by Hinata, but some was able to escape her mouth and trickle down her chin. After taking his dick out of her mouth, she grinned and remarked, "I think I have a new favorite dessert. Now let's do this the right way." Naruto was already tough once more. He was not sure whether it was because he was an Uzumaki, a Hanyu, a demigod, or even a mix of the three, but he didn't care. He crawled on top of Hinata and placed himself next to her gushing hole because she had laid down on the bed and was waiting. He began to enter slowly, but Hinata was impatient and pushed her hips up, breaking her hymen while impaling herself completely on his dick. Although it hurt a lot, Hinata was tough as hell. But Naruto asked, "Are you okay, Hina-chan?" after briefly observing the agony flash across her face. "Of course I'm okay. I'm much better than okay, now that your dick is finally inside of me. Now thrust," Hinata said, casting a savage gaze on Naruto. Hinata moaned in gratitude as Naruto started to slowly thrust in and out of her. It was really satisfying. Hinata's sense of touch had been freed from all constraints, and words could not adequately express how she felt at that moment. But between groans, she uttered, "Ruto-kun, be a good, oh, boy, and, oh, go, faster," because she desired more. Naruto, who was always happy to oblige, accelerated the pace. Hinata screamed with pleasure as 2 of his tails slithered up and began to caress her breasts. Hinata could sense the biggest orgasm of her life approaching as her breasts were caressed and her heart continued to pound. It didn't take long for her to yell, "Ruto-kun, I'm going to come," just before she experienced an orgasm. It tightened her inner walls around Naruto's dick and sent shockwaves of pleasure rushing through her body. Naruto lost it when he felt Hinata's pussy tighten around him. He mixed their fluids by shooting his seed deep inside her womb. It was the first time they had ever felt a sense of unity with one another. Additionally, they experienced a sensation that neither of them had experienced prior to becoming Hanyu. After all the physical strain, they were worn out. Thus, they both sat down on the bed beside one another and gazed into each other's eyes. Naruto said, "I haven't felt like this tired since I was 4. "How is that possible?" as Hinata's lovely lavender pool stopped appearing untamed. With a seductive smile, Hinata remarked, "Well, Naru-kun, That means that we will just have to train up our stamina so that we won't feel tired anymore. Naruto kissed her on the lips, knowing what kind of training she was talking about, and said, I hope you know how sexy you are, and I think I will take you up on that training offer. Also, I'm glad to see that you are back to your normal self. Hinata giggled as she said, I guess the countermeasures to my heat finally stopped working. It was certainly an interesting feeling being in heat. It's like I could control my body, but my thoughts were solely focused on sex with you, and I was forced to act on them. But I'm back to my normal self now. Now do you think you could carry me into a hot spring? I'm starting to feel a little sore. Of course, Haim, but I'm going in with you, Naruto exclaimed as he scooped Hinata up bridal style. After carrying Hinata to the spring, Naruto threw her in without any ceremony and then leapt after her. What was that for? Hinata asked after splattering water in Naruto's face as they both surfaced. Consider it part of the payback I have in store for you for forcing me to teach Konohamaru and his friends the Rasengan, Naruto said, splashing her back. This led to a full-on splash war, which ended with a laughing Hinata using some water jutsu to win a swarm of tiny water dragons as no laughing matter. Naruto shrewdly accepted Hinata's offer of a brief truce following her victory so that they could truly unwind in the spring. As they sat side by side, Hinata rested her head in Naruto's neck crook and they conversed about trivial matters. They eventually dried off after Naruto decided they should leave in order to avoid becoming prunes. In order to have a comfortable place to have sex without ever worrying about interruptions, they made the decision to simply leave the bed there. Since Hinata never wore clothing and had torn Naruto's boxers in two, she twisted them back to their bedroom with Sorim to avoid the possibility that Yugito would see them both nude. Together, they showered briefly and changed into their clothes. Yugito was finishing her lunch when they went to the kitchen. Yugito interrupted Hinata as she was preparing something for Naruto and herself by asking, So, how was it? How was what, Chan? Hinata asked, trying to contain her blush as she almost dropped the ingredients she was holding. Yugito sighed and said, How was having sex? Don't even try to deny it. I ran into San's tenants, all four of them, at breakfast this morning. The goddess, Ami, said that you had gone into heat, and that the sexual tension between you two had been rising between you two in the last few days. Therefore, there is no way that you two didn't do it. Hinata chose the opposite rather than attempting to deny it. She replied, It felt so amazingly good, Chan. You really need to find yourself a mate so that you can try. It was Yugito's turn now, and she almost dropped the bowl she was holding. Though she didn't anticipate Hinata being so direct about it, she had expected her to acknowledge it. Well, I guess that's good, she stammered. Hinata smiled at her and said, I'm serious about finding a mate, Chan. You really don't know what you're missing out on. The feeling of Naru-kun's dick inside of me is something that I will now always crave. Well, I'll see you guys around, was Yugito's final statement before she hurried out of the kitchen after finishing loading her dishes. Given Hinata's attitude, the conversation they were having was quickly becoming awkward for her, and she was relieved to be able to leave it. After listening to Hinata's final statement, Naruto, meanwhile, became very angry. Did you really have to say that? He asked her. Hinata chuckled as she placed his food in front of him. She said, Think of it this way. Now Yugito Chan won't be asking about our sex lives anymore. Also, I meant what I said. I do crave that feeling of you having your big dick inside of my wet pussy. Would you like to go another round after lunch? We don't have anything else on the agenda for today, and Team 7 won't be back until at least tomorrow. Naruto laughed and replied, I guess you're right. I guess we could go another round after lunch. After all, we need to train up our stamina. He was rewarded with a passionate kiss from Hinata, who then pushed him away, saying, Naru-kun. You said after lunch, not during it. Naruto sulked, but he ate his food quickly because he believed that the sooner they ate, the sooner they would get to it. But Hinata made the decision to torment Naruto by eating slowly and trying to look as sexy as she could. Naruto had to use all of his strength to resist the urge to jump on Hinata and begin removing her clothes, but he managed to hold out until the very end. Naruto seized Hinata's hand as she stood up to begin cleaning her dishes, saying, Sex first, dishes later, before Hiri shining the two of them back into their sanctuary. After 5 long, groaning hours. At the moment, Naruto and Hinata were both back in the hot spring they had named their sex recuperation spring, and were unwinding. Their training had given them both a good deal of sexual stamina, but now that stamina was depleted. Thus, they were lounging in the spring and allowing the warmth to rejuvenate their weary bodies. As they resumed their conversation about unrelated topics, Naruto remarked, I think we should let Haku-chan stay as a guest in our home. Hinata asked, Why? as she glanced at Naruto. Well, I think that Yugito deserves a roommate mostly, and Haku would fit the bill quite nicely. While I'm sure that she could live with Zabuza in an apartment that the old man would give them, I also think that Haku-chan could use some more friends, and Yugito would be perfect. By living together, Yugito could teach her about how things work in Konoha, while being a good friend that she could be with. While we are letting Yugito stay with us, we don't really see her too much, and I feel like she might feel a little lonely because she is by herself. Those are good reasons, but wouldn't Zabuza-san want to live with Haku-chan? Hinata asked, nodding. Probably, but the old man will probably put him on some sort of probation, since he is a missing nin. However, Haku has no ties to any village, so she will either become a genin or chunin right off the bat. She would have a lot more freedom than him, and living with him might tie her down a little. However, the decision is up to Haku-chan, and if she wants to stay with Zabuza-san, then she can if she wants. Okay then Ruto-kun. We will ask her when she gets here. Now I'm feeling better, so want to do some more training? I will never say no to our special training, Naruto said with a sly smile at Hinata. They had sex for the remainder of the day before realizing how late it was. After dressing and making their way back to the kitchen, they prepared a quick meal, ate it, and then went to bed. The following morning, Hinata gave Naruto a tender kiss on the lips to wake him up, and they both got out of bed together. They took a shower together rather than separately, as they had been doing for the whole time they had been living in their house. Other than two immaculately clean bodies, nothing came of it because both were fairly sore from the events of the day before. A bright flash of light appeared as the two were getting dressed, revealing Ami, who was grinning. So what are you going to name the kids? She asked, but Naruto and Hinata ignored her as they completed getting dressed. What kids? Naruto asked. Ami smiled broadly and uttered, oh, you know, your kids. At last, Naruto understood her meaning and connected the dots. He gasped. B. But H. Hina. Chan's not page P. Pregnant. S. She used a page protection jutsu. R. Right Hina. Chan. With a dazzling red face, Hinata remarked, Anyo, I was in heat. Protection was the last thing in my mind at that point. Naruto was becoming somewhat alarmed. He didn't want to start a family with Hinata just yet, even though he truly wanted to. Breathing deeply, he replied, wait, there is no way that we can know if Hina-chan is pregnant yet. There is a chance that she didn't get pregnant. Unless you know something that we don't, Ami. The face of Naruto went pale when he heard Ami laugh and say, you're right. I do know two things that you don't know. The first is that when a Hanyu goes into heat, she becomes infinitely more fertile, and pregnancy is pretty much guaranteed. The second thing that I know is that I was joking with you too. I know for a fact that Hinata is not pregnant. Naruto was ecstatic to hear this, but then his rational side pointed out something that didn't make much sense. Ami responded, how could you possibly know that? I never heard or saw from any of my tenants yesterday. Ami continued to laugh and said, I just kept my promise to Hinata to stay away from you two while you had your fun. I just happened to leave her with what do you guys call it? A jutsu that made it impossible for her to get pregnant, since I knew that she was in heat, and I figured that you two wanted to wait a while before she had your kids. But you never left Ruto-kun's body yesterday, if I remember correctly. And how did you perform a jutsu? You don't have chakra, Hinata finally interrupted. You do remember correctly. I left with the others as soon as I felt you go into heat. That was around 2 in the morning, while you two were fast asleep. And I can perform jutsu by substituting celestial energy for the chakra that you use, replied Ami. Before she said aloud, I appreciate what you did, Ami-chan. Naru-kun and I want to have a family, but we are not ready for it just yet. There are still too many things to do before we can settle down. However, we will get you back for messing with our heads. So keep your eyes open, Hinata muttered to herself, flushed bright red. I would like to see you two try, Ami exclaimed, laughing, and then vanished in a burst of light. After giving Naruto a passionate kiss, Hinata said, I wouldn't have minded too much if we started our family earlier, but there are still so many things we have to do, and our kids would be easy targets for our enemies. Naruto embraced Hinata and said, I wouldn't have either. Starting a family with you is one of my biggest dreams, but it's dangerous for us to now. It's better if we wait. Anyways, let's head down and get breakfast. So what do you want to do today, Ruto-kun? Hinata asked the couple as she prepared breakfast for them in the kitchen. We should probably train a little with Ami. I'm curious about this celestial brush that she mentioned and what it can do. Also, I expect that Kakashi-san will be returning around noon, so we should meet up with Haku-chan and ask if she wants to stay with us. We should also find Anko-ne-chan and ask about the Chunin exams. They're in a week, and she is the one who has to enter us, replied Naruto. Hinata set Naruto's breakfast in front of him and, well, it's 11 o'clock right now, so we can eat breakfast and take a nice walk before we meet up with Haku-chan. It would probably be best to be there when they report to the Hokage. We can find Anko sometime in the afternoon along with train with Ami. Naruto replied, a walk would be nice, we'll go with what you said. They cleaned their dishes and finished their breakfast before leaving the compound and walking slowly with their hands and tails entwined, heading in no particular direction. They were walking when they heard a familiar voice yell, "Let me go, you big bully," from around a corner. As Naruto and Hinata hurried around the corner, they noticed a 14-year-old boy wearing a black bodysuit and what appeared to be makeup holding Konohamaru in the air by his scarf. Udon and Moegi appeared to be devising a plan to retrieve their leader as they stood guard a short distance away from the boy. There was a girl behind the boy with a huge fan strapped to her back and 4 blonde pigtails. She said, "Kankuro, let the brat go. If you hurt him, you'll make our village look bad." The recently christened Kankuro sneered, "So what? He ran into me. I hate little brats like this. I say we teach him a lesson in pain." As Naruto and Hinata arrived, Naruto remarked, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that. This brat, as you call him, is the Hokage's grandson and my student, and I don't like it when people hurt people who are close to me. What's with those tails? Are you two some kind of freaks? You two don't seem that strong to me," Kankuro said, glancing at Naruto. Naruto was about to respond when a voice from the nearby tree said, "Kankuro, stop before I kill you. You're an embarrassment to our village." The voice sounded dry and bored. Excitedly, Kankuro said, "H.Heiji Gara. ID. Didn't S.Cut. There." He dropped Konohamaru. From the tree, a whirlpool of sand formed itself into Gara and settled in front of Naruto and Hinata. Naruto smiled and replied, "I was wondering how long you were going to stay in that tree. Anyways, let's have a little chat." Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, Naruto gave a clap, and everyone passed out. Communal mindscape. When Kankuro and the girl opened their eyes, they discovered that they were in a pitch-black room. They were instantly frightened as they looked around. The two individuals who were just outside were standing far away from them, and a huge 9-tailed fox was standing behind them, watching their faces with laughter in its eyes. They also noticed the 3 children, who were all staring at the fox with awe. They turned to see Gara staring at what looked like a gigantic cage after hearing the sudden sound of metal being struck behind them. An enormous tanuki, which looked to be composed of hardened sand, was inside the cage and was attempting to shatter it. Gara asked, "What's going on?" as she turned back to face Naruto and Hinata. Naruto laughed as he said, "You have been subconsciously controlled by your biju to act insane. However, since we are in a mindscape, your actual consciousness can't be controlled by said biju, especially since I locked him up as a precaution. So we can speak freely here without your thoughts being muddled." The fox followed by stating, "Although Shukaku really shouldn't be acting like this. While he was never the brightest bulb, he was never downright insane. There is something affecting his mind, just like he was affecting yours, making both of you insane." Gaara's brain was still trying to adjust to his behavior in the real world, so he was still in shock. Gaara turned back to Naruto and said, "My name is Sabaku no Gaara. These are my siblings, Kankuro and Temari. I'm sorry for how they acted. May I ask who you two are?" He took a moment to reflect on what had happened in his life, but as soon as he had a complete memory of it, he turned to Kankuro and the girl and said, "Kankuro, Temari, I'm sorry with how I've acted. I haven't been myself." Kankuro and Temari simply stood there, looking shocked. Naruto laughed as he said, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and this lovely lady is my wife and mate, Hinata Uzumaki. I am the former jailer of the fuzzball behind me." The fuzzball remark made Kurama growl, but he ignored it. On the other hand, this information shocked Gaara once more. He replied, "Former jailer? What do you mean?" Hinata laughed as she said, "My Naru-kun merged with Kurama Sensei, becoming a Hanyu. He then made me his mate, transforming me." Naruto continued by picking up after Hinata, "And you're the host of the Ichibi, Shukaku. Hina-chan and I have been trying to convince as many Jinchuriki as we can to merge with their biju, so you're next on that list. However, we have to do something about the fact that Shukaku is madder than that Shiagorath guy." "Madder than me? Blasphemy. There is no one madder than the mad god himself." A voice echoed as a blinding purple flash appeared. Shiagorath appeared in all his crazed splendor as the flash faded. He turned to Naruto and Hinata and said, I'm delighted to see that you two are doing well. So well in fact that you managed to convince a goddess to stay with you. Although, I'm slightly ashamed to say that it was my fault that said goddess no longer attends our trans-dimensional god parties. Malakath really was not good at that party, and I was the one who told him to come. But I do have to say that she gave him the beating that he deserved, so all's well that ends well. Excuse me, Shiagorath. Sama, but what are you doing here? Hinata interrupted. I am here because someone implied that something was more insane than myself, so in order to maintain my title as the ultimate insane being, I will make my rival the opposite. Shiagorath grinned at Hinata. The cage surrounding Shukaku disappeared when Shiagorath snapped his fingers. What the hell is going on? The last thing I remember was drinking the juice of that cactus fruit, and now I'm here. Shukaku exclaimed after taking a moment to survey his surroundings. Shiagorath let out an audible chuckle before, oh, isn't that ironic? I just cured something of an affliction that I indirectly caused. He drank the juice of the madness cactus that I created, causing him to go insane. Anyways, my title has been defended, so I've got to run. There are people to drop from 1,000 feet in the air. In a burst of purple light, Shiagorath was gone. After that, Kurama and Shukaku strolled to a different area of the mindscape and started telling him about the things he had missed. I take it that you guys are here for the Chunin exams, right? Naruto asked, turning to face Gaara. Then I'm going to ask you, he added after the Sand siblings nodded. Gaara interrupted Naruto and said, wait a moment. There is something that I feel that you should know about the exams. My village has signed a pact with the new village of Otogakure, and we're planning on attacking during the exam finals. I'm no longer insane because of you, and I feel like this should help repay my department. He paused for a moment before saying, thank you very much for that information. You have just saved a lot of lives by telling me that. However, that changes my plans a bit, so I'm now going to ask you to wait till the end of the attack before becoming a Hanyu, and I would also like you to still act insane, so that your village doesn't suspect anything. With a slight smile, Gaara said, very well. I for one do not agree with this attack. My father, the Kage, has been acting strange ever since he first met Otogakure's leader. I do not think that he is in his right mind. This statement shocked Kankuro and Temari once more. The mindscape vanished as Naruto clapped his hands once more after Kurama and Shukaku returned. Well, that's that then. We'll see you guys around. The real world. Gaara turned away from everyone else and said, Kankuro, Temari, come. We shouldn't bother these people anymore. Everyone blinked as they regained consciousness. Then, still a little shocked by what had happened, Kankuro and Temari turned and walked away with Gaara. Around Naruto and Hinata, Konohamaru and his companions were bouncing up and down while asking them questions. So Naruto said, enough. I'll answer your questions tomorrow when I teach you guys the Rasengan. Hina-chan and I will be late for something if we stay here any longer, so run along. Naruto wasn't in the mood for this. Despite his somewhat dejected appearance, Konohamaru cheered up and exclaimed, fine boss, I'll see you tomorrow, before he and his friends fled. It was 12:05 when Naruto checked the watch he had begun wearing, so he told Hinata, we should just head straight to the Hokage's tower. Kakashi should be there by now, so hopefully we can catch them in their meeting. Actually, why don't you check the Hokage tower with your Byakugan, and if they are there, take us there with Sorim. With a nod, Hinata turned on her Byakugan. She grabbed Naruto's hand and twisted after noticing that everyone was in the Hokage's room when she turned to face the Hokage tower. The Tower of Hokage. Hiruzen had a mild headache after concluding the mission debriefing with Kakashi. Now he had to choose a place for Haku to stay. Since Zabuza was on probation, the Anbu could monitor him and there was a room available at Anbu headquarters, so he was not a problem. Haku was unable to stay there, though, because it was a bedroom for one person. Since it was unlikely that anyone would allow Haku to stay at their house, Hiruzen sighed and realized he would likely need to approach the council to find her a place to call home. As he was thinking these thoughts, Naruto and Hinata appeared in the center of the room, followed by a sudden lavender flash. He was shocked, but he was very good at hiding it. He asked quietly, what are you two doing here? We are finishing a mission debriefing, and I have to find a house for Haku to stay at while I try to get a permanent place for her to stay. Finally, how the hell did you just appear out of thin air? Naruto laughed and replied, well, you're in luck. Haku-chan can stay in our estate for as long as she wants. We are here to tell you that. And Hinata warped us here using a jutsu she made. Hiruzen let out a sigh. Naruto would undoubtedly act in this manner. He then stated, very well, if Haku wishes, she may stay at your estate. Is that what you desire, Haku? Looking ecstatic at the new development, Haku remarked, that would be quite acceptable. Hiruzen expressed his satisfaction with the development, saying, "Very well then, you are all dismissed except for Kakashi. I would like to have a word with him. We will decide Haku's ranking in the ninja ranks later." This change meant that he would have to do less paperwork. Kakashi was left behind as Zabuza, Haku, and teams 7 and 15 left the room. When the door was closed, Hiruzen said to Kakashi, "I would like to have a word with you about your team. From the mission report, it can be inferred that Kiba was the only one to follow orders. That leads me to one of two things. One is that you are not leading your team correctly. And two is that both Sasuke and Sakura are ignoring your position as team leader. Which one is it?" Kakashi took a breath and said, "Unfortunately, it is the latter. Kiba is a good kid with a lot of potential, but Sasuke has serious mental problems, and Sakura has an extreme case of fangirlism. Although there is actually hope for her if we could find a way to break her out of it. Sasuke, on the other hand, is beyond hope in my opinion. I am going to let my team take the Chunin exams. I do not expect any to pass though, and this will hopefully help open their eyes a little to the real world." Hiruzen let out a sigh and said, "I was worried that that might be your answer. I will allow your team to take the exams, but I want you to keep an eye on Sasuke. If he is as unstable as I think he is, he could become a danger to his team and all of Konoha. You are dismissed." I get the feeling that the Chunin exams this time around will be unlike any we have seen before. The Hokage was left to consider the impending tests after Kakashi disappeared in a whirl of leaves. Alongside Haku, Hinata, and Naruto, only now had the three of them reached the Namikaze compound. They entered after Naruto marked Haku's chakra. Haku is led to Yugito's room by Naruto and Hinata, who inform her of the ground rules and the fact that she will be sharing a room with another of their friends. They knock on the door when they reach the room. "What?" Yugito asked, sticking her head out a moment later. "Say hello to your new roommate, Haku," Naruto said with a smile. A stunned Naruto and Hinata were left standing there as Yugito squealed with delight, brushed past them, and took Haku's arm before dragging her into their room. "Thank you very much for giving me a roommate. No offense to you guys, but it can get a little lonely in here, as you two are always together." Yugito saw her manners and returned to Naruto and Hinata, saying, "Now if you don't mind, I would like to get to know my roommate better," before closing the door in their faces. Hinata giggled and turned toward Naruto. "Well, I think Yugito likes having a roommate. She can show Haku-chan around the house when she finishes interrogating her. We still have to find Anko-sensei so that she can sign us up for the exams, so let's go do that. Although I have no clue where she would be." Naruto chuckled as he said, "Just check every dango shop in Konoha with your Byakugan until you find her. It's really that simple. It's 1:30 right now, so she should be out getting her early afternoon dango snack." In compliance, Hinata began inspecting the dango shops. She soon discovered Anko eating a stick of dango while seated on a bench close to one. Taking Naruto's hand, Hinata twisted with Sorim. A flash of lavender appeared in front of Anko as she was contentedly eating her dango, revealing Naruto and Hinata. Anko was either totally engrossed in her own dango world or totally unaffected by their ostentatious entrance. The latter, probably, since she didn't even recognize them until Naruto reached for the plate on which she had her extra dango. Anko suddenly sprang into action and materialized behind Naruto with a kunai at his neck just as he was reaching for a stick of dango. "I thought I've told you enough times that if you touch my dango, you will get hurt, even if you're my unofficial little bro," she said after realizing who she was going to decapitate. The real Naruto then approached her from behind and said, "I learned my lesson to not touch your dango last time, sis. However, you seem to be a little lost, as you didn't even react when Hina-chan and I materialized in front of your face." The Naruto she was threatening then disappeared in a puff of smoke. "I was lost in the wonders of dango. Now what do you two want?" Anko simply smiled. Naruto replied, "We would like to be registered for the Chunin examinations." Anko took another dango stick and said while consuming it, "You two already are. I signed you guys up as soon as you had the correct amount of missions completed. I've been keeping an eye on the missions you guys have done, and I have to say that your record is damn impressive. You make me proud as your fake sensei. Now scram you two. I have dango to eat." After exchanging glances and shrugging, Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand and twisted him into a training area that was deserted. Ami appeared in a flash of light as soon as they arrived. She continued, "It's time to teach you two about the celestial brush. Once you have mastered it, it will become one of your most powerful weapons, and one of your most useful tools. However, that is a long way away from now. So let's get to work. The first thing that you two need to do is learn how to draw upon your celestial energy at will. Jutsu no time skip." Naruto and Hinata's week went by far too fast. They mostly concentrated on training with Ami and didn't take any missions. She was a pretty good slave driver for a goddess. It turns out that placing them in a life or death scenario was the simplest way to begin using celestial energy, and Ami was more than happy to do so. Despite their strength, Naruto and Hinata were far from goddess level, and she thrashed them mercilessly until they could finally summon their heavenly energy. After that, she began teaching them the brush techniques by having them sketch the technique's markings on paper and then use the marking to channel celestial energy. Learning how to use the celestial brush began with this step. Doing the same thing without the paper was the next step. The world was your canvas, Ami explained, and that was the real power of the celestial brush. The hardest part of learning the celestial brush was this step as well. Naruto and Hinata had hardly mastered it by the end of the week. It was up to them now to practice as much as they could. The only thing that set the week apart, aside from Ami's training, was what Naruto and Hinata dubbed the Hokage incident. Flashback: without jutsu, they had just returned from surviving Ami's attack, and Naruto and Hinata were about to ask Yugito if she had any extra bandages because they were running down quickly. They were shocked by what they saw when they knocked on her door and heard the words, "Come in, it's unlocked." They saw Yugito and Haku snuggling on their bed, but Haku was 18 now, with 2 flaming tails, a pair of flaming ears, and a yellow and a green eye. They were even more surprised when Yugito kissed Haku passionately after observing them enter. Are you two lesbians? Naruto stammered. The two in question exclaimed, "We are bisexual," while giggling. Then, completely forgetting why they had gone there in the first place, Naruto and Hinata left the two alone. Jutsu Kai flashback. Haku petitioned to join Team 8 after deciding during the week that she wanted to be a genin. The Hokage initially opposed it, but after Haku disclosed that she was Yugito's mate, he agreed to let her join Team 8 since a team of 4 would counterbalance the 2 members of Team 15. Naruto told the Hokage what Gaara had told him as well. The information was promptly designated an S-ranked secret by Hiruzen, who also instructed them to keep it to themselves and only discuss it with the other Hanyu. In addition, Hiruzen promised to work and strengthen Konoha's defenses. No Jutsu Kai time skip. Finally, the day of the Chunin exams arrived, and Naruto and Hinata had risen early to ensure they would arrive in time. They had been instructed to report to room 301 of the academy at 9 a.m., and no later. In order to avoid raising suspicions with their appearance, they had reverted to their 13-year-old selves. Upon arriving at the academy, Naruto and Hinata went upstairs to discover a sizable group of genin gathered in front of a room. 2 children who suspiciously resembled Izumo and Katetsu. The 2 eternal Chunin who were always seen watching over the main gate, were blocking them. Naruto said to Hinata regarding their mind link, "This must be some sort of test to weed out the weakest of the weak. We are on the 2nd floor, and the test is on the 3rd floor. There is a weak genjutsu over the room number, making it say 301 instead of 201. Let's just bypass this mess and go straight to the 3rd floor." They made their way up the stairs to the 3rd floor, squeezing through the crowd. They located and went into room 301. The space was a sizable classroom with several tables that could accommodate 3 people each. Additionally, there were several genin teams relaxing, including Team 8. All of the Hanyu appeared to be typical 13-year-olds because they had the common sense to henge themselves as well. Gaara's team was also visible to them. After approaching the team with Hinata, Naruto remarked, "It looks like we are early. I'm glad to see you guys here." Yugito whispered, "It looks like you two had the sense to hide your appearances. Also, that Suna Nin over there seems to be one of us," after Shino said, "Likewise." Naruto replied, "I've already met him, and his name is Gaara. He's on our side. He isn't a Hanyu yet, but he will merge after the exams. He's the one who told me about the invasion." After Yugito gave a nod, they began to wait quietly. Genin gradually filled the room, and at one point, teams 10 and 7 came in together. For whatever reason, Naruto and Hinata were both relieved to see that Sasuke appeared a bit more worn out. Shikamaru remarked, "It looks like the rookies are back together again. This is so troublesome." The rookies appeared to clump together naturally. "Of course you think that this is troublesome. You think everything is troublesome," Ino said, striking him over the head. Having been eating some chips, Shoji remarked, "Well, he could be right. I mean, look at all of the opposition. It looks pretty tough." At this point, a genin wearing glasses approached and said, "Hey, you guys should keep it down. Everyone else is starting to look at you like you are prime targets." Speaking up, Kiba asked, "And who are you?" The malefactor replied, "The name's Kabuto. This is my 7th time taking the exam. I'm pretty experienced, so I'll give you rookies some information on whoever you want to know." He went on to say, These are my ninja info cards. I've been collecting data on everyone ever since I started taking the exams, so I have a pretty good amount of info stored in them. He held out a deck of cards. Sasuke walked forward with a swagger and yelled, "Tell me about Rock Lee and Naruto and Hinata Namikaze." Several Iwa nin turned to face the rookies at this point, and they became very interested in what they were saying. In the meantime, Naruto was thinking, "That idiot said our names out loud. I was hoping we could get through without them finding out, but thanks to Emo Boy over here, that's a no-go." Kabuto continued, "Ah, you already know their names. That's no fun. Anyways, here we go." He pulled out a card and channeled some chakra into it, and then said, "Rock Lee. He graduated a year before you guys, as the dead last. He has no talent whatsoever for ninjutsu or genjutsu, and relies solely on taijutsu. However, his taijutsu level is far higher than the average genin due to focused training. He is on Team 9 with his teammates Tenten and Neji Hyuga." After putting Lee's card away, Kabuto took out 2 cards and channeled chakra into them, saying, "I'll do the next 2 together, as they have the same last name." He inhaled and blinked, but the cards were gone when he opened his eyes. Naruto called everyone's attention to himself by saying, "I would appreciate it if you didn't reveal any information about my wife and I, Kabuto-san, so we will be confiscating your cards for the time being." He handed Hinata the card containing her details and went on, "Most information regarding my wife and I is classified anyways, so you wouldn't learn much." Sasuke was upset that Naruto had returned, but he kept his anger to himself while the other rookies were all wondering, when did he move? The rookies were suddenly struck by a wave of murderous intent, and a figure ran over to Kabuto and slashed at him. Kabuto just managed to avoid it before his glasses broke and he began to cough up blood. After 2 more joined the attacker said, "You can put this on your silly little cards. The Sound Village genin are the ones who will be made Chunin after the exams." Several Chunin in gray outfits, led by Ibiki Morino, were visible after the smoke explosion in the back of the room subsided. Ibiki said, "That's enough, you 3, unless you want to be disqualified before the exams even begin." The leader of the Sound Genin said sourly, "We apologize for getting a little rowdy, but it's our first time here, Proctor.san." Ibiki simply mumbled, "All right you maggots. Posted on the right wall is your seating arrangement. Find your seats within 5 minutes or have your entire team immediately disqualified." Suddenly there was a flurry of activity to find the right seat. Hinata just found where she and Naruto were sitting and used her Byakugan. Fortunately, they would be seated next to each other. She escorted Naruto to the location and took a seat beside him. After everyone had calmed down, Ibiki exclaimed, "All right. The Chunin exams have now officially begun. Only a handful of teams failed to meet the time limit. All right. Now that everyone is seated, I will explain the rules of the first exam. Listen closely, as I will not repeat myself or answer any questions." Ibiki replied. Ibiki went on, "This exam is a written exam. There are 10 questions on this exam. The first rule of this exam is that you will all start with 10 points, and be deducted a point for every question you get wrong or leave blank." A few of the Chunin then started giving out papers to each student. The second rule is that you will pass or fail on a team total basis. If your team does not get a total of 70% correct, then your team fails. Ibiki yelled, "Quiet." The third rule is that if any of the examiners catch you cheating, then you will be automatically deducted 2 points. If any examiner deducts from you 3 times, you and your team fail, as a number of genin began to mutter uneasily. And the final rule: if any of you do so badly as to end with 0 points, then your entire team fails. The entire exam will take place within 1 hour. On your papers are 9 of the 10 questions. We will give the 10th question when there are 15 minutes left in the exam. That is all. Begin. Ibiki smirked as everyone rushed to turn in their tests and get started. In the meantime, Naruto and Hinata were conversing in their minds. He had just read the first query and responded to her. These questions are too difficult for a normal genin to answer. Granted, we are not normal genin, but there is clearly a different reason for this test than straight book smarts. If I know Ibiki, which I do, then I would say that he is trying to A. Get in our heads so that we think too much, and B. Test us on our espionage skills. I agree with you, Naru.kun, replied Hinata. Let's chat with our siblings and see if they have come to the same conclusion. Okay, do you want to do a shared mindscape or an extended mental link? Let's go with the shared mindscape. That gives us time to chat while not using any time in the real world. Ibiki had been keeping a close eye on the genin to see if they understood the true purpose of the test. Observing a few of them covertly cheating, he realized that some of them picked it up pretty quickly. Deducting points, however, was not his responsibility. That was the Chunin's. For them, this served as observation training. When his gaze landed on Naruto, he squinted. Ibiki was aware that he would attempt to irritate him. The only question was when. Since he broke someone that Ibiki himself couldn't break, they had been pursuing one another. Ibiki observed Naruto clapping his hands together in a subtle manner. He saw that for the shortest of seconds, the eyes of Naruto, his wife, the ice girl, the transfer students from Taki and Kumo, and the eerie red-haired Chunin glazed over before blinking. He claimed that the Aburame child's muscles twitched similarly to the others, but it was difficult to tell because of his clothing and glasses. Ibiki pondered the meaning of that. He was curious about the others, but he had anticipated that something would happen between the brat and his wife. Naruto, meanwhile, was grinning in an eerie manner. The conversation with the others went more smoothly than anticipated. Communal mindscape. As they adapted to their new environment, all of the people Naruto had brought down to the mindscape blinked. They formed a circle, with Shukaku behind Gaara, Matabi behind Yugito and Haku, Chome behind Fu and Shino, and Kurama behind Naruto and Hinata. "Why did you bring us here, Naruto?" said Yugito first. Naruto smiled as he said, "Just thought I would check on my siblings to see if they got the real reason for the test. Also, I would like to introduce everyone to Gaara, the container of Shukaku." Gaara said, "It is a pleasure to meet with all of you. I guess I should consider you my brothers and sisters." Naruto went on. "Gaara has agreed to merge after the exams, after we defend Konoha from Oto and Suna. Anyways, have you all figured out what the point of this exam is?" Shino came forward and replied, "It is logical to assume that they are trying to get us to cheat. The questions are far harder than what a normal genin would be able to comprehend, so they are obviously trying to test our espionage skills. My Kikai have located 2 Chunin in disguise. They are who we are supposed to get the correct answers from." Hinata came forward and replied, "You are correct, Shino. That is precisely what they are trying to get us to do. However, these first 9 questions are just a setup to weed out more of the weak. Naru.kun has told me a lot about his rivalry with Ibiki.san, and from what he has told me I can only assume that he will try to throw us a curveball with the last question. Ibiki.san is the head of T&I, so the last question will probably be some sort of mind game. Be on guard for it." Naruto went on, "Hina-chan will share the test answers with you guys by extending our mind link to you. As Hina-chan told you, I have a little rivalry with Ibiki, so I'm going to do something to mess with him a little." Everyone nodded in response to Hinata's warning. "Would you mind if I helped, brother? I have never gotten to really have any fun before in my life," said Gaara as he moved forward. "The more the merrier. Here's what we will do," Naruto said with a smile. "The real world." Ibiki smiled as Naruto fixed his gaze on him. Because of Gaara's skills, the plan was flawless. The smallest amount of yokai, which only Jinchuriki and Hanyu could detect, was flared as a signal to Gaara. Gaara moved after sensing the yokai. He sent his sand toward Ibiki, a little of his sand armor crumbling off. To ensure that no one would notice, he applied it in a very thin layer. He began collecting the sand beneath Ibiki's pant leg, until he had enough to form a sharp sand needle. Ibiki briefly closed his eyes in agony as he grasped his leg after he poked the needle into it. All Naruto needed was that one moment. He made the hand signal for a Kage Bunshin almost instantly, but he managed to control the jutsu so that the clone appeared under a kitsune illusion and without smoke. Carefully hiding behind Ibiki, the invisible clone gave him a shoulder tap. Naturally, Ibiki turned to see who had tapped him, but he couldn't see anyone. He pivoted and squinted at Naruto, who was completing the test's final question. "I'm onto you, brat. There may be no proof, but I know that was you," Ibiki whispered to himself. After waiting for a while, Naruto's shadow clone acted once more, tearing off Ibiki's bandana and throwing it to the ground. When the genin saw the scars that covered Ibiki's head, they all gasped in horror. Ibiki chose to reverse the prank on the genin by bending over and picking up his bandana before tying it back on his head. He told the genin, "What you just saw was a prime example of the real ninja world. Those of you who think that they wouldn't be able to withstand the pain that gave me those scars should just quit now. You are not fit to be a real ninja if you can't take a little pain." A couple of the ninjas stood up and announced their resignation, much to Ibiki's delight. Ibiki was happy that he had reversed the situation, but he was aware that he needed to remain vigilant. He knew that Naruto would pull his biggest prank yet as the 10th question drew closer. Naruto then performed his stunt. Ibiki's shadow clone crept up behind him and undid his pants to expose his boxers. Unfortunately for Ibiki, he had chosen to wear his lucky panda boxers today. The sight caused the whole room to erupt in laughter. Ibiki yelled, "Quiet. Anyone who lets out so much as one giggle will immediately fail their whole team," after hastily pulling his pants back up. This essentially silenced nearly everyone. Some of them couldn't stop laughing, so Ibiki himself dragged them out of the room by grabbing them by the neck and throwing them. Looking at the clock, Ibiki announced, "All right, you maggots. It's time for the 10th question. There are a few special rules for this question. The first is that you have a choice whether or not to take the question." He had 15 minutes left. "Why the hell wouldn't we take the question?" yelled an aim Nin. Ibiki screamed, "I was getting to that, you maggot. If you choose not to take the question, then you automatically fail. The second rule is that if you choose to take the question, and get it wrong, then you and your teammates lose the right to ever take the Chunin exams again." Kiba's voice could be heard shouting, "What the hell? There are people who have taken the exam loads of times before," as there was a massive commotion once more. Ibiki simply giggled and replied, "Well, I wasn't the proctor of those exams, was I? My exam, my rules. So those of you who are confident enough in themselves to take the final question, stay here. The rest of you maggots get out of my sight." A few genin began to depart gradually, and then their teammates did as well. Before the trickle slowed down, Ibiki observed a few genin gradually trickling out. Ibiki tallied how many genin were left. Only 78 genin remained. That amounted to 26 teams. This group was either extremely talented or extremely fortunate. Anybody else? No? Very well then. In that case, all of you, Ibiki said, clearing his throat. He waited for the tension to rise before you all pass. As the genin's brains began to digest what he had just said, Ibiki grinned. Incite indignation in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "What?" cried the vast majority of the genin. Random Nin exclaimed, "What about the last question?" Ibiki said, smiling, "There was never a 10th question." Another person said, "Then what the hell was the point of the other 9? They were there to test you information gathering abilities, as well as to root out the weakest of the maggots." Replied Ibiki. "The test was set up with questions that normal genin wouldn't have been able to answer, so we planted 2 Chunin to act as genin. They knew the correct answers, and you were supposed to use your skills to gather the information off of them. If you used your skills poorly, then you and your team failed. If you were actually spying, you would be dead, if you're lucky." Ibiki removed the bandana and kept going. "If you are unlucky, then the horrors that await you as the enemy tries to extract information from you will make you wish that you were dead." Hinata followed by stating, "And the 10th question was meant to act as a leap of faith, a make it or break it. Only the strongest of heart would make it, and the weak would have to try again the next time." Ibiki continued to grin and said, "The little X. Hyuga is right. If you don't have the heart to take the chance, then you will never make it as a ninja. Those of you who are still here, I offer my congratulations for passing the first part of the Chunin exams." With a loud crash, a kunai smashed through the window, passing Ibiki's head and piercing the distant wall. A big banner that read, "Anko Mitarashi is the second exam proctor," slid down the rope that was fastened to the kunai. Anko emerged from the smoke explosion in front of the banner and exclaimed, "All right, you brats. It's time for the second exam." "What?" Anko exclaimed, perspiring, "Have none of you ever made a grand entrance before?" Everyone else started to perspire as a result. Then Ibiki said, "Anko, you're early, coming around the corner of the banner." After counting the genin, Anko smiled and said, "I know, I just wanted to mess with the atmosphere that you created. There are 26 teams left." She added, "Ibiki, you've softened." The scarred man replied, "Maybe they're just better this time around, you never know." "Whatever, by time I'm done with them, there will be less than half remaining," Anko said with a devilish smile. When they heard this, the majority of the genin audibly gulped. "All right, listen up, you brats. For the next section of the tests, everyone is expected to report to Training Grounds 44. Arrive within 10 minutes, or your team will be disqualified right away," Anko declared, then vanished in a whirl of foliage. There was a flurry of activity as the genin hurried to reach the training grounds, and soon there were just 2 of them remaining in the room. "What do you 2 want?" Ibiki asked, glancing at Naruto and Hinata. "Pay close attention to Kabuto," Naruto said as he and Hinata gave Ibiki the ninja information cards they had obtained from Kabuto. "These cards contain information that isn't generally known. I want to know how he obtained it. Ibiki, I also enjoyed playing your mind game. However, try to perform better the next time." Ibiki read the cards he had received and muttered, "There is information on those 2 on these that even I wasn't aware of," before Hinata took Naruto's hand and they disappeared in a flash of lavender. Kabuto needs to wear a watch. The Forest of Death, also known as Training Grounds 44. Anko appeared in a swirl of leaves after Naruto and Hinata appeared in front of the forest in a flash of lavender. She glared at the two and exclaimed, "Damn it, you two. I was meant to arrive here first." "What does it matter?" Hinata said, rolling her eyes. "In addition, I can warp, so we have an advantage." "I know, but if anyone asks, I got here first," Anko sighed. "I have to maintain my reputation." Hinata let out a sigh and they waited in silence for a while longer, until eventually all of the genin showed up, though Team 10 arrived at the last minute, something about stopping for snacks and it being too difficult to run. To get everyone's attention, Anko cleared her throat before saying, "All right, brats. Greetings from Training Grounds 44, affectionately referred to as the Forest of Death, by Leaf Nin. You brats get to call this place home for the next 5 days, and it's full of poisonous plants, dangerous animals, and untriggered traps. But first you have to sign a release form," Anko said cheerfully, grinning evilly at the horror that was slowly taking over the genin's faces, as she abruptly produced a pile of papers. Her abrupt change was criticized by most of the genin faces. As she distributed the forms, Anko started outlining the exam's rules. Standard 4D exam rules apply. However, she was cut off in the middle when Choji yelled up at the sky, "What are we going to do for food?" With a sly smile, Anko remarked, "The forest is full of edible animals. All you need to do is make sure they don't devour you first." After completing the rules, Anko instructed the genin teams to present their forms to a Chunin in exchange for a scroll and a gate number. Once everyone had their scroll, they proceeded to the gate that corresponded with their assigned number. Naruto and Hinata were placed in Gate 7, and they observed that there were 3 Kumo teams to their left and 3 Iwa teams to their right. Over their mind link, Naruto told Hinata, "That's very suspicious. Kumo and Iwa both entered 3 teams, and they were all in the gates next to us by coincidence. Is it a coincidence? I don't believe so." "I concur, Ruto.kun." Hinata responded, "If I had to guess, I would say that they have banded together against us and somehow rigged the gates in their favor so they could be close to us. So, Haim, what ought we to do? I propose that we camp a little way into the woods. After that, we wait for them to surprise us. After that, we beat them down and reveal who we really are. I would be shocked if none of them had the heaven scroll we require. We should tie them up and apply chakra seals to them after we beat them. We should use that special storage seal you made to take them with us, depending on whether they declare their intentions after some convincing. After that, we can either take the long route or use Sorim to warp to the tower and finish in record time." "Haim, that's a smart plan. After we defeat the teams, we'll follow it and determine whether or not to warp." The gate in front of them flew open with the sudden sound of a huge air horn, and Naruto and Hinata hurried inside right away. Officially, the second exam had started. Hinata used her Byakugan to monitor the Kumo and Iwa teams as Naruto and Shitri hopped farther into the forest. After a short while, she informed Naruto of what she had discovered, stating, "All 6 teams are steadily moving diagonally towards us. Everybody on the teams needs to have sensors. But given the angles at which they are traveling, they will collide before us. We can probably presume that they are working together against us. All right, let's pretend to set up camp and keep going until we find a nice clearing for a good fight. We'll let them initiate contact," Naruto replied. They kept going until they came to a clearing, where they sat down and began to converse. While onlookers might have assumed the two were totally helpless, they were actually on high alert with their god enhanced senses, and Hinata was using her Byakugan to surreptitiously watch the 6 teams approach one another. Ruto.kun, they have come together and the Kumo and Iwa groups appear to be arguing, Hinata said when the teams gathered. If necessary, we can take advantage of that. They are now separating once more, and it appears that they will encircle us. After a 5-minute silent waiting period, Hinata told Naruto that they were now totally surrounded. However, one of the Kumo teams foolishly entered the clearing rather than ambushing the pair with their numbers, and the leader yelled, "Hand over the girl if you don't want to get hurt." Both Naruto and Hinata expressed their shock at the Kumo nin's lack of intelligence by stating, "Are you freaking idiots? You come in with only 3 of the 18 of you and insist that I give my wife up. If you had truly attempted to ambush us, you would have had a far better chance. Why would I need to use those other weaklings to just take a weak girl from her demon protector?" The Kumo leader asked with a smug smile, "I will inform you that every member of my team is a Jonin. It was pathetically easy to sneak into this exam. In addition, my father is a member of Kumo's council, and he will give me a lot of praise when he learns that I brought in the Hyuga they have long desired. This was not approved by the Raikage, who was a soft fool. Finding willing subjects is far more difficult than kidnapping members of other bloodlines. The council is aware of that. The remaining nin that surrounded Naruto and Hinata then leapt into the clearing, and one of the Iwa nin shouted at the Kumo nin with the words, "What the hell do you think you are doing? They were to be ambushed. Our element of surprise was compromised by you. Why would we need to ambush them?" The Kumo nin simply asked. Our informant claims that the Hyuga bitch is weak and that the boy is unable to control his demon. He poses no danger. In response, the Iwa nin declared, "He's a namikaze. In a single glance, his father killed our whole army. Are you certain he wouldn't pose a threat? Your nation is just weak if a single leaf ninja killed your entire army," the Kumo nin retorted haughtily. "I hate to break up the catfight, but if you are not going to attack my wife and I, then we will be on our way," Naruto interrupted. "It's your funeral if you attack." "You little punk." The Kumo nin yelled back at Naruto. "I'll murder you so I can have the girl for myself." Then, with a wicked cackle, he said, "Perhaps I'll play with her a little later. You can't really do anything." Then he heard a rather large Rasengan slam into his stomach, and Naruto shoved it through the man's body, leaving a huge hole where his stomach had been. The Rasengan sliced right through his flesh. As the nin's body hit the ground, Naruto pulled his arm out of the hole and uttered, "The bastard said too much." The boy let out a "oh oh 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 oh," as Hinata immediately appeared beside him and began tugging on Naruto's ear, saying, "Naru.kun, Yugito." Chan said not to kill any of them. Since none of the other nin had witnessed either of the two moves, they were all immediately on guard. "Who is this Yugito you speak of?" a cautious Kumo nin asked. "Oh, she is only the one who has been giving you false information on me ever since she became a genin," Hinata said cheerfully as she let go of Naruto's ear and turned to face the nin. She also states that she is officially joining the Leaf after the exams and that she is leaving her position as a Kumo nin. "So the demon turned traitor," remarked another Kumo nin. "We'll take care of her later. We will still take you even if she gives us misleading information." The nin fell to the ground, fully conscious but unable to move any of his limbs, as he lunged at Hinata, who sidestepped gently, and tapped him so quickly that only Naruto could see her move. "In fact, it will, since she lied about two main things," Naruto said with a smile to the fallen man. Chan is weak, to start. Secondly, the power of my demon is beyond my control." The other nin were forced to back off as Naruto and Hinata were engulfed in a whirlwind of orange and lavender flames, respectively, and when the flames subsided, they stood in their full Hanyu glory. Naruto nodded to Hinata, and they both said, "Kai." When Hinata used her Yuho to dodge and counter, all 7 of the Kumo nin were soon in the same position as the nin who had called Yugito a traitor. The battle was particularly one-sided and ended quickly. All of the Kumo nin targeted Hinata, and the 6 who weren't on the dead man's team actually cooperated to pull off some decent combos, but they were utterly useless in the face of Hinata's grace and flexibility. The Iwa nin all targeted Naruto, and all 9 of them perfectly coordinated their attacks, but as Naruto dodged them all, he took a total of 18 slips of paper out of his tool pouch before exploding into orange flames and disappearing. Within 2 seconds, all 9 of the Iwa were lying on the ground, motionless, with 2 pieces of paper stuck to each of them. When Naruto finally slowed down, the Iwa nin were treated to the sight of what he called orange flash mode, where his body and tails were glowing in an orange chakra shroud that flickered with orange fire. Essentially, he looks exactly like Kanon's 9-tailed chakra mode, minus the black markings. Naruto even had time to enjoy watching Hinata fool the Kumo nin. "Would you care to tell us why you disobeyed your village leader and tried to kidnap my wife?" Naruto asked, crouching down to one of the Kumo ninjas, after all of the attackers had been rendered incapacitated. "Why would I ever tell you anything?" the Kumo nin spit out. "If you don't, I might tell my wife to persuade you to speak," Naruto said with an evil smile. "You know, she's pretty good at getting people to talk. Particularly those who are aware of the circumstances surrounding her near abduction at the age of 3. Try your hardest." That was the only response from the Kumo nin. After scowling, Naruto said, "I tried to warn you." He then nodded to Hinata, who approached the fallen nin and knelt next to him. "I'll have to harm you if you don't respond to my Rudo-kun's question. Speak up," Hinata told the nin in a frighteningly sweet voice, "because this is your last chance." "You bitch, you couldn't even make me flinch," the nin smiled. Then Hinata smirked evilly and said, "I hoped you would say something like that." She then tapped one of his arms Tenketsu and activated a single Kitsunken, causing him to howl in agony as the Tenketsu abruptly vanished. Then Hinata politely inquired once more, "Would you mind restating your response?" "A pained, not on your life, bitch," was her reply. Hinata replied, "You're only doubling your pain by doing so." Then she tapped 2 more tenketsu, destroying them. The nin cried out in agony, but he persisted in saying, "I will never tell you anything. If I keep this up, the chakra flow in your arm will cease to exist," Hinata said over his cries, grinning once more as she tapped 4 more tenketsu. "Your arm will become dead weight without it, and it will need to be amputated. Although I'm happy to do the work myself, it won't be enjoyable because I won't make the pain go away." When the burning pain subsided enough for him to speak, Hinata said, "This is your last chance." The nin was crying, but he continued to resist until Hinata tapped his other arm 8 times, breaking 8 tenketsu. "Your chakra network will become unmanageable and literally melt your insides if I have to eliminate 16 more tenketsu. That procedure is reportedly one of the most agonizing ways to pass away." The Kumo nin finally said, "Okay, I'll talk. Don't do that anymore, please." With a somewhat disheartened expression, Hinata said, "All right, so why did you disregard a clear directive from your raikage?" After they overthrew the raikage, the civilian council offered us a prominent position in the village, so we accepted. If we were successful, they said, we would never have to worry about money again. Given that Yugito was already an informant, the mission also appeared to be quite simple. "So the civilian council is throwing a coup?" Hinata asked. "Was the date ever mentioned? How would they defeat a figure with the raikage's level of power?" "I heard them say they would finish it in about a month, but I swear I have no idea what they had planned to do," the nin said. "Well, it appears that a meddling civilian council is a common theme in hidden villages," Hinata said, turning to Naruto after letting out a sigh. "If you could put them away, Ruto-kun, I've learned enough on my own." After removing each of the Kumo nin's exam scrolls, Naruto nodded and produced a special scroll, placing it on the tortured nin and passing his chakra through it until a tiny puff of smoke appeared and the nin vanished. Naruto then repeated this process for each of the Kumo nin, obtaining 2 earth and 1 heaven scroll. After obtaining a brush and ink from his pouch, Naruto proceeded to one of the Iwa nin, dipped the brush into the ink, and painted a small amount onto one of the paper seals on the nin. The nin said, "What have you done to us?" after he was done. "Hold on, I can talk now." With a laugh, Naruto remarked, "I slightly altered your paralysis seal to enable speech. For my part, I just applied a chakra sealing seal and a paralysis seal to each of you. I'm going to ask a question now. You teamed up with those Kumo bastards, but why? I'll have my wife treat you the same way she treated that Kumo nin if you don't respond." The Iwa nin made the astute decision to respond, saying, "The Kumo nins came to us following the initial test and requested our assistance in apprehending the Hyuga girl. They said that if we assisted them, we could keep your head. We agreed because, after learning that you were a namikaze, we reasoned that bringing your head back would bring honor to our village. Since we are all genin, it was a bad idea to go after the son of the only person in our village to ever receive a flea on-site order. Even with the Kumo nin on our side, the odds were never in our favor." "Well, it's a little too late to realize your mistake now," Naruto said with a laugh. "But, unlike those Kumo bastards, you have the right to be here as genin, and I appreciate your honesty, so I won't bring you guys in for questioning. All of them were either jonin or chunin. I hate to say it, but you guys lost, and this is still an exam." A large see-through purple barrier was then built up, starting from each of the kunai and ending in a dome above them. Naruto then collected 2 heaven and 1 earth scrolls from them, bunched them all up into a group, and then leapt high into the air, throwing 10 kunai into a circle around them. After landing, he and Hinata entered the circle of kunai, and Naruto said, "Fuinjutsu. 10. Point barrier," after going through some hand signals. "The paralysis and chakra suppression seals on you guys will wear off in 5 days' time, along with the barrier," Naruto stated before departing. "You won't perish because the paralysis seals also keep you from becoming hungry or thirsty. At the conclusion of the exam, you will be picked up. Ya na." Hinata remarked, "It looks like that Waka fellow was right," as they were tree hopping after Naruto and Hinata leapt away. "We've enjoyed playing with clouds and stones. We've also encountered the big raccoon he mentioned, but what about the snake with the demon's name?" "Well, since Anko's name has nothing to do with demons, I doubt he's referring to her. Now that I think about it, that Kabuto guy smelled like snakes, but again, no demon name. But who else might he be talking about? Unless he's saying..." Both Naruto and Hinata paused on the same branch, exchanged glances, and simultaneously exclaimed, "Orochimaru." Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand and activated her Byakugan. Focusing on where the Hokage was in the central tower, she thought, "Sorim." And twisted. Hokage's room, tower. It's not like any of the genin would be able to get to the tower within a few hours, and even if they did, why would they ever need to speak with him? Hiruzen pondered as he smoked his pipe in a chair. Naturally, he was quickly shown to be completely mistaken when Naruto and Hinata materialized before him in a lavender flash, and Naruto exclaimed, "We must tell you something right away, old man." "Calm down, Naruto," Hiruzen said, startled. "What must I hear from you?" "Hina-chan and I have a very good reason to believe that Orochimaru is going to come to the Leaf sometime during the exams," Naruto said, inhaling deeply. "Explain your reasoning," Hiruzen said in a steely voice, letting his pipe fall to the ground. Now, after describing how Waka made his first prophecy and how Ami arrived, Naruto went on to describe how they met the Shukaku, how the events of the day in the forest had reminded them of Waka's prophecy, and how they had concluded that Orochimaru was the snake named after the demon, Orochi. Following their justification, Hiruzen remarked, "This is really concerning. If both of you are right, Konoha is in grave danger. I'll immediately increase the Anbu patrols, but I dare not call off the tests. I really appreciate you telling me this. I'll send the Kumo Nins to Ibiki right away if you give me the scroll containing them. Congratulations for completing the second exam in record time, by the way. It will be difficult for anyone to beat 2 hours. Both of you are fired. For 5 days, or until the exam is over, you have complete control of the tower. In addition to several dojos for training, there are lots of beds available." Hiruzen was left to wonder about the return of his former pupil as Naruto and Hinata bowed and left. Jutsu no time skip. The following 5 days went by quickly, with the Genin teams gradually entering being the only significant event. Gaara's team showed up later that day, totally unharmed. When Team 8 showed up on the second day, they were all still wearing henges. Team 9's arrival on the third day coincided with the incident that validated Naruto and Hinata's suspicions. Flashback without jutsu as Naruto and Hinata were discussing with the Hokage when Orochimaru might arrive, Anko suddenly rushed into the room, gasping for air. "It's bad news," she said. "My former sensei has returned." At once, Hiruzen said, "Explain." Then Anko clarified. Jutsu. Free flashback inside a flashback. Anko had been contentedly sitting outside the Fodi, eating dango and listening to the cries of defenseless genin, when she felt a faint tingling in her curse mark, and knowing what that might mean, she jumped up and into the forest, where the tingling became more intense as she went farther into the forest. She heard a voice behind her say, "Kukukukuku, what do we have here?" As the tingling suddenly intensified, Anko Mitarashi, "If it's not my previous unsuccessful experiment. Well, if it's not my old bastard of a sensei, Orochimaru," Anko said, drawing a kunai as soon as she turned around and saw a clump of mud form into Orochimaru. "Why in the world are you here? It doesn't matter because I'm going to murder you right now." When Anko lunged at Orochimaru, he simply sealed with one hand and said, "Activate." Anko instantly collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony and gripping her curse mark. "Kukukukuku, you were always the hothead, weren't you?" Orochimaru said as he began to approach her. "I left you as a failure, though, because you continued to refuse to utilize the power of the gift I gave you. In any case, I just gave that same gift to someone who has a lot more promise. His eyes are the most incredible, they can replicate anything they see. And he will soon be entirely mine. You must die, though, because you now know too much." He gave the yelling Anko a lunge, but she abruptly stopped and said, "Just kidding," before leaping to her feet and slashing Orochimaru across the chest with a kunai. "That's impossible." Orochimaru glared at her while his chest was heavily bleeding. "I sensed the seal coming on." "It did activate," Anko said, flashing her old sensei a sly smile. "However, a barrier seal that someone applied to me prevented its power from reaching me. He became my younger brother after he did that." "Not even that idiot Jiraiya could create a barrier of that size," Orochimaru growled at her. "Minato Namikaze was the only person I could think of who could have created such a barrier, and he is long dead. Unless..." Anko grinned broadly and exclaimed, "That's correct. The legacy of the fourth Hokage is my younger brother. But let's stop now, you know too much." She heard his voice echoing. This definitely is an unexpected turn of events, as Anko lunged at the weaker Orochimaru and delivered another slash with her kunai, causing Orochimaru to melt into mud. "The Namikaze brat has been given a death sentence for interfering with my work. Believe me when I say that the leaf will fall. I will withdraw for the time being, but I will come back." "No jutsu kai, flashback inside a flashback," Anko concluded, "and I rushed here as soon as he stopped speaking. This is really concerning. He seems to have applied the cursed seal to Sasuke. When Sasuke returns, Naruto, I want you to place the same barrier you placed on Anko on him," Hiruzen said. "I probably won't be able to," Naruto remarked grimly. Only those who are willing to accept it will be able to overcome that obstacle. Sasuke won't accept anything from me, and I know that. Additionally, I am aware of no other barrier that could suppress that mark. It is too powerful for any other defense. Hiruzen sighed and remarked, "That's really bad. When he arrives, I'll have Kakashi apply the evil sealing method to him, and I'm hoping Sasuke will resist the allure of the power the cursed seal bestows." Jutsu Kai flashback. Team 10 and the Sound Genin team showed up on the 4th day. Team 7 and Kabuto's team showed up on the 5th and last day. No Jutsu Kai time skip. On the day following the conclusion of the second exam, the Hokage and a number of Jonin stood in front of the surviving teams, who were all gathered in a large room with a giant pair of hands making the tiger hand sign and a large television screen on one of the walls. After clearing his throat, the Hokage congratulated everyone on passing the second exam. "We will be holding a preliminary tournament to determine who will advance to the finals, though, because a lot more of you passed than anticipated. The following are the rules. Whoever is left standing wins. Anyone has the opportunity to leave at this time if they so choose." Kabuto raised his hand hesitantly at this point and remarked, "You got me. I will be leaving this time because I used too much chakra in the forest and I'm still not fully recovered." "Does anybody else wish to drop out?" Hiruzen asked as he was led out of the room by an Anbu. "No. Okay, let's see who is in the first matchup if everyone turns to face the wall." Mounted screen. Everyone looked at the screen as it began to cycle through the names of all the genin and then flickered on before slowing down and landing on Uchiha Sasuke vs Yamanaka Ino. "The first match has been decided." Cough. A sickly looking Jonin said as the screen settled on Ino vs Sasuke. "The preliminary matches will be proctored by me, Hayate Gecko, who goes by Cough. Sasuke and Ino, please. Cough. Enter the stands to watch the fights, but will everyone else? Cough. We'll Cough. Start as soon as everyone Cough arrives. Additionally, one person receives a free pass to the finals because there are 23 genin. Everyone except Sasuke and Ino then made their way to the stands. In the bleachers, "I hate to say it, but Ino's going to lose," said a certain cycloptic Jonin after everyone had calmed down. "Sasuke has skills, despite being a conceited bitch's son. There is no chance for Ino." Then he heard a voice say, "That's where you're wrong, Kakashi." Kakashi turned to face the voice and saw Asuma approaching. "Asuma, why would I be mistaken?" Kakashi inquired. The Jonin lit a cigarette, took a drag, and exhaled a puff of smoke before responding, "Simply put, Ino's no longer a fangirl." He went on to say, "Ever since Naruto and Hinata pointed out her flaws, she's worked incredibly hard to shed her previous reputation as a weak fangirl. Since she stopped being a fangirl, she has actually succeeded in becoming a sort of prodigy within her clan. Even her father was unable to master some of the lesser known Yamanaka clan techniques that she has mastered, similar to the one she will undoubtedly use to put an end to this altercation. It's about to start, so let's watch." With the fighters, Ino Yamanaka vs Sasuke. Cough. Uchiha in round 1. Cough. Hajime. Before jumping away from the fighters, Hayate called out. Sasuke simply stood there haughtily, and Ino assumed a ready stance. "You should just give up," he told Ino. "You couldn't possibly compete with an elite Uchiha." "Your arrogance is so disgusting," Ino said with a frown. "I'll never know what I've ever seen in you, but I'll show you that being Uchiha isn't enough." Ino continued to demonstrate hand signs before concluding with a special one in which she pointed at Sasuke with a triangle formed by her fingers and exclaimed, "Yamanaka clan genjutsu, mind terror." After a few seconds of nothing happening, Sasuke threw back his head and started laughing. He then turned to face Ino, who had closed his eyes, and opened them to show his Sharingan, each with a single tomo. "Is that it? Even so, what did you do? You're a pitiful person. Let me demonstrate its power for you." AARRRRRRGGHHH. Ino turned to Hayate and declared, "The match is over," as Sasuke abruptly collapsed to the ground, screamed, stopped, and began to tremble uncontrollably. It will be at least an hour before he does anything but shiver. With a nod, Hayate declared, "Ino Yamanaka is the winner of Cough. Round 1. When medical personnel arrived with a stretcher, they loaded Sasuke onto it and carried him to the medical ward. In the bleachers, Kakashi turned to Asuma and asked, "What did she do to him?" as he watched in disbelief as the medics carried Sasuke away. "She used a Yamanaka-style genjutsu," Asuma said with a laugh. "This one, known as mind terror, compels the victim to relive their most traumatic events. Furthermore, Sasuke's Experience was unpleasant given his past. Among the Yamanaka clan's most powerful and terrifying jutsu is that one. Inoichi, who is praised as a genius, was never able to master it. Because of that jutsu, Ino is most likely Sasuke's worst opponent. However, she could have used a number of other jutsus to accomplish the same goal. Why did she choose to use that jutsus when there were others available? Simply put, it feels a little sadistic. Finished Asuma for Kakashi. She used it for that exact reason. After her father introduced her to EBB and the other members of the T&I department, Ino underwent a transformation. Now, she treats anyone who irritates her in a very sadistic manner. And if I had to guess, she was annoyed by Sasuke's haughtiness. Ino entered. You got that right, Asuma. Sensei, after hearing the final portion of the two Jonins' conversation after arriving in the stands. The bastard got what he deserved from me. Perhaps when he wakes up, he won't be so cocky. Let's see what the upcoming game is. After cycling through names, the wall mounted screen came to a halt and displayed Shikamaru Nara versus Kintsuchi. The two in question descended from the stands and separated themselves from one another. Round 2. Cough. Is Shikamaru Nara versus Kintsuchi, Hayate said as he moved forward. Cough. Hajime. Shikamaru ducked to the right and slipped his hand into his tool pouch, but Kin immediately threw some senbon at him. He pulled out what looked like a metal canister and threw it high into the air behind him, blinding everyone in the room except for Shikamaru, his team, and Naruto and Hinata, who covered their eyes because they had seen the canister and knew what it was. After 5 continuous seconds of light, those paying close attention heard Shikamaru exclaim, "Checkmate." People were treated to the sight of Shikamaru yawning and beginning to return to the stands, while Kin lay on the ground, unconscious, as the light finally faded and they blinked away the spots in their eyes. The winner, cough, of round 2 is Shikamaru Nara, Hayate declared as the medical staff hurried over to Kin. Although I have no idea what he did, he added to himself in his mind. In the bleachers, Naruto remarked, "Nice work with the flashbangs I gave you," as Shikamaru had just gotten back up. "What jutsu did you pair it with?" "It's annoying, but I decided to use that Kage Osai shadow presser technique that I learned in one of your scrolls." Shikamaru yawned once more. "I reasoned that it was the simplest method to guarantee a knockout. I didn't want to unintentionally kill her, and I have much more control over that jutsu than the Kage Kubashibari shadow neck bind. I knew that jutsu would be useful to you." Naruto smiled. "Although I'm happy to hear that you have good control over it, wasn't that jutsu rather draining on your chakras?" "That's precisely why I said it was troublesome," Shikamaru said, rolling his eyes. "Now stop talking so we can find out who will play in the next match." The screen cycled once more before settling on Masumi Tsurugi versus Neji Hyuga. As the fighters descended, Hayate moved forward once more and declared, "Masumi Tsurugi versus Neji Hyuga in round 3, Hajime." "It was fate that chose him to be my opponent," Neji said as he turned and started to walk back to the stands after racing towards Masumi before he could react and slamming his palm into his chest, exactly where his heart was. The match was over in an instant. Whether the medical professionals can restart his stopped heart in time to prevent his death is also up to chance. As the medical staff hurried in to try to restart the man's heart once more, Hayate stepped forward and declared, "The winner, cough, is Neji Hyuga." With a frown on her face, Hinata watched Neji return to the stands, thinking only, "What has my former clan done to you?" Neji gave Hinata an utterly disgusted look as he passed her, which only made her frown widen. Once back on the field, the medics were able to temporarily put Masumi in a state of stasis, so they hurried him to the hospital to work on restarting his heart. The Jukin strike apparently rendered the standard methods of doing so ineffective, so they had to use equipment that was not available in the tower's medical ward. The screen cycled through names again, this time settling on Haku Ni versus Sakura Haruno, now that the personnel were out of the way. When the competitors arrived on the battlefield, Hayate announced, "Haku Ni versus Sakura Haruno is round 4, Hajime." After Hayate leapt away, Haku told Sakura, "You should just give up. You are and will always be worthless so long as you chase after that arrogant man. He is blinding you from what you could actually be." Sakura said, "Sasuke-kun isn't arrogant. He is the strongest ninja that the Leaf has." As she charged at Haku with her fist cocked back. When she was close enough, she released her fist, which Haku easily caught in her own. Then she took Sakura by the arm and flung her to the ground. Haku went on to say, "That man is far from the strongest of the Leaf. He is in fact one of the weakest. If you do not get your act together, he will drag you down even further than he already has. You have potential, but you are doing nothing to let it come to light." Sakura struck the ground so hard that she coughed up blood. Haku had grabbed Sakura's arm, which she was nursing. The areas where Haku's hands had touched her had very slight frostbite. What do you even know about Sasuke-kun? He is not weak, Sakura said, shakily rising to her feet. Haku has just stated, I know enough about him to know that his mind is probably in the weakest state that I have ever seen. And he is weak. Did you not see the girl defeat him with just one genjutsu? And might I add that genjutsu shouldn't affect someone with those eyes of his? If he was strong, he would have fought against the genjutsu the moment he heard the girl say that she used it, but he did nothing, and it proceeded to consume him. Sakura simply stumbled, but, Haku let out a sigh and said, I've had enough. Maybe someday you will see that there are in fact others who hold you dear, and will recognize them. But in the meantime, your heart is as frozen as I will make your body. Hayatan. Odeaka Archie. Gentle wasteland. The entire room's air temperature began to rapidly drop, and ice started to form on the floor with Haku as the epicenter. Sakura began to shiver when it finally reached her after slowly spreading outward. Slowly but surely, a thin layer of ice crept up her legs and covered her entire body. A flash of green came from the stands, and Lee suddenly materialized beside Sakura, lifting her trembling body. He looked at Haku and replied, That is enough. You have made your point. I am one of those who holds Sakura dear, and I swear by my youth that I will protect her. I agree with what you are trying to do, and I will help you. He then turned to Hayate and replied, Proctor, this match is over. Haku wins. I will take Sakura to the medical ward. He then left, keeping Sakura near him so that the heat from his body would prevent her from going into shock. Haku Ni has won the cough. 4th round. We will be taking a brief cough break in between matches to cough defrost the field. In the meantime, talk among yourselves, announced Hayate, who appeared somewhat shocked. In the bleachers, so, how did you feel about the initial 4 games? Asked Kakashi to no specific person. Naruto responded, short and boring, except for Shikamaru's on the boring part. Are you saying that Shikamaru's wasn't dull? Kiba asked, we didn't even get to see what he did. With a laugh, Naruto remarked, I know what he did because I gave him the jutsu he used that I found in my clan's library. And I must admit that Keijosai is the least dull of all the shadow jutsu. Shikamaru could have crushed that kin girl into a 1-inch sphere if she had been an enemy of the leaf or if he was a heartless murderer. He applied just enough pressure to her body to render her unconscious, hardly using any of that technique's potential. After Naruto explained what Keijosai could have done, Kiba was so impressed that he turned to Shikamaru and exclaimed, Could you really do that? Damn it, Naruto, sighed Shikamaru. Was that something you had to tell them? In any case, the argument is too bothersome. However, I could have left her in any shape I desired, including a square, a sphere, or anything else. Even though it uses less chakra to simply squish someone completely without control, I just applied a little pressure to a few spots on her head and knocked her out because dealing with dead people can be particularly difficult. Kiba simply said, Shikamaru, remind me never to get on your bad side. Laughing, Naruto remarked, or you could just get on Shikamaru's bad side and not worry about it, since Shikamaru would find it too troublesome to do anything about it. It's annoying, but you're right, Naruto, Shikamaru said with a startling laugh. In any case, I thought Haku's match was fascinating because she made an effort to reason with the Banshee. Her voice is simply too loud for us to handle, so none of us have gotten close enough to give it a try. Shikamaru, I suppose I can concur with you on that. In actuality, Hina-chan and I were unable to approach the Banshee until recently without exploding an eardrum. Otherwise, we would have staged an intervention similar to what we did with Ino. However, because Haku-chan only employed the most basic of her Archie line of techniques, the match was still rather dull. If she had used the strongest, the entire room would have been an ice cube, and that would have been interesting, Naruto said. Maybe interesting to you, but not all of us have merged with a demon that has its own unique version of fire, Shikamaru said, rolling his eyes. The rest of us would find it rather annoying if the room became a gigantic freezer. In any case, it appears that everything has been defrosted, so let's see who will play next. After going through names once more, the screen finally decided on Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze vs Sabaku no Kankuro. When it was finally his turn to fight, Naruto was ecstatic, but his happiness was short-lived as Kankuro yelled, Proctor, I forfeit. Despite Naruto's protests, Hayate remarked, Excellent, Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze is the winner. Cough. By forfeit of round 5. Kankuro apologized to Naruto from the stands, saying, I don't feel like getting my ass handed to me today. It's not easy to finish the second exam in 2 hours, and I heard a Jonin mention that you entered with the scrolls from 6 other teams. I apologize for calling you weak because you are clearly not. Once more, the screen cycled, and Sabaku no Gaara vs. Yoroi Akato was selected as the next match. I checked all of the files of everyone who got to the second exams, and long story short, this guy isn't really a leaf nin, Naruto said to Gaara over an extended mind link as soon as he woke up from his daze. You have the option to kill him if you wish to continue the crazy act. When Yoroi arrived, Hayate declared, round 6 is. Cough. Sabaku no Gaara vs Yoroi Akato. Gaara gave Naruto the smallest nod before transforming into sand and soaring into the arena. Hajime. When Yoroi reached out to grab Gaara, a wall of sand appeared out of nowhere, blocking his hand. Yoroi tried to jump back, but the wall of sand was accumulating around his arm and slowly encircling his body. Yoroi charged at Gaara instantly with glowing hands, ready to suck out his chakra. Gaara began talking in a crazy voice as the sand encircled him. I can hear her. She's requesting blood. Her mother will receive her blood. Mother's needs will be satisfied by you. Your blood is needed by mother. By this time, Yoroi was entirely covered in sand, and Gaara was extending his hand like a claw before yelling, Sabaku Soso, and squeezed his hand shut. Yoroi's blood spilled onto the floor as the sand collapsed, crushing him to a bloody paste. Everyone took an automatic step away from Gaara as he turned back into sand and flew back into the stands, flashing a crazy smile. When the janitors emerged and started mopping up the blood on the floor, Hayate came forward once more and declared, the winner. Cough. Of round 6 is. Cough. Sabaku no Gaara. Damn, that was creepy as hell, Naruto said as he spoke to Gaara through an extended mind link once more. I am aware that I advised you to maintain appearances, but still. I just acted like I did before you cured me, Gaara retorted, it wasn't that difficult. I'm really glad that you're on our side now, Naruto said, sweating in his head. I fear I will have nightmares about you and your mother. The screen started cycling again, interrupting their conversation. This time, it ended with Zaku Abumi vs Hinata Uzumaki, Namikaze. Hinata waited for Zaku to descend after warping down with Sorim. Round 7 will be Hinata Uzumaki. Namikaze vs Zaku Abumi. Hajime, exclaimed Hayate as he did. Before the fight started, Hinata said, you should probably forfeit. With your arm in a sling like that, you won't be able to do anything against me. As if. I'll show you what I can do, you freak, said Zaku, laughing. Says the one with pipes implanted in his arms, Hinata muttered, then said out loud, very well. Don't blame me when you find yourself unable to move. She then removed Shinin from her back. Zaku simply thrust his arm forward and yelled, Zankuha. Hinata yawned mockingly and held Shinin in front of her as the huge wave of sound and air shot forth at her. Hinata was totally unharmed when the wave struck Shinin and vanished. Is that all you've got? I've stopped attacks stronger than that in my sleep. Hinata then grinned. Then Zaku shouted, you little bitch. How about you take this? He pulled his other arm out of its sling and screamed, Zankukyokuha. The air and sound wave that erupted this time was at least 10 times larger than the last, but once more, Hinata did nothing more than hold Shinin out in front of her while the wave was rendered completely harmless. Zaku could not speak. Without any effort, his most powerful attack had been totally destroyed, but he didn't have time to consider that because he was abruptly struck across the chest by a massive horizontal slash. The strange thing was that Hinata had remained motionless. She simply stood there grinning. What did you just do? Zaku cried out before a second slash emerged, this one going deep into his face. Zaku was suddenly pushed upward by a tree that appeared directly beneath him before disappearing. Zaku suddenly started getting several cuts while he was in the air. With a thunk, he hit the ground painfully. When he looked up, he saw what appeared to be a big bomb sitting in front of him, its fuse going down. A big explosion occurred, but it wasn't a fiery one. Instead, the bomb exploded into a variety of colors, giving the impression that it was a big firework. Zaku was nevertheless flung violently into the room's side, and the impact forced the wall around him in. Zaku obviously fell unconscious off the wall and onto the floor. Hayate stepped forward, obviously bewildered, and said, I guess the winner of round 7 is Hinata Uzumaki, Namikaze. Hinata smiled broadly at this point and twisted back to Naruto's side. Excellent use of the brush. The cherry bomb was a good finish. Ami is quite proud of you, he said after kissing her deeply. Kakashi stood up and asked, what the hell did you do to that guy? And what do you mean by brush? And who's Ami? Whatever you did, my Sharingan couldn't copy it. Hinata laughed and replied, "Sorry Kakashi-san, but what I did is a secret. Ami is a lot of things, but she is the one who taught Ruto-kun and I how to do that. She wishes to remain anonymous for now. And your Sharingan couldn't copy it since what I did was not using any jutsus." Despite his obvious displeasure with her response, Kakashi said nothing and watched as the screen cycled once more. Tenten vs Sabaku no Tamari was the following match. Hayate started the match after the competitors had gotten down. Tenten instantly leapt back and separated herself. She threw some shuriken and kunai first, but Tamari didn't seem to catch them. When the tools failed to make their mark, Tenten squinted at Tamari. The outcome was the same when she threw a few more kunai. Tamari chuckled and replied, "If all you are going to do is throw things at me, you might as well give up. Thrown weapons will never hit me." "We'll see about that," Tenten said, setting 2 scrolls on the floor. The scrolls exploded and unrolled all around her as she made a few hand gestures and leapt into the air. Tenten took a vast array of weapons from the scrolls and started throwing them at Tamari in mid-jump. They all missed. At landing, Tenten replied, "I think I've figured it out. You are constantly cycling the air around you somehow, and whenever any of my weapons get close, you increase the cycling slightly so that they miss." "Oh, I'm impressed." Tamari replied, "You're the first one to guess that right. But you must now know that chucking things at me will never work." "Tools might not work, but what about fire?" Tenten asked, nodding, before pulling out a scroll and unfolding it, which she held in front of Tamari. A huge fireball erupted from the scroll in Tamari's direction as she directed chakra into it. As the fireball drew nearer, Tamari simply grinned. She took no action, and the fireball became entangled in the air current that encircled Tamari as soon as it was within a meter of her. The fireball began to spin around Tamari, growing larger and larger as it followed the wind. The air current abruptly changed, and the fireball sped directly back at Tenten. Tenten's left arm was severely burned as she jumped, but she just managed to avoid the enormous fireball by jumping over it. She turned to face Hayate and said, "Proctor, I forfeit the match. I can't fight with my arm burned like this." She said to Tamari, "I did not expect that to happen. I didn't realize that you could control your wind so well, and I got burned because of it. Literally." With a nod, Hayate declared, "Sabaku no Tamari is the winner of the 8th fight." Rather than returning to the bleachers, Tamari went up to Tenten. He said, "That was a good fight. You're the first person to realize that I controlled air currents like that, and wisely chose to use a fire attack, thinking that the fire would overwhelm the wind. If I hadn't trained as much as I have to combat my elemental weakness to fire, I probably would have lost. Let's get you to the medical ward to check on that burn." The two left after saying that. Once more, the screen cycled through names before pausing on Shoji Akamichi vs Dosu Kinuda. Before Hayate could start the match, Dosu told Shoji, "You should just give up Fatso." The two then made their way to the center. "What did you just say?" was Choji's first response. Dosu said, "I said that you should just give up, Fatso," while rolling his visible eye. In a quiet but somehow audible voice, Shoji said, "Proctor, start the match. There's somebody that I have to turn into roadkill." He suddenly had a frightening fire in his eye. "Alright, cough." The 9th matchup of the cough preliminaries is Choji Akamichi vs Dosu. Cough, Kinuda, Hajime. Shoji shouted, "Baika no jutsu," and immediately ran through hand signals, but this time, he didn't simply grow into a round ball. He grew into a huge round ball this time. Shoji was now 20 feet tall from head to toe. He appeared enraged and was within 10 feet. After shouting, "Nobody calls me fat," Shoji tucked his arms and legs together and started to spin around. The wrecking ball, which was 20 feet high and spinning in place at an ever-increasing speed, greatly intimidated Dosu. He was starting to regret calling the fat kid fat and was considering the possibility that he had underestimated him. But he understood the mechanism of his melody arm, and the fatter the opponent, the more damaging the sound waves would be to the fat cells. So he ran to the spinning ball and was about to swing when the ball sped forward so fast that it crushed Dosu completely. Shoji continued rolling around the stadium, leaving an indent in his wake, and then he crushed Dosu's body again. This process was repeatedly carried out by the wrecking ball that was Shoji until he finally screeched to a halt. Shoji relaxed his jutsu, took out a fresh bag of chips, and started to eat them as he made his way back to the stands. As the medical staff hurried forward to start removing Dosu from the ground, Hayate stepped forward and declared, "The winner cough of round 9 is cough, Shoji Akamichi." Everyone's eyes widened with new respect as Shoji reached the top of the stands. "That was awesome, Shoji-kun. In my opinion, there is no kill like overkill, and that definitely qualified as overkill. Ino exclaimed, her eyes shining. How about we head out for lunch together sometime? She asked. Sure thing, Ino. Chan. I'll try not to eat as much as I normally do, Choji said, flushed bright red. The fact that he said that shocked everyone. After all, an Akamichi rarely voluntarily compromises his eating habits for the benefit of others. Knowing that the two would be Konoha's next couple, Naruto grinned at this. The screen had started cycling through names once more, though, so Naruto was unable to tease the two. This time, Rock Lee and Kiba Inuzuka faced off. All right. It's time for the most youthful of showdowns, exclaimed Guy right away. Yosh. Let us make this a match to remember, Kiba. Kun, shouted Lee as well. When Kiba said, this is gonna be fun, alright Lee, let's make this our best match yet. I'll race you downstairs, he was grinning. Guy exclaimed, a youthful race to start a youthful fight. I like it, the first one to their position earns the chance to race me, on my ready. Go. To the uninitiated onlookers, Kiba and Lee seemed to vanish into thin air and then resurface in the stadium a moment later. It's a tie. Looks like both of you will be racing me, Guy yelled. What the hell have you been doing with him? I leave him in your care for a week, and he's that fast already? Kakashi asked Guy after turning to face Kiba in disbelief. Guy was just giving Kakashi a blinding smile. He said, that's right. The flames of youth in Kiba burn just as hot as Lee's, if not hotter. Those two are the strongest of friends, but the bitterest of rivals. Kiba trained day and night for 3 straight days just so that he could catch up to Lee's level. Seeing Kiba catch up only stoked Lee's flames even more, and they pushed each other to the edge and beyond. Now they refuse to be outdone by each other. They are like you and me, Kakashi, eternal rivals. Now they are pitted in combat, and we will see whose flames burn brighter. Hayate had come forward and was stating, round 10. Cough. Is Rock Lee versus Kiba Inuzuka. Hajime. Back in the stadium. Kiba and Lee both began stretching as soon as Hayate said to get started. Lee responded by asking Kiba, should we do a warm up first, or go straight to full power? Let us do a warm up, so that the crowd may feel our burning youth, replied Lee. After they had completed stretching, Kiba took Orochimaru out of his coat. Orochimaru, don't participate in the warm up. We'll fight together afterward, he told his dog. In agreement, Orochimaru barked before moving a short distance away and taking a seat. Both Kiba and Lee assumed a ready stance before Kiba swung a clawed hand at Lee. Kiba leapt into the air to avoid the hand as Lee ducked under it and tried an uppercut. Lee tried a rising kick after jumping after Kiba. But Kiba grabbed Lee's leg and, while holding it, performed a backflip. Kiba let go of Lee's leg mid-flip, launching him to the ground. The force of Kiba's throw caused the ground he landed on to crack, but Lee managed to recover by flipping in midair. Now that they were back on the ground, the two fighters charged at one another again. Before Kiba fumbled one of his kicks, they engaged in a furious dance of punches, kicks, dodges, and blocks. Lee took hold of Kiba's leg and twisted it to turn him around. But Kiba simply managed his spin and went down on all fours. Kiba then screamed, Suga, as he spun into his technique, using the strength of both his arms and legs to launch himself off the ground in Lee's direction. Lee simply waited for Kiba to come closer, and just before Kiba made contact, Lee slammed his fist into the whirlwind that was approaching. Although Lee's attack forced the whirlwind to the ground, it continued. After drilling a little through the stone floor, Kiba stopped and leapt away from Lee. Alright you two. Enough warming up. It's time to get this show started. Guy's voice suddenly came from the stands. Hi, Guy. Sensei, was yelled by Kiba and Lee, who then returned to their prepared positions. When Orochimaru approached Kiba this time, Kiba yelled, Jujin Bunshin, and Orochimaru transformed into an exact duplicate of Kiba. Let's see how long it will take for one of you two to hit me this time. Lee smiled at this and then charged the two Kibas. Lee demonstrated his mastery of taijutsu by successfully attacking both Kiba and Orochimaru while denying them any opportunity to counter, adhering to the tenet that the best defense is a good offense. He would strike one of them with a barrage of blows, but he would switch targets as soon as he saw the other getting ready to strike. But both Kibas abruptly leapt away from Lee, allowing them to begin rotating. Gatsuga! Kiba yelled as he and Orochimaru turned into spinning vortices and bounded in Lee's direction. Lee was now on the defensive and dodged the well-coordinated vortexes with all of his speed, but in the end, Lee was apprehended, and Kiba collided with him. The vortex pushed Lee all the way to the wall before slamming his back into it, despite Lee's efforts to block the blow with his arms. Lee let out a painful grunt, but he could sense Kiba losing speed. When Kiba stopped spinning, Lee shoved him forward and then used a roundhouse kick to send him flying across the room. Lee glanced down at Kiba's arms, who was now out of the way. They were shredded, to use a mild term. Lee took some extra bandages from his pouch and wrapped them around his arms because they were bleeding profusely. Kiba, meanwhile, was slowly getting to his feet. He thought Lee's roundhouse had broken his right arm. Speaking softly to his dog, he called Orochimaru to come to him and said, "All right. My arm's busted, but I also shredded Lee's arm pretty badly. If I know him, he'll try to finish this with one move by using the Omet Renge. If he does that, we'll use that technique we've been working on ever since he showed it to us." He turned to face Lee and noticed that he glanced at Guy, who gave him the smallest nod. The kanji for gravity was then displayed on bands on both of Lee's legs when he pulled down his leg warmers. The kanji vanished when Lee made a hand gesture. After putting his leg warmers back on, Lee got to his feet and yelled, "I'm sorry to do this to you, my rival, but I'm ending this fight." To Kiba. Then, as if to disappear, Lee reappeared in front of Kiba and kicked him fearlessly, sending him hurtling through the air. Then Lee disappeared once more and resurfaced behind Kiba. He took hold of Kiba and started spinning wildly. The Kiba Lee was holding abruptly changed into Orochimaru, and the true Kiba materialized behind Lee and seized him. Omet Renge. Reversal. Kiba yelled as Lee found himself in the same situation as before. Kiba did not use all of his strength when he driven Lee into the ground, sending pieces of the floor flying and creating a massive crater. Kiba ran over and knelt beside Lee as soon as the technique was finished. To Kiba's surprise, he was still conscious. "Good match, my rival," Lee said, putting out his arm feebly, before he passed out. With Kiba and Orochimaru right behind them, the medics rushed forward, placed Lee on a stretcher, and rushed him to the medical ward. At this point, Hayate came forward to announce, "The winner of round 10 is Kiba. Inazuka. We will take another short break while we repair the field. The final match will be decided when the field is fixed." In the bleachers, "Damn, both Kiba and Lee have now officially earned my respect," said Naruto. But Kakashi was not in the mood for admiration. He turned his back on Guy and said, "You taught Genin how to open the 8 gates? Are you mad? And more, you taught that to Kiba without my permission?" Guy has just stated, "I taught Kiba only the first gate, however, he clearly opened the second when he used that technique. I didn't teach him that though, so he must have taught himself how to open more than just the first gate. I also never heard him speak a word about a technique that counters the Omet Renge, so he must have made that himself. You should be proud of your student, Kakashi, not angry at me." Kakashi looked at him and replied, "I guess not. However, I will be having a strict word with Kiba about the dangers of the 8 gates. I am actually quite pleased to see just how strong he has gotten from just a week of training with you. I never would have thought it possible to advance that fast. It's just another miracle brought on by the power of youth," Guy exclaimed with another dazzling smile. Kakashi's perspiration stopped, but he didn't continue the conversation. Perhaps Guy's youth had something to do with it. "So the final 3 people are Shino, Fu, and Yugito. I wonder what the matchup will be," Kakashi said, shaking the terrifying thought from his mind. Naruto cracked a grin. All of the possible matchups of those 3 would be very interesting fights. They are all on the same team, and know each other's moves very well. This will probably be the best fight of the preliminaries. But aren't Shino and Fu-chan dating? Wouldn't they not fight each other if they got matched up? Replied Ino. Naruto laughed and replied, "No, Fu would want to fight, and from what I've seen of those 2, what Fu says, goes. They would just treat it like an intense sparring session without any rules. It would actually be a pretty cool fight to watch. Anyways, it looks like they've finished repairing the field, so let's see what the final matchup is." The last name cycle started as the screen flickered to life. On Fu Aburame vs Yugito Ni, it came to an end. The 2 in question approached their positions in silence after realizing this. When it was ready, Hayate took the stage and declared, "Fu Aburame vs Yugito. Ni. Hajime is the final match." In the bleachers, when Fu and Yugito left, Shino, who is usually quiet, unexpectedly spoke up, saying, "This is the matchup that I was hoping wouldn't happen." The inquisitive Ino questioned, "Why?" In response, Shino said, "It's because I don't get to fight anymore." His surprisingly self-centered response caused everyone to perspire, but he went on to add, "It's also because this will be the most destructive fight of the preliminaries. The 2 would demolish any training grounds they sparred in, Sakura and I. Sensei had to forbid them from doing so. Both of them enjoy employing what most people would call overkill jutsus. However, they view what we consider overkill as a common way to achieve a goal. Though they aren't very ostentatious and Naruto and Hinata both have more chakra than they do, I believe it's because of their rather impressive chakra reserves. Well, both Ruto.kun and I would be more Ishoi, as you say, if it weren't for the fact that our jutsus would cause village-wide panic, Hinata said, laughing. As a gesture of respect for Kurama Sensei and all kitsunes, we often model our strongest jutsus into something related to a kitsune, typically with multiple tails. Even though it would be amusing to watch the villagers running around screaming, we do not want to incite panic because the villagers have regrettably developed an unhealthy fear of anything related to foxes. If we released them, that and their shoei jutsus would level a good chunk of the village. Then, let's watch the battle. With Yugito and Fu. Are you prepared to divulge our secret now? Asked Yugito, Fu. All right, let's begin this performance, Yugito replied. Both of them shouted, Kai, and made a hand gesture. After a burst of blue flames and shimmering scales, it settled and showed Yugito and Fu in their Hanyu forms, dressed in new clothes. Fu had a ninja pouch on her right leg, a necklace that ended in a realistic-looking beetle, tight white shorts with a red trim that went down to just above her knees, a white ninja shoe, a white low-cut tank top with a red trim around the edges that exposed her stomach, and mint green hair that was a little longer than it had been during the team assignments but still had the previous style. Finally, she had a tattoo of a beetle on her lower back. Yugito wore a low-cut blue short-sleeved shirt with black markings that made it look like matabi, black ninja shoes and black pants with a blue flame motif, a ninja pouch on her right leg and a leaf hite tied around her left arm at the shirt's edge, her blonde hair no longer in a ponytail but hanging loose to her mid-back, and a necklace that ended in a gemstone of a cat's eye. In the bleachers. What the devil happened to those two just now? They resemble Hinata and Naruto in certain ways, Ino exclaimed. With a laugh, Hinata remarked, they made the decision to divulge their greatest secret. In reality, they're both Hanyu, just like me and Ruto.kun. When Yugito-chan returned from her first training session with her sensei, did you ever wonder why her eyes suddenly changed color? Yes, but I simply assumed they were crazy contact lenses or something. Are you saying that her transformation into a Hanyu caused her eye color to change? Ino inquired. Then Naruto said, that's correct. Previously the Jinchuriki of the Nibibiju, Yugito-chan joined them. In addition to turning 18, she received 2 tails, a pair of cat ears, and her distinguishing mark, her different eye color from the merge. Shikamaru then questioned, Naruto, what do you mean by distinguishing mark? A mark that all Hanyu carry is a distinguishing mark. Typically, it is specific to each Hanyu and cannot be altered with a henge. Although Hina-chan also has whisker marks, I am unable to cover mine with a henge while she is able to do so. When I don't want people to bother me, I simply avoid that by wearing a henge with bandages on my cheeks. As I mentioned, Yugito-chan's mark is her eyes, and Hina-chan's is the fox tattoo on her breast. Naruto clarified, I have to assume that Fu-chan's is the beetle tattoo on her lower back. Wait, wouldn't Haku also be a Hanyu if those eyes are a sign of her identity? Her eyes are exactly like Yugito's, Shikamaru inquired. Haku moved forward at this point and remarked, well spotted. Before exploding into a whirlwind of blue flames and snowflakes, she made a hand sign and said, Kai, I suppose I'll tell you my secret. The whirlwind died to reveal Haku, who had also changed her outfit, wearing a silver long-sleeved kimono with a light blue outline that was slightly open in the front to show off some of her cleavage, a silver necklace that ended in an actual ice icicle, and simple silver shoes with a light blue sash around her waist. Well, that's definitely a very nice kimono, but it doesn't seem to be too useful for a ninja, Ino said after a moment of staring. Fighting in there must be difficult. Furthermore, you don't even have on a ninja pouch. In response to Ino's statement, Haku laughed and remarked, I find kimonos to be more comfortable than other items. They don't stop me because I'm accustomed to fighting in them. She added, Naruto invented this special storage seal, pulling up the right sleeve of her kimono slightly to reveal an armband with an incredibly intricate seal on it. I also don't need a ninja pouch, thanks to Naruto ni.san. An absurd number of objects of any kind can be sealed inside of it. The disadvantage is that it takes more chakra to remove an item from the seal the more items there are inside. Therefore, it is only really useful for people like us Hanias who have crazy amounts of chakra. How come only Haku-chan has one of those seals? Ino asked, turning to face Naruto. You would also use one, wouldn't you? Haku Chan is using the first one I made, but I plan to use one as well. I only had time to make one armband, and I only finished the design a few days ago. Drawing the seal takes 4 hours straight, after which I have to move it to the location of my choice. Since Haku's main ninja tools are Senbon, I gave her the first one since she would be able to use it the best. Most storage scrolls are arranged according to the quantity of items they hold, and Senbon quickly fills the scroll to overflowing. It won't run out of capacity with this seal, and its one disadvantage hardly affects her, Naruto replied. Then, unexpectedly, Shino said, since today seems to be the day that secrets are revealed, I shall reveal mine as well. After saying, Kai, and making a hand seal, Shino's body literally transformed into millions of Kikai, who flew around before returning to form Shino again. Like the others, he also changed his appearance, wearing a long black trench coat, think Ibiki's coat, with a dark blue muscle shirt that exposed his surprisingly well defined muscles, black pants, and black military boots. He kept his bushy hairstyle and his glasses, and finished his ensemble with a leaf hite.8 tied around his forehead. Badass outfit, Shino, Shikamaru said next. That must be your Fu's mate, I suppose. However, mate isn't really the appropriate term. You are correct. Shino replied. Fu made me her king, as she is a queen of insects. She merged with the Nanabi, the seven-tailed kabutomushi, who she once held as her prisoner. Now, let us watch the fight. Wait 1 second. Ino yelled. If Haku Chan has the same distinguishing mark as Yugito Chan, then doesn't that mean that she is Haku's mate? With a smile, Naruto replied, yes it does. Ino questioned, but wouldn't that make her a lesbian? Actually, both are bisexual, but I don't think they will be sharing each other with anybody else. Now shut up so we can watch, Naruto said, his smile growing. With Yugito and Fu, while the people on the stands were chatting, Yugito and Fu had been sparring aimlessly. In fact, they had been listening to the entire exchange. Alright, let's put on a good show, sister, Fu said as they stopped sparring as they had everyone's attention. Yugito gave a nod and began reviewing the hand signals. When she was done, she exhaled a lot of blue flames and exclaimed, Neko no Hai. Say Akuho. Cat fire. Hellcat. The fire united, morphed into a red-eyed cat, and then lunged toward Fu. Fu flapped her wings and flew into the air, leaving a cloud of scale powder behind, just as the flaming cat was about to approach her. The powder ignited as soon as the flaming cat touched it, resulting in a massive explosion. While using her arms to protect herself from any debris, Yugito closely monitored the dust cloud created by the explosion. As expected, a huge wind blade sliced through the cloud and was directly aimed at her. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Yugito exhaled a ball of fire at the wind blade after making a few brief hand gestures. To Yugito's surprise, another explosion resulted from the fireball's contact with the wind blade. Shortly after the blast died down, she was struck by another wind blade, this time at a 45-degree angle. Yugito looked closely and noticed a slight sparkle on the wind blade. The blade cut deep into the stone floor, and Yugito had to backflip to avoid it. The dust from the initial explosion had finally settled when Yugito looked up, and she could see her opponent hovering in midair with tails buzzing behind her. She raised her voice and said, very clever, putting your scale powder within your wind blades so that my fire wouldn't just absorb the wind and get bigger. Fu simply smiled and began to spin in midair, creating a tornado of scale powder and wind all around her. With one last spin, she unleashed it on Yugito, shouting, Rinpon. Tatsumaki, scale powder, tornado. Yugito made a few quick hand signals and threw another fireball at the tornado as it churned up the floor toward him. She kept making hand signals as she exhaled, and after she finished the fireball, she exclaimed, Neko no Hai. Kansho. Ki, shock absorber, and then she expelled a dome of blue flame from her body. When Yugito's fireball made contact with the approaching tornado, the fire ignited the powder, causing a tremendous explosion. People in the stands were knocked over by the massive shockwave that was released by the explosion. Upon the final settling of the dust, it became evident that Yugito's dome of fire remained intact, albeit no longer circular. The side facing the blast had a flaming dome that was severely dented by the blast's force. Then the flaming dome died and flickered, exposing a panting Yugito. The ground in front of Yugito suddenly cracked and then broke, sending Fu flying out and trying to hit Yugito in the jaw with an uppercut. Just in time, Yugito backflipped away from the punch, and she kept a close eye on Fu after landing. Fu looked at Yugito with a grin. You must be feeling exhausted after using your Kansho ki. That jutsu creates a dome that absorbs incoming shockwaves, but it puts a tremendous strain on your body. with the strain being greater if the shockwaves absorbed are stronger. And given the fact that explosion's shockwave knocked everyone in the stands over, including our fellow Hanyu, you must be about ready to drop. I just hid underground the moment I saw you go to use a fire jutsu. Thank Kami I have an earth affinity as well as a wind one. With an agonized grin, Yugito remarked, "You're right. I feel like I'm about to drop, but I won't forfeit." "All right. Then let's see how you deal with this, Rinpon." Nanabe K's. Seven-tailed winds. Fu's smile grew as she began to perform hand signals while leaping backwards. She then performed a backflip, launching 6 vertical wind blades from each of her tails. The blades came together to form a huge vertical blade, and Fu released a 7th blade in a horizontal motion after landing her flip. A cross of wind was formed when the horizontal blades sped into the vertical one, traveling directly toward Yugito. Just in time, Yugito cawaramied with a piece of debris. Without pausing for anything, she saw the wind cross cut into the wall and then cut straight through it. Before it finally vanished immediately after slicing the gate and closing the forest, the cross continued deep into the forest of death, slicing through everything in its path. In the bleachers, as she watched the cross blaze a path of destruction with her Byakugan, Hinata told the other onlookers how far it went and how many things it killed. 15 giant spiders, 12 giant leeches, a wolverine, and a passing flock of birds. "Is Fu crazy? Yugito could have died," shouted Ino. Naruto laughed and replied, "Nah, she would have received some nasty cuts and be unconscious for a day, but she would be fine. Hanyu were pretty tough, you know. So while that may have seemed like overkill for you guys, that's what it would take to bring us down for a day. That and Yugito is just stubborn." With Yugito and Fu, when Yugito had finished observing the cross, she returned her focus to the smiling Fu and began quickly and crazily going through a huge number of hand signs. When she was done, she raised her palm in the air and exclaimed, "Neko no Hai. Kokaten. Sunspot." In her hand, a tiny ball of blue fire emerged, and it began to grow quickly until it was 5 meters across. So much heat was released by the now enormous fireball that the room's temperature rose to more than 100 degrees. Eventually, a patch on the fireball facing Fu began to darken and darken until it was completely black. Using the fireball as the flame source, a surge of fierce blue fire suddenly erupted from the black spot and headed directly for Fu. She was still in danger even though she just managed to cawaramied with debris in time. The dark patch on the fireball began to move in her direction, and the stream of flames that accompanied it melted the stone it struck. Fu then began flying in a circle around the fireball, gradually forcing it to use its fuel source, staying close to the ground to avoid hitting any onlookers. When the fireball finally extinguished, the black spot vanished. Following the attack, Fu said to Yugito, "Great, now it's annoyingly hot in here. How about we just end this like we usually do? I'm getting sort of bored and we put on a nice show for the audience." He then carefully landed on a portion of the ground that wasn't molten. Yugito responded by saying, "Sure, why not? A fight between us wouldn't actually end anytime soon, so let's just end it that way." Then Fu flew over to Yugito's position and, rock, paper, scissors. The fighters extended their hands. Yugito held scissors, and Fu held out rock. When Yugito noticed this, she held up her hand and declared, "Proctor, I forfeit." The cough. Winner of the final round is cough. Fu Aburame. Will all of the winners please come outside with me so that we can explain the rules for the finals? And to get out of this sauna, said a visibly stunned Hayate as he strode forward. The winners all left the room and entered what looked like a tiny classroom. When everyone was present, Hayate entered with 12 slips of paper and gave one to each genin. He continued, "Read. Cough. Off the numbers. Cough. That are on your cough slips." Hinata said, 1, 4, Ino said, 5, Shikamaru said. Neji said, 2, Shino said, 7, 11, Gaara said. Tamari said, 6, 3, Kiba said, Haku said, 9, 8, Choji said, Fu said, 10, 12, was Naruto's response. Hayate coughed and said, "Very well. Hinata versus cough. Neji will be the first cough matchup, followed by Kiba cough versus Ino in second place, Shikamaru versus cough. Tamari in third place, Shino versus Choji in fourth place, Haku versus cough. Fu in fifth place, and Gaara versus Naruto in sixth place. You all have a month to cough, rest, unwind, and train. Cough. Before the finals, so I would cough. Advise making the most of your time. Cough. You will all cough. Be escorted back through the cough forest in half an hour, so do whatever cough you want until then. The time to get ready for the finals officially began when Hayate left the room. After returning home, Naruto and Hinata immediately went to their haven to unwind, or, to put it another way, have sex. They were sitting in the hot spring after their relaxing session, when Hinata said, "So, Ruto-kun, how do you want to do this month? I think we should just concentrate on becoming more powerful. We are aware of the invasion and it is our responsibility to save as many people as we can, even though I am aware that we are essentially better than everyone else in the finals. We must be certain of our strength in order to defeat someone of Orochimaru's caliber. However, defeating another Sannin would be the only way for us to be certain of that. Since no one knows Tsunade's location and I don't think my godfather will arrive anytime soon, it appears that we will continue training with Kurama Sensei, Ami, and my parents," Naruto replied. "Alright, Naru-kun, we'll give it our all in our training. Hopefully, a month of intense training will be sufficient to guarantee that we reach that level," Hinata replied. Jutsu no time skip. Following that day, Naruto and Hinata started their rigorous training regimen. Dividing their time equally between Kurama, who taught them advanced control with their foxfire, Ami, who taught them the more complex parts of the basic brush techniques, Minato, who taught them advanced fuinjutsu and began to assist them in combining their Rasengan with elemental chakra, and Kushina, who, as a skilled weapons master, helped both Naruto and Hinata become more proficient with their special weapons. For the next 15 days, all Naruto and Hinata did was eat, sleep, train, and occasionally have sex. By the end of those days, both Naruto and Hinata had full control over Foxfire, and were able to use the advanced brush techniques Fire Burst, Ice Storm, Whirlwind, and Deluge, as well as bringing their power/'s strength to level 2. Naruto was now officially a Fuinjutsu master, and Hinata was an advanced user. Both Naruto and Hinata were able to combine their wind and water elements respectively with their Rasengans, but they still both were not able to combine regular fire or foxfire with it. They also had not taken the elemental combination to its finest level yet, so no Rasen Shuriken yet, but Futon, Rasengan and Suiten Rasengan are usable. Naruto was now able to fight on par with Asuma in a fight that used solely their trench knives, and his swordsmanship had increased even further. Hinata, although she didn't know it, was at the level that Hanzo was in his prime at using her Kusarigama, and she was able to use her butterfly daggers at the level of Taki, whom Minato had brought to the Narutoverse temporarily for her to train with. Both Naruto and Hinata were now able to use each other's weapons comfortably, but they still preferred their own. No Jutsu Kai time skip. Naruto and Hinata took a break from training on the 16th day in order to consult with the Hokage about the progress of the leaf defense. Hiruzen exclaimed, "Ah, Naruto, Hinata, what can I do for you two?" as they materialized in front of him in a lavender flash. "I would like to know how the defensive measures are coming along, old man," asked Naruto. "They are developing as well as they can in light of the fact that I am carrying them out covertly. I don't want Otto and Suna to start acting suspiciously. Anbu patrols have increased under my leadership, and those not on patrol are undergoing training. They will be at their best ever by the time the finals arrive. All of the Chunin and Jonin have also increased their own training, but I haven't informed them of the invasion. I can't let our adversaries know that we are aware of their plans," Hiruzen replied. "Good," Naruto said, nodding. "We will use all of our strength to retaliate when the attack occurs. We have been training more diligently than ever, but Suna and Otto won't be expecting that. But we still need to exercise caution. I suspect Orochimaru is somehow responsible for this attack and will show up during it. Since Tsunade and Jiraiya are not present, we are unable to test ourselves against them, so Hina-chan and I have been training extra hard in hopes of defeating him in a fight. However, we have no way of knowing how we stack up against him. I agree with you that Orochimaru must be behind this attack," Hiruzen added, nodding. "That theory is further supported by his unexpected appearance in the Forest of Death. But you two are fortunate. I recently learned that Jiraiya has just arrived back in the village. I would assume that he is conducting research at the hot springs because he hasn't visited yet. He doesn't know anything about your present life because he was last here when you were 3 years old. In order for you two to tell him your own story rather than mine, I would advise that you two get together before he stops by. After all, he will surely want to know what happened to his godson." When Naruto heard this, he smiled evilly and said, "Thanks for telling me that, old man. I'm going to speak with my godfather about responsibilities with my wife, Yana." Hinata then took Naruto's hand, and the two vanished in a burst of lavender. "Jiraiya, you poor bastard," Hiruzen thought as he stood there. "You'd better hope he doesn't call his folks." The hot springs of Konoha. A short distance from Jiraiya's current research location, Naruto and Hinata emerged in a flash of lavender, hanging into their 13-year-old selves. Though Hinata's jacket was unzipped, the two approached the pervert, and Naruto tapped him on the shoulder before saying, "Hey mister, you probably shouldn't be peeping on girls. If they discovered, you never know what they might do to you. They'll likely believe you're a pervert of some sort." Jiraiya spun around and exclaimed, "Kid, who do you think you are? It seems that you have no idea who I am. Come on, let me tell you, I am the one who has trained with the toads to become a sage," he said, striking a dramatic pose with his arms extended and palms open. "It's me who has written best selling novels and traveled the world. The person who has been called a Sannin is me. I am Jiraiya, the great and powerful one and only." His absurd introduction caused both Naruto and Hinata to perspire, and Hinata remarked, "You just seem like a pervert to me." At the sound of Hinata's voice, Jiraiya turned to face her, whom he had not previously noticed, and uttered, "Well, hello there, little lady. Why don't you, your C-cups, and I get together later for, OF?" Naruto slammed his fist into Jiraiya's stomach, interrupting him. "That's my wife that you're going after, you pervert," Naruto growled. "Don't you have boundaries? We're both 13. You also identify as my godfather. She's old enough for me. Boundaries, schmoundaries, if her breasts are that large. Hold on, did you mention godfather? Hold on, whisker marks and blonde hair? Naruto wouldn't be your name, would it?" Jiraiya asked thoughtfully. Now that Jiraiya was upright once more, Naruto punched him in the stomach once more and remarked, "So Ero Sennin finally figures it out. You pervert, now tell my wife you're sorry." Well, it seems that my godson is doing better than I ever thought he would," Jiraiya moaned as he got back up. 13 years old and married, and to what appears to be a Hyuga. He then bowed deeply to Hinata and went on, "I apologize, miss. I've heard good things about Hyuga women, you know. You appear to be already taken." Jiraiya was bowing when Naruto struck him in the back of the head with his palm, sending him tumbling to the ground. Jiraiya was immediately enraged and jumped up, exclaiming, "What now? I was sorry." "Yes," said Naruto with a smile, "but you were bending and looking at my wife's breasts. I'll use all of my strength the next time, so don't do it again." Ruto.kun and I have been married since we were both 5, Hinata remarked with a laugh. "I'm Hinata, and I would pay attention to what my husband has to say if you value life. You know, he's really strong." When Jiraiya heard this, his mind began to work, and he turned to Naruto and said, "Wait, you're telling me that you are married to Hinata Hyuga, the Hyuga clan's heiress and daughter of Hiashi Hyuga? I got the impression that you were hated by the majority of the village the last time I was here. In addition, Hiashi is among the world's biggest jerks. How on earth did you manage to wed his daughter?" Naruto smiled and said, "I completely bypassed Hiashi and the entire Hyuga clan by using a very rarely used style of marrying. Hina-chan then relinquished all of her rights as heiress to her little sister by using a rarely used clan law and officially joined my clan. That didn't happen till earlier this year, although we've been technically married since we were 5. As he attempted to process this, Jiraiya's mind was working overtime, and he turned back to Hinata. When he looked at her breasts this time, he did notice her tattoo. "Pull up your shirt and start channeling chakra, now. There is something I need to check that is of utmost importance," he said, turning back to Naruto upon realizing what it was. With a smile, Naruto gestured to Hinata. She took Jiraiya's and Naruto's hands and twisted with Sorim. "What the hell was that? It felt like my old student's jutsu, the Hiraishin," Jiraiya exclaimed when they reappeared. Laughing, Hinata remarked, "No, it's not the Hiraishin. It's a jutsu of my own making called Sorim." Jiraiya was stunned. He said, "How the hell did you make that? A genin shouldn't be able to use space-time jutsu at all." Naruto cracked a grin. "She made it by basing it on the mechanics of the Hiraishin, and modifying it so that you don't need the seals necessary for Hiraishin. Sorim allows the user to warp anywhere within their eyesight. Since Hina-chan has the Byakugan, she can use Sorim to its full potential. How would she even know the mechanics behind the Hiraishin? The only people that Minato ever explained it to were his bodyguards." He then took his first look around and replied, "And where the hell are we? It looks like some sort of clan compound bedroom." "Wait. What clan did Hinata join when she left the Hyuga?" replied Jiraiya. "Hina-chan joined me in the Namikaze clan," Naruto exclaimed, his smile growing. Jiraiya stammered out, "B.but, H.how?" before gathering his courage to say, "You were not supposed to learn of your heritage until you turned 18. Technically, we are 18. Why don't you check on Naruto? Conceal now. Hinata asked with a laugh. Jiraiya approached Naruto and lifted his shirt, oblivious to the fact that Hinata seemed to be aware of Naruto's seal. Jiraiya watched as Naruto started channeling chakra, and to her terrible surprise, the seal did not appear. Where did the seal go? Jiraiya muttered in a low voice, but Naruto heard him and responded, It's gone. I removed it. Whaat! Jiraiya screamed as she leapt to her feet. I removed the seal. Naruto reiterated, the Kyuubi is free from his prison. As Jiraiya began to panic, he rationally reacted by saying, Wait, if you remove the seal, then you should be dead, as the Kyuubi's chakra would destroy you as it got released. Naruto smiled and said, Or this could happen. Hinata and Naruto then made a hand gesture and said, Kai. The two Hanyu were revealed after a flurry of orange and lavender flames. When Jiraiya saw this, his brain finally exploded, causing him to pass out. After several hours, Jiraiya finally woke up and leapt from his bed. Then he looked around. He was seated on a cozy bed in what looked to be a clan compound guest room. A person then stated, It looks like Arrow. Sennin finally woke up. I guess we shocked him pretty badly. As Jiraiya turned to face the voice, she noticed Naruto and Hinata seated on a couch in the room's corner. With their tails swishing behind them, the couple stood up and approached him. So that wasn't some sort of bad dream. What happened to you two? Asked Jiraiya after he had recovered his voice. With a smile, Naruto said, Let me tell you our story. A lengthy tale will follow. Naruto concluded, So that's what happened in my life. Jiraiya remained quiet for a few minutes before he stated, Well kid, it looks like you turned out just fine all things considered. However, I probably should make up my not being there to you, so here's what I'll do. The rest of the time before the exam finals, I will train you two personally. While you have some great teachers already, I can help you in some areas that everybody else couldn't, namely senjutsu. Since you can't become a toad sage, I will help you two train to become fox sages, with Kurama. Sama's permission of course. The principle of drawing in nature energy is universal among sages, and it is only the specific techniques that make the various sage modes unique, as well as the physical changes upon entering sage mode. After speaking with Kurama in his head for a short while, Naruto stated, Kurama, Sensei has agreed to the senjutsu training. He said that when we are ready, he will reverse summon us to Shiratsuki, White Moon Forest so that we may train in the land of the Kitsune. Alright, I just need to speak with the Hokage before we go. I'll be back in around an hour. I'll wait outside of the compound gates, replied Jiraiya. Jiraiya vanished in a whirl of foliage after that. Jutsu no time skip. Naruto and Hinata were waiting for Jiraiya when he got back. Kurama was called by Naruto, and he in turn called them back to Shirotsuki Forest. The Kitsune's homeland was a vast, dense forest that was continuously illuminated by the gentle white light of a large full moon that was always visible in the middle of the sky. The Kitsune residents were ecstatic to see that Kurama had returned when they got there. They were shown to Ginsuki, Gold Moon, and Kinsuki, Silver Moon, the Kitsune elders. An elderly male fox with 8 tails and gold fur. Ginsuki was about the size of a large dog. A little smaller than Ginsuki, Kinsuki was an elderly vixen with 7 tails and silver fur. After a lengthy private conversation with Kurama, the elders declared that they would assist in overseeing Naruto and Hinata's senjutsu training. After that, the elders led Jiraiya, Hinata, and Naruto to a remote lake in the middle of the forest. When they arrived, they started teaching. No Jutsu Kai time skip. On the day of the exam finals, the crowd of spectators was eagerly waiting in their seats for the matches to start, with 5 minutes until the first match. All of the genin who had survived, with the exception of Naruto and Hinata, were lined up in the arena. Genma Shiranui, a jonin who would proctor the final matches, was standing in front of them. He was picked because Hayate was hospitalized after being attacked by an unidentified assailant one night while on patrol. Only when a nearby Anbu patrol heard a strange noise and went to investigate did he survive. When the Anbu found Hayate, he had a big cut across his chest, but they managed to get him to the hospital in time to save his life. 2 minutes before the first match started, Shikamaru interrupted, saying, It will be troublesome if Naruto and Hinata don't get here in time. Ino continued, If I had to guess, I would say that they are going to make a big entrance right before time runs out. Neji laughed as he said, Or they decided to chicken out. Fate has decreed that they will always be weak fools. A massive puff of smoke suddenly cleared from the center of the stadium, revealing a massive, 5-tailed, dark blue, furred fox sitting upright. The crowd of civilians began to panic immediately, but then someone said, Have no fear. the great Jiraiya is here. With Naruto and Hinata standing next to him in their Hanyu forms, the civilians searched for the source of the voice and discovered it standing in a pose atop the enormous fox. The civilians were extremely perplexed by the scene because, although they had all heard of Jiraiya, they were unable to understand why he was with the two demons. After Jiraiya, Hinata, and Naruto all leapt from the fox's head, Hinata turned to the fox and uttered the words, "Seiga, Blue Fang. Please shrink down to your usual size. I think that you have freaked enough people out for now." To everyone's astonishment, the fox said in a gentle, feminine voice, "Very well, mistress." Seiga then began to shrink in front of everyone's eyes until she was as big as a typical fox. Seiga then approached Hinata and gave her legs a nuzzle. After that, Naruto and Hinata moved forward to join the other genin in line. As she approached Genma, Jiraiya remarked, "I hope we aren't late." "You got here with 10 seconds to spare, but I bet you did that on purpose," Genma said with a laugh. He shunshined away in a swirl of leaves after Jiraiya smiled and said, "It was Naruto's idea, so don't blame me." Hiruzen stood up and moved forward in his box. He cleared his throat and everyone became quiet. He then stated, "I would like to welcome you all to this year's Chunin exam finals. We will now begin the tournament. There are 12 who survived the first 2 exams, and they will each fight each other in a one-on-one match. The 3 winners of the first 6 fights will then participate in a 3-way free for all to decide the winner of the tournament. Without further ado, please turn your attention to the exam proctor so that we may begin." Then Genma told the genin, "All right. The first match is Hinata Namikaze versus Neji Hyuga, so everybody else head up to the contestants' box." The other genin began to ascend, but Naruto stayed behind, kissed Hinata, and said, "Do your best," before pursuing the other genin. Now that the field was clear, Genma shouted, "The first match of the exams finals is Hinata Namikaze versus Neji Hyuga. Hajime," loud enough for the audience to hear. Neji charged at Hinata with incredible speed as soon as Genma yelled, "Hajime," and leapt off the field. He hit Hinata with a barrage of palm strikes, and she danced around each one without even attempting to retaliate, while wearing a frown. Hinata backflipped away from Neji to end the engagement. Neji laughed at Hinata's conduct and replied, "Why do you attempt to avoid combat? Is it because fate has decreed you too weak to even fight me? Just like fate has decreed that I will always live to serve the main branch?" This made Hinata frown even more, and she chose not to respond to Neji. Infuriated by the silence, Neji hurried Hinata again, more quickly this time. In the bleachers, 7 Hyuga clan members were seated in the Hyuga clan section. The Hyuga Council of Elders consisted of 5 elders. The 2 others were Hanabi and Hiyashi. One of the elders told Hanabi, "Watch closely, Hanabi. Sama, as the strongest branch member of our clan, destroys the traitor. We have trained him over the last month for the sole purpose of showing what happens to those who betray our clan. We will not have our pure blood be tainted with the demons." The elder's words caused Hanabi to frown inwardly, thinking, "Nay, Chan, be careful." During the battle, Neji was now making every effort to strike Hinata, but he was unable to even get close to her. She twisted around every single one of Neji's blows, and he could see no gaps in her stance. He gasped as he looked up into her eyes. Her Byakugan was not even activated. This time, the engagement was called off by Neji. "Why do you continue to fight against your fate?" he asked, taking a step back. "And tell me, Neji, what is this fate that I am apparently fighting against?" Hinata said, frowning. The grim reply from Neji was, "Death by my hand." After taking a deep breath, Hinata released her arms from her side and moved out of the Yuho stance. She went on to say, "Very well. I will prove to you that fate is not set in stone. You were once such a kind boy, and I've always wondered what happened to that boy. I believe that the elders warped you into what you are now." She then exclaimed, "I will allow you one free hit. You may use it however you wish." She held her arms out in front of Neji. Neji continued to snicker. "The elders have made my mind clear. They have shown me that fate has designated you as both a demon and a traitor, and that it is my duty to end your life. It is your funeral to give me a free strike, but I intend to use your pathetic kindness to end your life." "Then do it," Hinata yelled angrily. "Prove to me that it is my fate to die. I will destroy all doubts in your mind that fate is predetermined." Neji lunged at Hinata at this point, slamming his palm into the skin above her heart. Neji turned away as Hinata collapsed to the ground, turned off his Byakugan, and uttered the words, "Proctor, it is over. She is dead." But when Neji heard a familiar voice ask, "I'm dead, am I?" he froze. When Neji turned around again, Hinata was on her feet. A trickle of blood was dripping from her mouth. As Neji stammered, "B. But T. That's I." Impossible. I know I stopped your heart. Fate had determined that you would die there. She wiped away the blood. Hinata laughed and said, "You're just a poor bird trapped in a cage, who has been manipulated by the cage's owners. The owners have made you think that fate is not controllable and in doing so created the perfect tool. Fate is never set in stone. Fate is determined by your own actions. You tried to make my fate death by stopping my heart, but I made my fate life by healing my heart with my special foxfire." Hinata's words hit Neji square in the gut, leaving him motionless. Hinata started to walk toward him. "It was also not your father's fate to die to protect the main branch. I know the truth of what happened. Hizashi chose to go to his death to protect his family, his brother, and most of all, you. He chose death for his loved ones as his fate, and escaped servitude to the main branch by doing so. You say that it is your own fate to live sealed as a branch member, but I will help you fight that fate." Hinata was now standing directly beside Neji when she reached up and untied Neji's Hide.8. As Hinata removed the bandages from Neji's head and exposed the cage bird seal, he was still too stunned to react. As Hinata's right hand started to glow lavender flames, she whispered to Neji, "If you were a free bird, what would you do with yourself?" She touched Neji's forehead and moved her hand slowly over the seal. Neji could feel his head getting clearer and clearer as Hinata's hand moved over it. After completing her motion, Hinata took her hand off Neji's forehead. She gave Neji a sincere smile while maintaining eye contact. Neji said softly, "I'm free," after noticing the reflection of Hinata's now unmarked forehead in his eyes. "Yes, cousin," Hinata replied, "you're a free bird now." Then Neji turned back to Hinata and grinned for the first time in years. He was about to say something when Hinata's eyes widened in horror and she was out of his line of sight. Then, behind him, Neji heard the unmistakable thump of 5 Jiyuken strikes striking a body. His eyes widened at what he saw as he slowly turned around. He noticed Hinata standing there, her mouth still smiling, a trickle of blood dripping out. Her 5 tails were wrapped around the Jiyuken strike source, and she was fully covered in a glowing lavender shroud. This is Hinata's version of Naruto's orange flash mode, though it does something different. Each of the 5 Hyuga elders had one of her tails wrapped around it. A senior member yelled, "You bitch! How dare you rob us of our most powerful tool? I knew we should have killed you when we killed your weak mother." "Hitomi, I never knew," Hiyashi muttered as all of the ninja who were using chakra-enhanced hearing to listen in on the conversation quietly gasped. The screams of the 5 elders, whose ribs Hinata had broken by squeezing them with her tails, followed by the sound of several bones breaking, filled the air as Hinata's expression swiftly changed from one of shock to one of rage. Then she pulled her chakra shroud off. The Hokage and 5 Anbu suddenly materialized in the stadium as several leaf swirls. "I find all 5 of you guilty of murder of a clan matriarch, and attempted murder of a ninja of the leaf. Your punishment is immediate execution." The Hokage then declared to the elders in a tone that was deadly serious. "Wait!" Hinata exclaimed as the Anbu began to move in. "I want to hear why they killed my mother." The Hokage said, "Very well. What do you 5 have to say for yourselves?" As the Anbu halted its movement and turned to face him. A senior member argued, "The woman was weak. Do we really need another reason besides that? Besides, she was trying to find a way to remove the caged bird seal. If she succeeded, the Hyuga clan would have been ruined." Then Hinata started using her tails to crush the elders once more, causing them to scream in agony. She then said, "In other words, you saw my mom as a threat to your total control over the clan, and deemed that she had to be removed. My mom was not weak. I looked up her file. She was a Jonin by 15, and she was a master of water jutsu. However, as soon as she began deviating from the standard Hyuga style of Jiyuken, you all saw her as a weak failure, just like you see me. You all are the weak ones for sticking to such a stagnant style. I've seen more flaws in Jiyuken than I care to count. And yet you see Jiyuken as flawless. There is one word for people like you, and that is fools. The caged bird seal is ruining the Hyuga clan. It is only one of the many reasons why I left the clan. However, I have now started the process of freeing the clan from itself. But for some reason when I freed Neji, you all made the move to attempt to kill him. Is it because that you are scared of what he will do once he is free? Or is it because you are afraid that he has surpassed you, and without a method to control him, he is too much of a threat to be left alive? Quiet, you demon whore. You have no business with the clan anymore, so what do you care anyways, said one of the elders in response. I may not be a Hyuga anymore, responded Hinata, but I will not stand for slavery. That is all the caged bird seal really is. The seal was given to the Hyuga by the Uzumaki clan as a way of controlling prisoners in wartime, but it is now used to enslave members of the same clan. You use it to ensure your continued dominance inside of the clan by enslaving those who you deem a threat, or just killing those who you can't find a valid excuse to put the seal on. The seal is really not even good at protecting the Byakugan, which is the reason that you use it. It only activates upon death, so it is quite easy for enemies to steal the Byakugan from a branch member who is living, and it's also just as easy to kill a main branch member and steal their eyes. Face it, the Byakugan is only protected by the strength of the one who owns it. And that leads me to another thing. The seal also weakens the one who has been sealed over time, along with limiting the strength of the sealed Byakugan, and the potential growth of the afflicted. The branch members of the clan are all being held back from their true potential. Without the seal, the Hyuga clan would be many times stronger than it currently is. However, in your greed and lust for power, you have weakened the clan so that you may remain in a lofty position. One of the elders questioned, "How do you know of the seal's side effects? We were assured that our ancestors had destroyed all records of them." After Hinata's statement stunned them. "All records but one," replied Hinata. "They were unable to destroy the record that the Uzumaki kept of the seal for their archives. The clan archives were not kept in a building in Uzushiogakure, so they escaped being destroyed when Uzushiogakure was wiped off the map. Instead, the archives were kept in an extremely powerful seal. The archives were physically handed down from heir to heir in the family, and they ended up in Kushina Uzumaki's possession. When Kushina secretly married the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, she entrusted the archives to him. Minato placed them securely in the Namikaze clan vault, where they would await the next heir. My husband is that heir. We opened the archives and found many things, but the truth of the caged bird seal was what shocked me the most. Now all of the shinobi here know about the truth, and I have to say that the Hyuga clan will lose a lot of respect from this. You bitch. You've ruined the Hyuga. When our enemies learn of this, they will attack without mercy. We will all be killed," shouted one of the elders. Suddenly, Hiyashi appeared in the stadium in a swirl of leaves, and said to the elders, "No. Hinata has not ruined the Hyuga, she is saving it. She is attempting to follow in her mother's footsteps, and is succeeding where Hitomi failed. She is attempting something that I have long forgotten that I promised Hitomi to do. She is making the Hyuga whole again." Hiyashi then turned to Hinata and bowed down on his knees and said, "I am truly sorry, my daughter. I have been blinded by my own arrogance and grief. I blamed you for both Hitomi's and Hizashi's deaths, and treated you like trash. I did not ever see you as my own daughter, and when you appeared before the council kissing the Uzumaki boy, I completely lost it. I started training Neji the moment you left for the sole purpose of getting revenge on you, and I have actually started to see him as my own son because of our shared hatred of you. Neji truly was trying to kill you today, but you saw past that and freed him from his seal. You even selflessly shielded him with your own body from a fatal attack. Seeing you today doing these things has reminded me of Hitomi's wishes, and has reminded me that you truly are Hitomi's firstborn daughter. You are like her in more ways than you can imagine. For this, I humbly ask, no, beg for you forgiveness, even though I truly deserve to be hated by you." "Hiyashi, stand. It is not fitting for a clan head to be in that position in front of all of these people," said Hinata. Hiyashi got up and continued, "I have never hated you, father. Even after you treated me so coldly, and refused to give me praise, I never hated you. I did, however, lose all of my respect for you. I have said before that my respect is earned, not given. But seeing you today bow to your knees and ask for my forgiveness in front of a stadium full of people has proven to me that you deserve some of my respect. I forgive you for your past mistakes, father, and I only wish that you will take the initiative and act like a true father from now on with Hanabi. I will help you restore the clan to its former glory by removing the caged bird seal from every branch member, but it is up to you to fully heal the rift the living divided has caused. I am no longer a Hyuga, and I have no desire to become one ever again, but I have always wished for the Hyuga to become one. When I see that you have fully achieved that, you will have fully earned both my complete forgiveness and respect." Hiyashi was weeping as he heard Hinata as he said, "You truly are Hitomi's daughter, Hinata. I can now see that you are much happier living as a Namikaze. I wish you luck in your new life, my daughter, and you will from now on be always welcome at the Hyuga compound as an honorary member. But now we have some real trash to deal with. What should we do with these traitorous old fools?" Hinata laughed as she said, "Instead of carrying out an immediate execution, how about we let Ibiki take care of them for a while? I'm sure they have a lot of dark secrets that they are hiding." "Very well. Anbu, take them away," said Hiruzen after Hiyashi nodded in agreement. Following their application of chakra and paralysis seals to each elder, the 5 Anbu took one each and left. Hiyashi nodded and shunshined away as the Hokage said, "If you would please return to your seat. This match is still going on." The Hokage then shunshined back to his box. After getting there, he told the crowd, "I apologize for that unexpected interruption. We will continue with the fights as planned. Hopefully we will not have any more unexpected interruptions." Genma gestured to Hinata and Neji, who replied, "Please continue when you are ready." When Hinata interrupted Neji's attempt to raise his hand, she said, "Don't forfeit, cousin. I will now actually take this seriously. I want you to experience just how much you were limited by the seal." After nodding and letting his hand fall back down, Neji assumed his Jiyuken stance and began using his Byakugan. When he did, he gasped instantly. "I take it that the improvements are immediately visible with the Byakugan?" Hinata asked, smiling as she assumed her Yuho stance and activated her Byakugan. Neji smiled this time, saying, "Everything is so much clearer. I can see so much further as well, and I have even more control with my telescopic vision. Alright cousin, here I come." Neji then launched himself at Hinata with even greater speed than before. While she danced around most of the palm strikes this time, Hinata had to actively deflect a few. As they moved around the stadium, the two appeared to the untrained onlookers to be a blur of continuous motion. Nevertheless, despite his increased speed and vision, Neji was still unable to hit Hinata. She would simply knock away anything she couldn't avoid. After performing a series of quick hand seals and a sudden backflip high into the air, Hinata yelled, "Kaden! Gokaku no Jutsu!" and let out a massive fireball from her mouth. Neji smiled as the fireball swung toward him, began to spin, formed a chakra dome, and yelled, "Kaden!" The fireball crashed into the dome and vanished. Neji paused his spinning, smiled at the recently landed Hinata, and said, "Did you think that I wouldn't know the Kaden by now? I was taught by both the elders and Hiyashi Sama for the sole purpose of beating you. While I now see that that purpose is flawed, I have still gained many skills." Hinata simply smiled at him and began using hand signals once more, yelling, "Sweden, Suiryuden no Jutsu." Many of the more seasoned shinobi in the stands were in awe as Hinata created a huge water dragon in front of her without a water source close by. A significant section of the crowd was splashed with water as Neji used Kaden to deflect the dragon's blast. Neji yelled in agony as he felt something bite his leg just as he had stopped spinning. The blue fox that Hinata had made an appearance with its teeth gnawing on his leg was visible to him when he looked down. Although Neji was perplexed as to how he missed the fox with his Byakugan, he put the idea away for further consideration. After shaking the fox away, he turned to face Hinata and noticed another water dragon approaching. The water dragon smashed into the wall behind him, causing a huge dent in the stone, and he hurried to get out of the way. When Neji returned his attention to Hinata, he saw that she was standing motionless and had her eyes closed. Then he saw what seemed to be green chakra meld with Hinata's chakra system, gathering from the surrounding air. Silver pigmentation appeared close to Hinata's eyes, and she opened them. Hinata's lavender eyes had turned to a brilliant silver, and there were silver flecks in the fur of her ears and tail. Neji questioned, "What are you?" after being astounded by Hinata's metamorphosis. Hinata chuckled as she said, "I'm a lot of things, but I'm guessing that you are referring to this transformation. Let's just say that I'm a snowfox sage, and leave it at that for now. Anyways, I've decided to end this now." Hinata's cryptic words made Neji instantly alert, but it didn't help. Hinata disappeared entirely from his view and then resurfaced before him. Neji tried to strike, but Hinata used one finger to block his blow. She said to Neji, "You're strong, cousin. But you are not strong enough. Become strong so that you may protect the ones you love, and never give up. Help my father rebuild my old clan, and look to the future, but don't forget about your past mistakes. Rest now, as you'll need all of your strength later today." After saying that, Hinata gave Neji a forehead tap, causing him to pass out. After taking Neji in her arms, Hinata made her way to the stadium center. "You don't really need to treat him. Just put him in a comfortable bed." Hinata handed Neji to the hurriedly departing medics, adding, "He'll wake up in around half an hour." After giving a nod, the medical staff left the field. The winner of the first match of the Chunin exam finals is Hinata Namikaze, Genma declared as he moved forward. At first, the audience was completely quiet, but then the Hokage and a few of the more senior ninjas started clapping. The stadium gradually filled with cheers as everyone considered the game and Hinata's demonstration of her selflessness. Hinata simply grinned and twisted back into the contestants' box, where Naruto gave her a big kiss right away. "Amazing job, Haim. That went better than we had planned. By the way, have I ever told you how beautiful you are in your sage mode?" Naruto said softly as he broke away from it. Only every time I enter it. Hinata returned the whisper with a charming smile, but I love hearing you say that. The second match will be Kiba Inuzuka versus Ino Yamanaka. Will the fighters please come down to the center of the arena? Genma said after the cheers for Hinata had finally subsided. Kiba and Ino made their way into the stadium and stood apart. It's time for the second match. Kiba Inuzuka versus Ino Yamanaka. Hajime, Genma then declared. Ino grabbed a smoke bomb from her tool pouch and tossed it to the ground as soon as Genma started the second match. Ino hid inside the bomb as a massive cloud of purple smoke erupted from it. So she wants to stay hidden so that she doesn't have to engage me in taijutsu? A clever strategy, if it were not for the fact that I am an Inuzuka. Kiba grinned at Ino's attempts to remain hidden. In order to find Ino, Kiba sniffed the air for her scent. However, all he detected emanating from the cloud was the aroma of lilacs. Kiba gave Orochimaru the signal to retreat after yelling, "Clever girl," using a specially prepared smoke bomb that clouds our sense of smell. Following Kiba's instructions, Orochimaru fled. That's right, dog boy. I know all about your sense of smell, and I intend on using it against you. But let's see if you can handle this. Ino's voice came from inside the smoke cloud. Ino stood motionless inside the smoke, navigating hand signals. As she completed her signs, she whispered, "Megan, Jabaku Satsu, pulse." She released a chakra pulse that she knew would reach Kiba without coming into contact with any audience members. As the smoke began to clear, Kiba waited calmly until an odd pulse began to pass through him. He was suddenly ensnared in the branches of a huge tree that had grown behind him. He saw Ino's body start to emerge from the tree with his kunai in hand when he looked up. Kiba's thoughts were racing in his head. Crap, genjutsu. I knew she would try one, but I didn't think that she would know kunai, sensei's specialty. And it seems like she modified it so that I could be effective without directly looking at her. I know that I can't break out of this on my own. In the meantime, a smirking Ino was visible in the real world after the smoke had just cleared. In the meantime, Kiba stood motionless, his eyes glassy. In the bleachers, Shikamaru yawned and said, "Well, it looks like Ino won this match. Troublesome." Naruto laughed as he said, "I wouldn't count Kiba out just yet, Shikamaru. Ino would have definitely won if Kiba was alone, but you are forgetting that Kiba is not alone. There is a reason why a genjutsu won't affect me, and that reason applies to Kiba right now." Fu nodded and continued, "That's right. So long as Kiba isn't alone, he shouldn't have a problem with genjutsu, unless it's a really strong one." Shikamaru said, "I get it." Orochimaru, with his eyebrows raised. In the stadium, with a kunai drawn, Ino had begun to stroll leisurely in Kiba's direction. She intended to put an end to it by completely incapacitating Kiba while he was in the genjutsu. Orochimaru darted out from behind a tree and ran in Kiba's direction. Leaping onto Kiba's head, he gave his master a chakra injection. Kiba saw Ino a few feet ahead of him and snapped back to reality. He shouted, "All right, Orochimaru. Thanks for breaking the genjutsu," as he bounded forward at Ino. The abrupt change in circumstances caused Ino's eyes to widen, and she was immediately placed on the defensive in a taijutsu battle. She was thinking, "Damn, how could I have forgotten about Orochimaru? This is bad. I don't stand a chance in a taijutsu fight, even though I practiced a bit. I'm just not at his level." Kiba was in control of the fistfight and struck Ino with several powerful blows. "I'll give you one chance to forfeit." He abruptly withdrew, saying, "I hate to hurt you more than I have to. Proctor, I forfeit. I have no chance of beating Kiba in a taijutsu fight, and there is no way that he would let me put him in another genjutsu. I just had a bad matchup this time around," Ino said, hanging her head and raising her hand. Announcing, the winner of the second match by forfeit is Kiba Inuzuka. Genma leapt into the stadium at this point. As Kiba and Ino shook hands and made their way back to the contestants' box, the audience erupted in cheers. They both received a lot of praise from their peers for their outstanding efforts once they arrived. The third match of the finals is Shikamaru Nara versus Sabaku no Damari. Will the contestants please come down to the center of the stadium? Genma said after the cheering subsided. Tamari immediately descended by riding her fan, and Shikamaru began to idly make her way to the stadium. The crowd was quite irritated with him by the time he arrived because it took him 5 minutes. Genma declared, "Okay. The third match is Shikamaru Naru versus Sabaku no Tamari, Hajime," as he eventually took his place. Tamari told Shikamaru, "All right, lazy boy. You better give me a good fight," as Genma leapt away. Replied that, "Normally I would just forfeit right now, but my mom said that she would make my life troublesome if I did. I would rather not have to deal with that, even if fighting a girl is troublesome." And just what is so troublesome about fighting a girl? Temari yelled as she whipped her fan around, unleashing a huge gust of wind at Shikamaru. This caused a tick mark to appear on her forehead. Just in time, Shikamaru leapt to the side of the wind gust, made the rat seal, and sent his shadow streaking in Temari's direction upon landing. As the shadow followed her, Temari jumped backwards multiple times before it abruptly stopped in front of her. Temari laughed and replied, "It seems like your shadow can only extend so far. If I stay at a long range and attack you from afar, this fight will be a cinch." Shikamaru disengaged his shadow and, surprisingly, grinned at her remarks. "So you say, but what happens when I stop using my shadow?" he asked, quickly going over hand signals before yelling, "Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu." He then exhaled a huge fireball in Temari's direction, obstructing her view of him as he dug a trench in the ground. The air current around Temari's body caught the fireball as it approached, directing it in a circle around Temari's body and sending it flying back towards Shikamaru, who was now much closer to Temari. Temari grinned and exclaimed, "Kiryu Sosa, air current manipulation." With the words, "Aiheki, shadow wall," Shikamaru knelt down and made the rat sign once more. His shadow moved ahead of him for about a foot before stopping and then spreading out horizontally, before a wall of shadow appeared from the horizontal line. To the astonishment of nearly everyone, the fireball struck the wall and was absorbed by it, causing the wall to enlarge. In the bleachers, Shikaku, Shoza, and Inoichi, the clan heads, were seated together somewhere in the stands. They had grown to love watching their kids fight and, ideally, turn into Chunin. But Shikaku's eyes widened at Shikamaru's display of Aiheki, and he muttered, "Where did he learn that?" Inquiring, Shoza said, "What do you mean, Shikaku? Surely you were the one who prepared him for this match." Shikaku shook his head and said, "Dad, it's troublesome, but do I have your permission to stay and train at a friend's house instead of with you?" "Actually, I didn't. Shikamaru came to me after Yoshino threatened to make his life difficult if he forfeited his match. He was probably going to, but something must have woken up in him because he said, 'Dad, it's troublesome. I think I'll learn more that way.' I asked him which friend, and he said, 'Naruto.' I agreed that he could go, but I honestly didn't expect him to actually train hard. Anyways, that jutsu that he just used is a jutsu that my grandfather made. As far as I know, the only copy of the jutsu and its workings is locked away in our clan vault. I never taught Shikamaru how to use it, and I know that he never asked to see anything in the vault, so I'm really wondering how my son knows it." Inoichi laughed and replied, "Well, apparently the Yondaime must have made a copy of it. He always did like collecting jutsu scrolls. I'm betting that Shikamaru found it when he was training at Naruto's or Naruto showed it to him. Naruto does have full access to the entire jutsu collection since he lives in the Namikaze estate. I guess that you were right. Anyways, I think that Shikamaru will win now that he used that jutsu," Shikaku said with a laugh. "But what exactly did that jutsu do?" Shoza inquired. In response, Shikaku said, "It took the fireball and transformed it into shadow. Shikamaru's options have multiplied 1,000-fold, and as long as he doesn't let go of the technique, he has all the shadow required to finish this battle." In the stadium, a huge circular shadow appeared on the ground as Shikamaru's wall collapsed, and then he declared, "I'm ending this." The shadow circle then broke up into several different thickness tendrils that shot in Temari's direction. She struggled to avoid each one, but she managed to do so, and then she suddenly realized that the tendrils were not merely moving to try to catch her, but that they had formed into what appeared to be a ceiling matrix all around her, with Temari in the center. Although Temari was not an expert in Fuinjutsu, she was aware of its limitless potential, and when she attempted to leap away, she discovered that she was immobile. Shikamaru said, "And that's checkmate." The shadow matrix started to glow, and Temari knew she had to leave or else she was done. "As I said, checkmate," Shikamaru said, releasing his jutsu and his hands. "This was something I had planned from the start. Getting a sufficiently large shadow with Aiheki was the first step, and I knew I could use your ability to control air currents to get that shadow. The technique of Aiheki is intriguing. It is a wall that transforms jutsu into useful shadow by absorbing it. The drawback is that the amount of shadow I receive is directly correlated with the amount of light emitted by the absorbed jutsu. To put it another way, I would receive a lot of fire and lighting jutsu but little wind, water, or earth jutsu. You are a wind user, so I had to either get you to redirect one of my techniques or use a technique that isn't your forte. I thought I could use the fact that you stopped the fireball that Tenten threw at you during the preliminary round. It was easy to make you believe that I was attempting to trap you with Kagemane when, in fact, I was making a ceiling matrix once I had the necessary shadow size. It wasn't hard at all because you had to concentrate on staying out of my shadows. I made a paralysis seal on a grand scale. Shikamaru then approached the motionless Tamari and placed a kunai to her neck before stating, and to answer your question, fighting girls is troublesome since I don't like harming girls. Anything within the seal's outer boundaries, meaning you, is now paralyzed for 1 hour. It feels wrong. The fact that you are strong or not is irrelevant. I am aware of the strength of girls. You have demonstrated that in your battle against Tenten, just as my mother and Hinata have done innumerable times. Shikamaru's words caused Tamari to blush unconsciously, and Genma leapt back into the stadium to declare, Shikamaru Nara won the third match by incapacitation. The crowd erupted in cheers. From the perspective of the civilians, this match was much more thrilling than the last one, but from the ninja's point of view, Shikamaru had just earned a great deal of respect by demonstrating his talent in Fuinjutsu, which is not something that is often seen, and proving that he was a genius deserving of the Nara name. Is there any way for you to give Tamari her mobility back, or does she have to wait the entire hour? Genma then asked Shikamaru. With a grunt, Shikamaru made the rat hand sign, casting his shadow around Tamari and creating another sealing matrix, which briefly glowed and gave Tamari her mobility back. I'm impressed, lazy boy, Tamari said quietly. Even though I didn't do much, you put up a good fight. You've demonstrated your intelligence. Would you like to play shogi sometime? I must inform you that I have never before been defeated in shogi. With a smile, Shikamaru murmured, shogi, huh? It's definitely not a bothersome offer. After today's events, I'll take you up on it. The way he said, today's events, made it clear to Tamari that he was aware of the invasion plan, and she sighed unconsciously in relief, saying, all right, then, it's a date. We should return to the stands. Tamari calling it a date made Shikamaru's eyes widen, but he remained silent and the two of them returned to the contestants' box. Will the contestants of the fourth match please come down? Genma then declared. Shino apparently exploded into bugs that flew down and reformed in the middle of the stadium as Choji began to make his way to the stadium via the stairs. Shino waited for Choji to arrive, and when he did, Genma said, all right, Shino Aburame vs Choji Akamichi is the fourth finals match, Hajime. In the bleachers, after Tamari and Shikamaru had just returned to the box, Naruto greeted Shikamaru with a high five and exclaimed, that was awesome, Shikamaru. You benefited greatly from training with us. You got that right, said Shikamaru with a smile. I must admit that I've grown quite fond of Fuinjutsu. Given how helpful it is, I can see why your family is so enamored with it. You came up with the brilliant idea of using my shadows to create seals on the spot. With a smile in return, Naruto said, after working with you for a few days, the idea just floated into my head. Naruto then muttered, anyway, if I understand correctly, you have a shogi date, no? Red in the face, Shikamaru exclaimed, you and your annoying hearing powers. It was meant to be confidential. Don't worry, Hina. Chan and I can keep a secret, Naruto said, laughing aloud. In any case, how do you feel about this upcoming battle? I hate to say it since Choji is my best friend, but he doesn't stand a chance against Shino given what he is, Shikamaru said as his color returned to normal. I agree, Naruto said with a nod, but I'm interested to see what Choji will do. Additionally, I'm interested to know what the public will think of Shino after he removes his henge. They watched in silence as Shikamaru simply nodded in agreement with Naruto's remarks. In the stadium, Choji had been attempting to strike Shino with simple taijutsu while Naruto and Shikamaru were conversing, but it was completely unsuccessful. Now that I've got everyone's full attention once again, I think it is time to reveal my true self, Shino said abruptly, disengaging Choji. Shino made a hand gesture and said, Kai. Choji took a step back, and his body transformed into millions of insects and his 18-year-old self, except that this time he was not wearing his trench coat or undershirt, and he stood proudly with his incredibly well-built body, flaunting his beetle tattoo for everyone to see. In the bleachers, Inoichi, Choza, and Shikaku all stared at Shino, and Choza remarked, is that Shibi's boy? How did he end up? The last time I looked, he was a typical 13-year-old boy. However, he now resembles Hinata and Naruto. Next to the trio, a deep voice said, your analysis is astute, Choza-san. Inoichi said, when did you get here, Shibi? The three of them turned to the voice and were astonished to see Shibi seated beside them. As he remarked, I was always sitting here. Shibi's aura briefly darkened. When I arrived, I even greeted the three of you. You three seem to have forgotten about me once more. In any case, you claimed that Shino is similar to Hinata and Naruto. You're right. He is a Hanyu and the new queen of our clan's king. I would now advise keeping quiet and keeping an eye on my son. In the stadium, Choji addressed Shino, saying, I am certain that you are beyond my capabilities, Shino, but I will not give up. I'm going to try to show that I'm worthy of Chunin even though I'm likely to lose. Very well, Shino said with a slight smile. Come give it your all. With a broad smile, Choji exclaimed, all right. Let's give it our all. Chobaika no Jutsu. As soon as his head reached the level of the stadium roof, Choji's entire body started to grow at an alarming rate, and he cocked back a fist and yelled, try and stop this. From Shino's perspective, it was like a meteor striking him directly, but he was unfazed, and the fist approached until it struck. With the new crater in the middle of the field, it appeared to everyone in the stands that a meteor had actually hit the ground, but if you looked closely, Choji's fist was not touching the ground. Shino's single outstretched arm stopped it completely, and the crater was caused only by the pressure of the fist diffusing into the ground through Shino's body. It would be an understatement to describe the crowd's shock at Shino's decision to halt the attack with a single outstretched arm. Choji, who had expected Shino to dodge rather than stop his blow, undid his expansion and stared at Shino in complete shock. I can see that you are shocked and confused at the fact that I stopped your fist, Shino said, observing Choji's disbelief. It's really that easy. He extended his arm, and it turned into a million insects that flew around the stadium before coming back and reassembling into his arm, shirt, and trench coat. The Aburame from birth use their bodies as hives for Kikai, he added. I was the same way, but I've changed since then. I am the hive rather than my body acting as one. In reality, I am a being made up of nothing but other beings. I am Shino when we are together, but when I am alone, I am countless billions of unique insects. Even though I am not human, I am still human. The hive's consciousness is called Shino. I am a multi-being, which is why I was able to stop you. I create an impenetrable defense by manipulating the density and number of insects in particular parts of my body. That is how I got you to stop. However, it's over now. Shino's arm then broke apart into millions of flying insects, which landed on Choji, who was powerless to stop them as his chakra quickly ran out and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious, in a matter of seconds. Genma then moved forward and declared, Shio Aburame has won the fourth match. Medics carried Choji away on a stretcher while Shino's arm reformed and the crowd erupted in cheers. Shino then exploded into insects and flew back into the contestant's box, where he reformed, while Fu gave him a huge kiss and added, that's my king for you. However, I think you could have flaunted yourself a little more. Next time, my love, Shino said, returning her kiss. It's time for your match now, though. Make me proud. Fu nodded and bounded enthusiastically into the stadium, followed shortly after by Haku, who also bounded down gracefully. After they were in position, Genma declared, Fu Aburame vs. Haku Ni is the fifth match of the finals. Hajime. Both Fu and Haku made a hand sign and shouted, Kai, as soon as Genma leapt out of the stadium. Haku was engulfed in a whirlwind of blue flames and snowflakes, while Fu was engulfed in a whirlwind of scale powder. Both whirlwinds died to reveal the two Hanyu. When the demon spawn was revealed, the majority of the civilians in the crowd started muttering to one another because they were unsure of how to react. Nevertheless, Fu and Haku didn't give a damn about what other people thought of them, so they started a taijutsu fight. Fu flew in the direction of Haku, and Haku skated in the opposite direction. Fu threw the first blow mid-air, but Haku ducked it and let it fly over her head. One of Haku's tails wrapped around Fu's leg, catching her before she could get away, and flung Fu to the ground. The impact didn't faze Fu much, though, as she immediately pushed off the ground and leapt back up, turning on Haku and throwing another punch at her. There wasn't even close to enough airtime for her to recover, so she hit the ground in a harsh belly flop that cracked the ground. At the last second before impact, Fu released Haku to her fate and veered off her crash course. Haku caught the punch in her hand, but Fu used her wings to burst towards her. Fu grabbed Haku and took off into the air, holding her tight. Fu flew straight upwards for a while before turning back towards the ground, which she shot at like a rocket. She coughed up blood upon the devastating impact, and Haku crashed into the ground with enough force to leave a large crater. Knowing that this wouldn't hold her down for long, Fu flew above the crater and made some hand signals, saying, Doden. Tojichikyu. Earth style. Closing Earth. Which effectively created a lidded bowl by causing the surrounding ground to cover the top of the crater while Haku was still inside. Fu quickly went over additional hand signals and exclaimed, Futon. Kasaku Tatsumaki. As a result, a drill of wind appeared around her right arm, which she then punched at the closed crater, wind style, drilling tornado. The drill grew into a massive, concentrated tornado as it flew downward, but just before the tornado hit the ground, The ground shattered and a massive blue fireball emerged from the crater, colliding with the tornado and being fed by it to form a huge, flaming vortex that quickly dissipated as the fire used up all of the wind jutsu as fuel. Haku was standing in the crater with a smirk on her face, and an ice mirror in front of her. Fu was momentarily blinded by the light that the vortex gave off, so she covered her eyes until it dissipated while she hovered above it. When it did, she looked back down and saw that Haku had punched the mirror, but her arm had melted into the mirror instead, and then she felt something hit her in the back hard, sending her falling to the ground. When she looked up to where she had been, she saw an ice mirror with Haku's arm protruding from it. The arm retracted back into the mirror, and Fu looked towards the real Haku and saw her remove her arm from the mirror. Fu had broken her fall somewhat by flapping her wings, but she still landed heavily. As Haku began going through hand signs, both mirrors vanished, and she exclaimed, "Hyeten! Neko Hyakuma. Kyo Jigoku. Ice style. Cat fire demonic mirror hell." Fu was surrounded by a dome made of 21 mirrors, from which blue flames began to flow, filling in the spaces left by the mirrors. The dome's floor was also covered in a thick layer of ice, creating a completely enclosed Fu with no way out. Haku entered a mirror outside the dome and reflected herself onto the other 20 mirrors. In the bleachers, when someone behind them remarked, "Haku, Chan is really going all out now," everyone in the contestants' box was watching the match with great interest. How long it takes Fu Chan to get out of this will be interesting to watch. Turning around, everyone saw Yugito approaching them in her Hanyu form. "Are you able to identify this technique? What's going on inside of it is invisible to me," Ino inquired. "This is Haku Chan's newest specialty," Yugito said, nodding. She had previously been able to construct a dome of ice mirrors, but there were openings between them from which people could flee. Given how quick Haku Chan is, that shouldn't have been an issue, but it was still manageable. That problem is resolved by this method. It is nearly impossible to get out of the wall of cat flames between the mirrors. It's not flawless, though, because there are a few ways to get around this. The mirrors can be broken by a strong enough attack, but that only allows a moment's escape because the cat flames will soon close the distance. The other major way to get out of this, in my opinion, would be to produce a strong enough shockwave to extinguish the cat flames, but that is also challenging, and the flames will return rapidly. Fu Chan has a lot of work ahead of her. Well, Fu Chan could always attempt to light the flames with her scale powder, Naruto said. That would make for quite the explosion. That's absurd. Since she is also trapped inside the dome, an explosion of that size would be suicidal, Ino yelled. With a laugh, Hinata remarked, "That's probably what Fu Chan will do in the end. She enjoys living dangerously and is a bit of an adrenaline junkie. She would undoubtedly lie because she is a Hanyu, but neither she nor Haku Chan would be spared. The amount of scale powder Fu Chan would use is another factor. All I can hope for is that she doesn't use it excessively and inflict harm on spectators." After that, everyone waited to see what would happen. Within the dome, Fu was currently trying her hardest to avoid an apparently never-ending stream of blue fireballs and ice spikes, but she had already been struck multiple times when the attacks abruptly ceased and Haku's voice suddenly resounded from seemingly everywhere, saying, "If you don't do anything to escape this, then you will eventually be worn down." In response, Fu said, "I understand. That's why I plan to get out of here quickly. I appreciate you taking the time to stop." She then yelled, "Rinpon K's Domu," while fumbling with hand signals. Wind dome scale powder. A whirling dome of glittering wind grew out of Fu's body, and she threw out her arms and yelled, "Expand." The dome quickly grew larger, and the glistening wall drew nearer to the flaming dome. Haku barely had time to say, "That's the end of it. Fu Chan is crazy." Suddenly, the glistening wall of wind touched the fire dome. As everyone in the stadium stared at the blue dome, curious about what was going on inside, all of a sudden, KABOHMMMMMM. An incredible amount of force caused the entire dome to explode, sending out a shockwave that pinned everyone to their seats, knocked several people unconscious, and made everyone feel as though they were melting as the explosion's heat suddenly hit them. Luckily, the heat soon dissipated into the surrounding air, and the cloud of dust created by the explosion started to settle. When it finally subsided, the whole audience let out a gasp of surprise. The stadium floor was now a huge, charred crater, and what shocked them even more was that Fu and Haku were still standing in the center of the stadium, both of them with blood dripping from their mouths and numerous nasty burn marks on their bodies, though the burn marks were healing quickly in front of everyone's eyes. Haku's clothes were silver with light blue snowflakes, and Fu's were lime green, but both had been burned completely away, leaving them only in their bras and panties, though Haku still had her storage armband on her right arm. In the bleachers. How on earth are they still alive? Ino asked loudly. Naruto remarked, that was quite the explosion, though, to be able to blast away a chakra cloak. If I had to guess based on what I felt happened to their chakras, both of them initiated a chakra cloak to protect themselves at the last minute. Fortunately, they were both wearing their sturdy underwear, otherwise, they would both be nude at this very moment. They must have purchased those from Durabra, the only store that sells bras and underwear that can withstand a rank jutsus, Hinata remarked with a laugh. I got what I'm wearing now from there. They ought to seriously consider adding regular clothing to their assortment. They would kill a lot of people. At the same time, many people in the crowd had nosebleeds when they saw the girls in scant clothing, and Yugito and Shino were both thinking, she looks better without those on. In the arena. After their burns had healed, Haku and Fu lunged at each other once more, sending a shockwave as their fists collided. Fu flipped backwards, sending 6 wind blades from each of her tails at Haku mid. Flip, and Haku retaliated by making an ice mirror that absorbed the 6 blades with hardly any damage. How about we finish this with one last technique each? Fu called out to Haku. The winner of this battle is the one whose technique outperforms the others. Excellent. Let's check out what you have, Haku answered. While running through hand seals, both fighters simultaneously yelled, Hyeten, Neko no Hai Oni Yari, Cat Fire Demon Spear, and Futon, Jukasatsu Tatsumaki, Tornado Double Drilling. Haku held Fu's hand above her head, and an elaborate ice spear that flickered with blue flames formed, which Haku launched by throwing her arm forwards. 2 wind drills appeared around Fu's hands, and she punched with her fists together to launch them as one giant wind drill. When the 2 methods collided, the wind was stoked by the spear's flames, but oddly, this only seemed to increase the drill's strength, and the now flaming drill began to gradually grind away the ice spear. When Haku noticed that her technique was deteriorating and realized she needed to move aside, she leapt to the side as the drill was about to finish boring through the spear, and the drill blasted forward, striking the stadium wall before drilling deeply into it. Luckily, the majority of the drill's power had been expended fighting the ice spear, and the technique dissipated before it could drill all the way through. With a sigh, Haku held up her hand and yelled, I forfeit, Proctor. I consented to a last jutsu match, and I lost. Genma leapt to her feet and declared, Fu Aburame has won the 5th match of the Chunin exam finals. The fight between the 2 Hanyu had been absolutely amazing, and the crowd roared with applause as Haku and Fu shook hands and started back towards the contestants' box. After Fu and Haku had left, Genma declared, Sabaku no Gara vs Naruto Namikaze is the last match of the first round of the Chunin exam finals. Would the competitors kindly descend to the center? Naruto kissed Hinata and then Sunshine to the center of the stadium in a swirl of blue flames, and Gara nodded before exploding into sand and reforming in the middle. Now that the 2 competitors were prepared, Genma declared, all right. Sabaku no Gara vs Naruto Namikaze is the last match of the first round of the finals, Hajime.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.